world was ruled not by humans, but by evil gods and demons, for whom human souls were mere food. The apocalypse struck Earth, and then the heavens split, and reality drowned in blood and chaos. Countless people died in the first hour, some turned into crazed zombies, but only a few, amidst the general hell, gained a sliver of power. One of those lucky ones, who received a curse instead of a gift, was an ordinary guy named Xia Yan. The protagonist received the mysterious relic of the 6 great hells and became a warden. Suddenly, his consciousness fell into an abyss, where he saw a magical tower, monsters chained up, and demonic gods rotting in this dungeon. Almost immediately after the apocalypse began, the protagonist's girlfriend cheated on him with his best friend. At the same time, they took the relic from the boy. The traitors laughed wickedly and kicked their former friend like trash. Continuing to mock, the bullies doused the guy with goo. The satisfied bastards were already thinking they could escape with the stolen goods, and the girl abruptly threw the sparking lighter down. In an instant, the exhausted guy's body was engulfed in flames. Suddenly, Xia Yan, writhing in pain, asked the universe to give him a chance to live a second life. The boy woke up in his apartment, hearing the familiar noise of the city outside the window, not the howls of monsters. The date and time flashed on his phone, indicating that he had returned to the past, 3 days before the apocalypse. Approaching the mirror, the young man noticed that his eye had changed color, meaning it retained some of its strength. Without wasting a second, he rushed to the door to find his little sister before hell began again. Looking around, Xia Yan was surprised that the whole world had no idea about the coming apocalypse. Gloomy but determined, the boy decided that he would not allow himself to make a single mistake a second time. He immediately breaks off his toxic relationship with his sick girlfriend, who wants to betray him. Having become completely free, our hero longs for a new beginning. At Roland's home, she vents her rage by smashing her phone in fury. She sees that Xia Yan dared to hang up and block her, wounded pride turning to spite. In bed with Shijun, she worries Xia Yan discovered their affair, while Shijun dismisses the risk. Shijun reveals his father warned something big is coming and told him to collect spiritual heirlooms. Roland points out Xia Yan's ugly family token and Shijun immediately asks where it is now. She says it's with Xia Yan's sister Xia Yun and plans to coax Xia Yan into handing it over later. Satisfied, Shijun accepts the plan and the two continue indulging themselves. Xia Yun meets Xia Yun and asks for the family token, and she's confused by his sudden urgency. Noticing his unusual eyes, Xia Yan asks Xia Yun to trust him without question. Xia Yun immediately agrees, affirming her faith in her brother. She reminds him they relied on each other, reinforcing their bond in contrast to his past betrayal. She declares unconditional trust, believing everything he does is for her good. Xia Yan tells her to go to school, pack up, and come home with him immediately, and she obeys. He sets a strict timeline to reunite, and she doesn't demand explanations. Xia Yun repeats that she trusts him, accepting his urgency as necessary. Watching her run off, Xia Yan vows that this time he will keep Xia Yun alive. He grips the heirloom token, preparing to use its hidden power before anyone else can steal it. He asks the token itself what makes it different, as if expecting an answer from within. His golden eye flares, signaling the token is responding to his awakened fire seed. Flames surge from the token into him, and he recoils at the sudden supernatural ignition. The 6th Great Hell token activates fully, radiating multicolored hellfire and opening a path. A swirling portal forms and drags Xia Yan toward the demon-suppressing tower's domain. He plunges through a stormy void and falls toward the chained tower suspended in darkness. Disoriented, he realizes he has truly entered the realm tied to the token. The towering prison looms under violent purple skies, its windows glowing with imprisoned horrors. Monstrous faces press against the tower's seals, snarling as if sensing a new master nearby. Xia Yan recognizes the images as real monsters and demons contained within the structure. A wolf-like demon snarls behind a seal, its red eyes burning with hatred and hunger. Another sealed beast rages, shaking the barrier as if testing its limits. Multiple monsters roar at once, and Xia Yan admits the place is terrifyingly real. Heavenly lightning crashes around the tower, reinforcing the prison with relentless punishment. The lightning strikes the beasts, forcing them back and proving the tower suppresses them by force. Xia Yan sees the lightning's pattern and realizes it is the mechanism keeping the prisoners subdued. He concludes the heavenly lightning is actively suppressing the monsters inside the tower. A teasing voice mocks his fear, revealing an intelligent presence watching him. Xia Yan confronts a fox-haired woman and demands to know who she is. She introduces herself as Su Daji and greets him as the Hell Prison Warden. She begins explaining the tower's origin, forged by ancient immortals to suppress demons. She identifies this prison as the 6th Great Hell, built to contain monstrous criminals across ages. She describes countless ferocious beasts and sinful gods thrown inside for heinous crimes. The tower's inmates are punished by soul-burning heavenly lightning day and night. Su Daji explains the token in Xia Yan's hand is a pardon key that can unlock the prison's doors. She invites the new warden to enter and inspect his prisoners while she reports details along the way. Xia Yan agrees, still wary but determined to understand the power he now holds. He steps toward a glowing entrance as the tower's energy swirls, responding to his presence. A surge of force hits as he crosses the threshold, confirming the prison recognizes him as warden. Inside, violent purple currents lash out, and the environment itself feels hostile and alive. Su Daji warns him to be careful as the prison's energies whip around them like blades. Xia Yan's golden eye flares again, focusing as if to counter the incoming threat. He withstands the assault, his fire seeds sparking and deflecting the purple currents around his body. Su Daji praises his performance, impressed that he can resist the prison's pressure. She confirms the flame in his eye is the nether fire seed, the reason he could restart life after death. Su Daji admits she guided him because of deep ties to the Xia family, and refused to watch him die to villains. Xia Yan realizes his rebirth was triggered by despair and anger that awakened his flame ability. He declares that with the apocalypse approaching, he has already awakened power and will change everything. He orders Su Daji to lead the way, asserting authority over his new guide. Su Daji explains the sixth great hell has layered sections, and only doors lit by his soul power are accessible. Reaching a barred chamber, Xia Yan identifies the limit of his current access and points to it. Behind the bars, the black bear demon appears, chained and glaring, matching the beast Shijun once rode. The bear demon roars and lunges at the barrier, testing the new warden with raw intimidation. Xia Yan is startled by the ferocity and the familiarity, realizing his past enemy's mount was no accident. The bear demon suddenly turns ingratiating, calling Xia Yan the new warden and acting overly friendly. A tiny chibi Su Daji scolds the shameless bear for groveling, while Xia Yan stands bewildered. The bear tries to get close to Xia Yan, but Su Daji drives it off before it can do anything worse. Su Daji remarks that ancient demon kings have degraded into dogs after long imprisonment, mocking their state. A chained Leijinzi scoffs that the warden is nothing without the token and refuses to submit to anyone. Xia Yan reflects that the prison contains legendary beings, making his new role far more dangerous than expected. He studies Leijinzi's imposing silhouette, sensing the weight of a true mythic criminal. Recognizing the figure, Xia Yan suspects the prisoner really is Leijinzi from legend. The winged, chained Leijinzi is revealed clearly, and Xia Yan confirms the identity aloud. Su Daji notes Xia Yan's sharp recognition, implying the warden's perception is part of his qualification. She explains monster ranks and warns that even the lowest level holds general-class criminals, with sages above. Xia Yan admits the tower's lowest-level prisoners are already terrifyingly powerful. He imagines the top floor's inmates, and steels himself for the scale of power he must eventually face. Xia Yan vows that no matter who is imprisoned above, he will turn them into his strength and become the strongest. Su Daji tells him he cannot go further yet and must absorb more soul power to light more rooms and ascend. Back in the normal world, Xia Yan learns soul power comes only from killing gods, and he begins planning for the hunt. He heads to Antique Street, remembering a binding immortal rope that once made someone powerful in his last life. At a market stall, Xia Yan searches calmly, confident the treasure should still be here at this time. His nether fire seed senses hidden energy in the antiques, confirming he's close to something real. Meanwhile, Song Tian and the appraiser Elder Huang arrive, seeking spiritually charged heirlooms for the Song family. Song Tian spots Xia Yan and wonders why he is here, taking note of him as a potential variable. Song Tian lectures Shijun that friends must be useful, while Shijun reassures him and waves it off. Shijun privately belittles Xia Yan as a loyal fool easy to manipulate, then urges the search to continue. Elder Huang insists he will find something worthwhile, driven by ominous dreams and ancestral warnings. Elder Huang senses something unusual nearby, his attention caught by a faint spiritual trace. He excitedly points out a decorated gourd, claiming he has found the item they need. Elder Huang asks the shopkeeper the price, already fearing they might lose it to someone else. The shopkeeper laughs at another gullible buyer and inflates the gourd's value with a fake dynasty claim. Hearing the outrageous price, Xia Yan balks, realizing the scam is meant to scare off serious scrutiny. Xia Yan inspects the gourd himself, noticing damage and the suspiciously repaired string. He confronts the shopkeeper about the crack and broken string, forcing the scammer to react. The shopkeeper snaps that it's only worth 100 yuan, trying to dismiss Xia Yan and end the sale. The scammer explodes in anger at the low offer, but Elder Huang demands to examine it properly. Xia Yan steps aside with a confident smile, letting them argue while he quietly secures what he truly wants. He reveals the real target is the inconspicuous string, certain no one will suspect its true nature. His nether fire seed confirms the truth. The string is the magical treasure binding immortal rope he came to claim. A hidden observer decides to sit back and enjoy the chaos they are about to trigger. Xia Yan recalls how Xiaoyun was once captured by the Song family, robbed of a token, and nearly sacrificed, and vows not to lose her again. On Antique Street, Elder Huang senses an ancient spiritual aura from a gourd and declares it a genuine old item. As Uncle Song approaches to inquire, Xia Yan quietly watches the encounter unfold. Uncle Song greets Xia Yan and hints he wants to discuss Xia Yan's family heirloom token later. Bystanders wonder why a wealthy Song would buy a small gourd, suspecting it must be valuable. Recognizing Elder Huang's appraisal, the crowd starts bidding up the gourd, convinced it is special. Uncle Song tries to stop the price from rising, but others keep outbidding him. The bidding turns into a frenzy, forcing Uncle Song to jump to an absurdly high offer. Uncle Song wins but fumes that he paid far more than the original price. Xia Yan smugly notes Uncle Song's loss is due to Xia Yan's interference. Xia Yan confronts Uncle Song about his interest in the family heirloom token and is asked to show it. Xia Yan agrees and produces the token for them to see. Elder Huang is stunned and calls the token a treasure, asking for a closer look. Xia Yan refuses to let them examine it casually, stressing it is his family heirloom. Uncle Song tries to sweet-talk Xia Yan by invoking Shijun and asking for a small favor. Xia Yan denies knowing Shijun and moves to leave, prompting Uncle Song to ask what it would cost to see it. Xia Yan coldly sets a pay-per-minute price and threatens to walk if they do not pay. Cornered, Uncle Song angrily agrees to pay for the viewing. Xia Yan accepts the payment and proceeds as if the deal is settled. Xia Yan is pleased, already planning his next steps while Uncle Song checks the transaction. With the Fox Spirit Aid touting storage benefits, Xia Yan plans to stockpile water and food in the 6th Great Hell prison space. Xia Yan jokes that a fox wanting chicken is only natural, accepting the aid's greedy logic. He begins buying huge quantities of staples and even livestock, drawing attention with the scale of his purchases. His shopping spree hits a limit when his account shows insufficient balance, and he realizes money is running out fast. As the paid time ends, Uncle Song asks to buy the token outright. Uncle Song readily agrees to purchase, eager to secure it. Xia Yan names an outrageous price of 10 million for the token. Uncle Song and Elder Huang are shocked by the 10 million demand. Uncle Song protests that the token is a 1,000-year heirloom and should be a legitimate antique. Xia Yan insists 10 million is fair and threatens to leave if they hesitate. Elder Huang advises Uncle Song the token is real but worth far less and suggests negotiating down. Uncle Song dismisses Elder Huang and sends him away, hiding his true intentions. Uncle Song orders Shijun to gather clan members, find Xia Yan and Xia Yun, and bring both the token and the siblings to him. Seething, Uncle Song frames Xia Yan's defiance as a death wish and revives the family's blood sacrifice agenda. Xia Yan senses the murderous intent and welcomes it, deciding to collect his debts step by step. Xia Yun arrives with luggage, ready to go home with her brother. Xia Yan takes her hand and calmly says they should head home. Their teacher Bai Shirin rushes up, urgently calling for them to stop. Bai Shirin scolds Xia Yun for leaving school before an important exam and demands an explanation. Xia Yan claims responsibility and says Xia Yun must take a temporary leave, making Bai Shirin realize he is her brother. Bai Shirin notes Xia Yun is a top student and an orphan cared for by her brother, and she is furious at his irresponsibility. She introduces herself as Xia Yun's homeroom teacher and insists Xia Yun's future must not be ruined, while Xia Yun downplays it as a brief matter. Bai Shirin demands what could be so important that it interrupts school, refusing to accept vague excuses. The confrontation leaves Xia Yun, and Bai Shirin momentarily stunned into silence. Bai Shirin tries to reassert that a student must prioritize school, though her certainty wavers. Xia Yun thanks Bai Shirin and, under the guise of gratitude, prepares to give her ominous advice. He warns her to stockpile food, water, medicine, weapons, and especially painkillers for hard times ahead. Bai Shirin is baffled, feeling as if Xia Yun is predicting the end of the world. As the siblings walk away, Bai Shirin can only hope Xia Yun will be safe. Back at Xia Yun's home, Xia Yun asks what they should do next as he gathers documents. Xia Yun senses something big is coming, and Xia Yun promises he will protect her. Xia Yun puts the token on Xia Yun and orders her not to open the door for anyone while he goes out. Xia Yun agrees to make dinner and tells him to return early. Leaving, Xia Yun notes the token lets him track Xia Yun, and he focuses on getting more money fast. An elevator button lights up as someone heads towards Xia Yan's floor. A red-haired woman reports Xia Yun is not at school and directs the group to Xia Yan's house to corner him. Uncle Song confirms the plan and tells her to keep Xia Yan occupied until they arrive. The red-haired woman greets Xia Yan flirtatiously and claims Shijun will come by soon for a late-night snack. Xia Yan responds with cold indifference, immediately deflating her performance. She demands what he means, sensing he is not playing along. Clinging to him, she tries to guilt him into staying together, insisting he is just jealous. Xia Yan bluntly says the idea of ever dating her makes him sick and knocks her hand away. He tells her to stay far away, and she erupts in anger at his ingratitude. Xia Yan mocks her humiliation and walks off, leaving her scrambling to recover. She chases after him, screaming for him to come back. Without stopping, Xia Yan announces he is going to sell his house. She panics that it is his only home and their supposed wedding house, but he says he needs money now and offers it to her. Realizing the house is worth millions, she admits to herself she only dated him for it and tries to salvage the opportunity. She sweetly asks what price he is selling for, shifting into negotiation mode. Xia Yan sets the price at 1 million, final offer. She is shocked it is so cheap and assumes he must be desperate to pay debts. Xia Yan pressures her to decide quickly, and she admits she wants it but lacks the cash on hand. She offers a partial payment plan, but Xia Yan rejects installments and demands the full million immediately. She calculates Shijun will kill Xia Yan soon anyway, so the key is to trick him into completing the property transfer first. She agrees to the million and proposes they go to the real estate office to finalize the deal. They arrive at a real estate office building to process the transfer. She calls her mother, pretending it is a great bargain and promising the money will return quickly. Ignoring her mother's warnings about draining family savings, she insists on wiring the money. She smugly thinks Xia Yan will soon be gone for good while he waits for confirmation. Xia Yan says he will sign only after receiving full payment, and she claims the transfer has been sent. Privately, she hopes Xia Yan dies before he can enjoy the money. Xia Yan receives the payment and quietly confirms the trap has sprung. Xia Yan reflects that when the apocalypse comes, the house will be worthless, and without that million she will lose her last chance to survive. She suggests celebrating at his place, and Xia Yan agrees with the dangerous edge. Evening settles over the apartment complex as the ambush closes in. Shijun's armed men arrive, reporting that Xia Yan brought Xia Yun home earlier. Shijun leads them upstairs, eager to corner Xia Yun before Xia Yan returns. Inside, Xia Yun calmly chops vegetables, unaware of the threat at the door. The token on Xia Yun suddenly glows red, signaling danger. Outside the apartment, Shijun and his thugs gather at the door, ready to force entry. Shijun knocks and calls out, claiming to be her brother's friend and urging her to open up. Hearing the name, Xia Yun hesitates, repeating it in confusion. She speaks through the door, saying Xia Yan is not home and asking why Shijun is there. Peering through the peephole, she sees Shijun smirking as he admits he knows Xia Yan is away. Xia Yun explains Xia Yan went to buy dinner and told her not to open the door, while Shijun pressures her to let them in because it is hot outside. Her hand reaches for the handle, wavering under the pressure. She remembers Xia Yan's strict warning not to open the door for anyone. Choosing caution, Xia Yan tells Shijun to wait until her brother returns. Shijun turns aggressive, pounding the door and emotionally manipulating her to open it and talk. Xia Yun apologizes but holds her ground, refusing to comply. Shijun signals his men, deciding to break in rather than negotiate. A thug starts picking the lock, assuring Shijun they can open any door. Shijun asks Xia Yun if she has her family amulet with her, revealing his real target. Xia Yun admits she has it because her brother told her to carry it, and Shijun is satisfied. The lock gives way as the door mechanism clicks open. The thugs force the door open, and Shijun relaxes, believing the prize is secured. They rush inside towards Xia Yun, closing in with predatory confidence. One of them grabs Xia Yun by the arm as she screams. They restrain her and taunt that this could have been avoided if she had opened the door earlier. Shijun takes the amulet, gloating that with Xia Yun and the relic he can force Xia Yan to kneel and apologize to his father. Xia Yun, terrified, asks why Shijun would do this when he is supposed to be her brother's best friend. Shijun admits he stayed close because Xia Yan is gullible, and he needs a scapegoat for his shady dealings when everything is exposed. Xia Yun reels, unable to accept the betrayal. Shijun boasts that Xia Yan led him to Ruolan and other opportunities, while Xia Yun struggles and demands to be released. Shijun strikes Xia Yun, silencing her resistance with violence. The thugs laugh and make crude remarks, while Shijun threatens to cover her mouth if she keeps screaming. As they loom over Xia Yun, a chilling presence interrupts, and someone calmly proposes a wine and meat banquet. A blinding supernatural light erupts overhead, startling the thugs into panic. They find themselves transported into a surreal pool scene, confused by the sudden shift. Enchanting women appear as attendants, and Shijun exults that he has entered paradise. The banquet begins as meat is sliced and prepared as an offering. A white-haired attendant feeds Shijun roasted meat, and he is overwhelmed by the illusion. Another attendant asks if he likes it, and Shijun praises it as delicious. The attendant purrs approval, deepening his intoxicated delight. Her eyes turn ominous as she reveals the king's favorite meat is his own, exposing the trap. The illusion collapses into horror as the water becomes blood and the men realize what they are bathing in. They flail in the blood-red pool, trying to understand the nightmare overtaking them. One man clutches his chest as if his heart is being torn out by unseen force. A vision of a skeletal forest confirms the truth to them. This is not paradise, but hell. A fox-eared demoness taunts them with a menu of gruesome body parts, deciding what the king will taste first. Back in the apartment, the thugs collapse screaming, the illusion's terror leaving them broken on the floor. Xia Yun stares in shock, asking what is happening as the attackers crumble. The men panic and blame a ghost, then try to talk themselves into believing it is only tricks. Shijun suspects the talisman is the source of the strange power and reaches for it. Furious, Shijun rants that the medallion is worthless trash and lashes out in frustration. As he grips the talisman, a violent surge of energy detonates in his hands. The backlash manifests as a spectral claw that rips through Shijun, shredding him with supernatural force. Shijun screams in agony as the talisman is knocked free and flies away. The talisman bounces across the floor, skittering out of Shijun's reach. It slides toward the doorway where someone has just arrived. A hand calmly picks up the talisman from the floor. Xia Yan steps in, amused that things have become lively. The remaining thugs spot Xia Yan and freeze in alarm. The red-haired woman arrives and calls out for Shijun, stunned by the scene. As she checks on Shijun, the thugs shout that the talisman is a real treasure and order each other to catch it, while Xia Yun warns her brother to be careful. The thugs rally and charge, shouting for an attack on Xia Yan. They rush him with clubs raised, committing to violence despite their fear. Xia Yan's spirit companion reports the medallion's spiritual energy is depleted and blames an overeager blow for ending the control early, while Xia Yan complains he did not even get to make a proper entrance. Xia Yan dismisses the situation as insignificant and decides to use it as a chance to test his powers. Xia Yan unleashes infernal fire in a room, surrounding the thugs closing in on him and turning the ambush into a panic. The attackers are blasted back through the flames, stunned and terrified by the sudden supernatural heat. One man screams for the fire to be put out as the inferno engulfs him and the others. They scramble toward water to douse themselves, realizing too late the flames are beyond normal control. Nearby, a battered green-haired man and an orange-haired woman stare in shock as Xia Yan lies smoking on the floor, the situation spiraling. The green-haired man urgently asks Xia Yan whether he knows demonic magic, suspecting something unnatural is at work. The orange-haired woman tries to stop the green-haired man from attacking, reminding him that Shijun is his best friend and to remember their past. Xia Yan coldly rejects any appeal to the past, accusing the green-haired man of stealing his sister as a wife, taking his talisman, and bringing Roalan along. The green-haired man insists it is all a misunderstanding, trying to talk his way out while staying close to the woman. He pressures Roalan to speak up as his girlfriend and recalls they were once about to get married, twisting the history to provoke Xia Yan. Roalan sweetly offers to marry Xia Yan even though he has nothing, presenting herself as loyal and selfless to lure him. She leans in and promises eternal love if Xia Yan reveals why he has this power, making her real goal clear. The green-haired man snaps and charges with a knife, trying to kill Xia Yan before he can respond. Xia Yan's eyes flare with power as he focuses, readying a decisive counter. A violent burst of infernal fire erupts, hurling the attackers away and instantly reversing the threat. Xia Yan declares he finally understands why he awakened fire power and vows to burn away the trash of the world. He commits to total annihilation, promising to burn everything until nothing remains. The scene shifts to the Song family ancestral temple where a large gathering performs formal rites. Song Tian prays to the ancestors to protect the Song family as the ritual begins in earnest. Incense and offerings are presented while he asks for favorable conditions and steady ascent for the family. A red mist rises from an ancient spiritual relic, signaling the ritual has awakened something dangerous. A fiery spirit manifests and demands the blood of a maiden, revealing the ritual requires a cruel sacrifice. Song Tian continues the sacrifice rite as ominous voices plead for help to descend into the world. He tries to placate the ancestors, promising the remaining elements will be offered soon to complete the summoning. The spirit warns that in 3 days the apocalypse will arrive and orders immediate preparation. Song Tian is shaken by the prophecy, realizing the end is imminent. He connects the warning to a feared scenario and panics at what it implies. Song Tian orders everyone to stockpile huge amounts of food and water, convinced the world's end is near. He commands Shijun to bring people at once, insisting the sacrifice must be performed immediately. A sudden intrusion and shockwave disrupt the temple, startling the gathered men. Xia Yan strides in calmly, dismissing the commotion as unnecessary. He announces he came alone, standing over the fallen Shijun to make his dominance unmistakable. Song Tian rages at the intrusion into the ancestral temple, demanding to know what Xia Yan has done. He orders his men to finish Xia Yan off, trying to reassert control through violence. The mob rushes Xia Yan across the courtyard while Shijun lies defeated behind him. Xia Yan closes his eyes, centering himself as the attackers close in. His power surges outward in a blinding flare, signaling an imminent strike. Time seems to slow for the charging men as Xia Yan's heightened perception locks onto them, and he invites them to come. He detonates a sweeping wave of fire that slams into the attackers and scatters them in burning chaos. Xia Yan advances towards Song Tian, who recoils as the intruder approaches through drifting embers. With a casual greeting, Xia Yan addresses Song Tian as Uncle Song while holding fire in his hand, taunting him with ease. Song Tian stammers in disbelief, struggling to process Xia Yan's power. He draws a gun and threatens Xia Yan with death, betting modern weapons can still decide the outcome. As he fires, the bullet heats and glows, warped by Xia Yan's fire control before it can reach its target. Xia Yan flicks his fingers, effortlessly redirecting the shot as if swatting away an annoyance. The gun explodes in Song Tian's hand, leaving him screaming and disarmed. Xia Yan warns him not to play with explosives, making clear that even firearms are toys to him now. Xia Yan assesses his newly awakened infernal fire as first level yet astonishing, noting its limited range and duration but strong synergy with flammables. Song Tian, terrified, curses Xia Yan as a demon while clinging to the altar for support. A voice urges the ancestors to appear and continue the blood sacrifice, claiming the Song family faces extinction without it. The fire spirit would manifest and commands the mortals to kneel, asserting divine authority over the scene. The pressure forces Xia Yan down briefly, showing the spirit's power can still overwhelm him. Song Tian realizes his injured hand no longer hurts, while others marvel at the divine presence restoring them. Song Tian exults that the celestial star has manifested and declares Xia Yan finished under righteous judgment. Huda rises to full stature, towering over Xia Yan in the courtyard like a god made flesh. Xia Yan reflects that he only meant to steal antiques, but uncovered the Song family's apocalyptic foreknowledge and powerful backing. Huda laughs and moves to crush Xia Yan, confident in his superior might. A massive stomp blasts the ground and sends Xia Yan flying, demonstrating the spirit's brute strength. Huda reaches out to seize him, intent on ending the fight decisively. The spirit's foot slams down again, cracking stone and pressing the advantage. Song Tian smugly declares Xia Yan doomed, certain the god will erase him. His confidence falters as he senses something unexpected about Xia Yan's response. Xia Yan smirks, signaling he has a plan even against a manifested god. A monstrous bear's roar erupts, hinting at another imprisoned power awakening nearby. A gigantic black bear demon appears behind Song Tian as Xia Yan asks who exactly is doomed now. A fox-haired woman explains that Huda is an ancient fire spirit nearing full manifestation, and capturing him would greatly boost Xia Yan's power. Xia Yan asks her proposal, weighing the risk against the reward. She admits the great evil talisman's power is currently insufficient but says a risky method could still succeed. Xia Yan demands details, suspicious but intrigued by the promised chance. She instructs him to infuse his own spiritual energy into the great evil talisman to summon a demon ally to help defeat the god. Xia Yan agrees but notes the cost is soul energy, meaning failure could erase him and let the summoned demon escape, then challenges her to bet on him anyway. He questions why he should gamble, already preparing the talisman in his hand. Xia Yan channels infernal fire into the talisman, igniting it as the summoning mechanism activates. The fox-haired woman panics and demands to know what he is doing, sensing he is changing the terms. Xia Yan reveals he implanted an infernal fire seed into the talisman so that if he dies it will ignite and destroy the talisman itself. He warns that without the talisman no one can open the prison, trapping any summoned demon forever in darkness. Xia Yan coldly tells her she knows what she must do to ensure he returns alive, forcing her cooperation. He begins absorbing spiritual energy in a violent surge, powering the prison system with his own soul force. A beam of light pierces the chained prison realm, shaking the seals as the summoning opens a path. The imprisoned entities sense the exit and howl to be released, straining against the chains. The summoning completes, unleashing the great guardian demon of Lojia Mountain in the South Sea, the Black Bear. The Black Bear's red eyes blaze as it awakens, immediately hostile and hungry for freedom. It forces itself out from confinement, claws scraping stone as the seal gives way. The fox-haired woman warns the bear not to act stupidly because Xia Yan must not die or the talisman will be lost. The Black Bear charges through the prison's opening, smashing into the manifested fire spirit with brutal momentum. It slams Huda hard, knocking the god back and disrupting his control of the battlefield. The Black Bear roars that it is finally free, reveling in the release. It laughs wildly at its own power, intoxicated by the chance to rampage again. The fox-haired woman urges Xia Yan to act quickly because his spiritual energy is running out, and his life is on the line. The Black Bear boasts loyalty to the prison master, and claims Xia Yan summoned the right demon, though its glee feels self-serving. The bear attacks Huda and demands the fire spirit be handed over, treating the god as prey for power. Huda tries to invoke fire techniques, attempting to reassert divine dominance. The bear's assault batters Huda, who rages at the insult of being challenged by a demon. Huda realizes this opponent has transcended normal limits and decides he cannot use full strength here, choosing retreat. He begins to withdraw, his form destabilizing as he tries to escape the mortal plane. Xia Yan intercepts with a god-binding rope, declaring retreat is too late. The glowing rope wraps Huda tightly, pinning the fire spirit in place while the Black Bear stands guard. Song Tian crawls forward in horror, unable to believe the ancestor Huda has been bound and captured. He fixates on the ritual gourd relic, realizing the binding tool came from it. Song Tian recognizes the rope from the gourd and turns his fury towards Xia Yan, understanding he was outplayed. Xia Yan thanks Uncle Song for only buying the gourd, allowing him to keep the god-binding rope hidden for this moment. Song Tian breaks down screaming for his ancestor, helpless as the divine protector is taken. Huda struggles within the bindings as Xia Yan and the Black Bear hold the advantage in the ruined courtyard. Huda's essence condenses into a fire spirit core, his manifested form collapsing into capturable energy. Xia Yan catches the crystallized fire spirit core, securing the prize that will strengthen him. Standing atop the Black Bear, Xia Yan proposes a deal, shifting from battle to negotiation with the defeated Song family. With Shijun crushed underfoot, Xia Yan states his terms are for preserving the Song bloodline, making clear he controls their survival. He addresses Uncle Song again, forcing the patriarch to listen despite humiliation. Song Tian turns, trembling, realizing he has no leverage left. Xia Yan asks how much Song Tian is willing to pay, turning their fear into a transaction. Shijun asks if his father really gave Xia Yan all the family's money, stunned by the scale of surrender. Song Tian prioritizes survival over wealth, ordering the family to liquidate property, buy rice and water, and reinforce an underground shelter while continuing to buy antiques. He rationalizes that Xia Yan is now on his own with new powers, and claims the apocalypse could become a blessing if the Song heirs seize the opportunity. Still seething, Song Tian threatens Xia Yan with a fate worse than death, though it rings hollow after his defeat. Xia Yan heads to a large pharmacy, moving quickly to prepare for the coming disaster. He checks his account and confirms he has 28,960,000 yuan available for rapid purchases. He notes he could have stolen more from the Song family but decides efficiency matters most with time running out. At the counter, Xia Yan orders a ton of spiritual cleansing pills, shocking the clerk with the absurd quantity. The clerk protests that the pills are just a traditional remedy and thinks he must be joking. Xia Yan insists on the sale and forces them to place a special order, offering extra money for next night delivery despite the cost. The shop agrees, accepting his urgent terms without further argument. Xia Yan narrates that he has already swept Jade City for 10 tons of the pills and placed multiple online orders, believing it should be enough. He reflects that in the next apocalypse this humble medicine will become the most important resource. A flashback shows Xia Yan sick and shaking as he believes he is about to die, revealing the trauma driving his preparations. A girl apologizes for not finding enough pills and explains they can suppress zombification and hasten power awakening, then vows to search farther away. Xia Yan begs Xiaoyun not to go because it is dangerous outside, but she runs anyway. He remembers Xiaoyun being seized by monsters, and that when she left that time it was forever. In the present, Xia Yan stands by a bed where Xiaoyun lies, vowing that this time will be different. He gently touches her forehead and promises he will not let that tragedy happen again. Xia Yan coldly notes the Song family only thinks about stockpiling food, not realizing early apocalypse survival depends on skilled power users. He reveals his strategy to control the supply of spiritual cleansing pills and thereby command an army of ability users to serve his interests. Back in his room, Xia Yan takes out his phone, continuing to coordinate purchases and plans. He activates Infernal Fire and begins absorbing fire essence, initiating a refinement process. A lotus-shaped blaze forms as the fire condenses and transforms under his control. His eye reflects the lotus flame, signaling a qualitative evolution of his power. The fox-eared woman congratulates him, explaining the fire spirit refined his infernal fire into red lotus fire that can break barriers and shatter illusions. She adds the power has risen to phase 2, granting Xia Yan more precise control over fire. Xia Yan tests the upgraded flame as it shapes into a weapon-like form, satisfied with its new utility. In a chibi aside, the black bear boasts that helping lowers its wickedness and improves prison, asking to be summoned again, while the fox spirit also wants future summons. Xia Yan shuts them up, refusing to indulge their chatter or demands. A chained, bird-like demon warns Xia Yan never to summon it again because it would exploit the chance to escape, revealing future threats within the prison. Xia Yan taunts the demon that with his increased power he can open more prison doors and would only call stronger demons anyway. He turns away, warning that by the time the demon can challenge him, it will probably be the one chasing after him instead. Xia Yan holds the burning talisman, keeping his leverage over the prison and its inmates intact. Under a blood-red moon, Xia Yan notes tomorrow is the second to last day before the apocalypse and resolves to use every remaining moment, with over 20 million still to spend on a key item. The next day at a jewelry exhibit, Xia Yan arrives to locate the item he needs before the world changes. He spots the target display and confirms to himself that he has found it. Xia Yan explains that while common resources can be looted later, energy cores for leveling come from killing zombies, and this stone holds enough crystallized energy to jump him from phase 2 to phase 3. Remembering how someone else gained huge advantages with this stone in his past life, Xia Yan vows he must secure it this time. At the auction, bidding continues as another jade set sells, setting the stage for Xia Yan to compete for the crucial energy stone. At an exclusive auction, the host introduces a rough stone rumored to contain at least 5 million worth of jade. Bidding opens at 3 million and quickly climbs as multiple buyers compete. A wealthy tycoon called Grand Hao jumps straight to 5 million, and the room treats his firm as untouchable. Grand Hao smugly toasts the crowd, but a sudden new bid of 6 million interrupts his victory lap. Grand Hao and his companion spot the unexpected challenger, a young man who looks like a student. Staff try to block the newcomer, reminding him only black card members can participate. The young man calmly flashes a black card and asks if there is any problem. The staff immediately ushers him in, privately shocked that someone so young carries a card loaded with millions. The auctioneer announces the young man's 6 million bid and asks for further offers. Grand Hao raises to 7 million to pressure him, but the young man counters without hesitation at 10 million. Spectators realize the price has already surpassed the stone's estimated value, and Grand Hao is rattled. Grand Hao's companion urges him to stay calm and let the kid waste money rather than take the bait. Grand Hao demands the challenger's name, and the young man identifies himself as Xia Yan. Grand Hao repeats the name with a threat, promising he will remember Xia Yan. After winning, Xia Yan receives the box stone from the attendant. Holding the prize, Xia Yan senses something click into place, as if he has finally understood its secret. The next item, a golden jade fan, is presented, and Xia Yan admires it while staying alert. A sudden disturbance erupts as people scream about a monster and beg for help. Purple energy explodes through the hall, knocking people down as a supernatural presence manifests. A snarling serpent-like demon spirit fully emerges amid the violet aura. Xia Yan locks onto the threat, focused rather than panicked. He deduces the stone attracted the spirit, and that the jade fan likely absorbed the stone's energy beforehand. A voice warns that with the apocalypse approaching, The fan's evil spirit has awakened and this chaos is only a prelude. Grand Hao charges forward in disbelief, demanding to know what is happening as fear spreads. As danger closes in, Grand Hao shouts a warning, but Xia Yan stands his ground with the box in hand. Grand Hao's confidence cracks into alarm as he realizes the situation is beyond normal violence. Xia Yan unleashes a fiery strike that collides with the demon spirit mid-lunge. He follows through, driving the attack upward and forcing the creature back. Power surges through Xia Yan's eyes, signaling a deeper ability awakening under pressure. Xia Yan slams down with overwhelming flame, blasting the demon spirit and scattering its purple energy. The spirit is compressed into a swirling core above him as Xia Yan's aura stabilizes, showing control. A talisman-like mark forms on Xia Yan's chest as he absorbs the spirit, noting it is not very strong and only just gained this ability. Grand Hao collapses to his knees behind him, stunned into submission by Xia Yan's display. Grand Hao decides Xia Yan is extraordinary, and resolves to make him his master. Later outside Xia Yan's building, deliveries pile up as neighbors watch a warehouse being stocked. Onlookers speculate Xia Yan bought massive supplies and might be starting a supermarket business. A spiteful woman, Mrs. Zhang, mocks the youthful ambition and assumes he is reckless. She confidently predicts Xia Yan's store will fail. Someone reminds Mrs. Zhang she had wanted to rent Xia Yan's warehouse to open her own supermarket. Mrs. Zhang snaps that the shabby place does not interest her, even as Xia Yan approaches with others. Xia Yan, surrounded by neighbors, wonders if he has overlooked something after spending heavily on supplies. A delivery worker tells Mr. Xia everything has arrived and offers an inspection. Xia Yan declines inspection and arranges to pick up the next shipment directly from the company warehouse if space runs out. Mrs. Zhang overhears there will be another shipment tomorrow and suspects Xia Yan truly became rich. Jealous and furious, she rants that Xia Yan deserves none of it and that she should be the one profiting. Her grandson Xiao Bao suddenly bolts off, shouting that he needs to pee. Xiao Bao runs into the warehouse area, with Mrs. Zhang and Xia Yan nearby as the tension follows. The boy relieves himself, satisfied and carefree. Mrs. Zhang praises Xiao Bao for doing it himself, treating the mess as harmless. She turns to Xia Yan with a smug smile, implying kids will be kids and asking if he minds. Xia Yan silently grabs the boy by the collar and pulls him away from the mess. The sudden yank makes Xiao Bao stumble into Mrs. Zhang, splashing her and shocking her. Mrs. Zhang explodes, accusing Xia Yan of bullying a child while the boy cries loudly. Xia Yan coldly states he is not ashamed, refusing to be guilted into accepting their behavior. Mrs. Zhang drags Xiao Bao away, still seething and vowing retaliation. Xiao Bao whines about wanting to play with firecrackers, and Mrs. Zhang's anger twists into an idea. She glances back with a dangerous look, clearly plotting. Mrs. Zhang promises Xiao Bao lots of firecrackers tonight, using him as cover for her scheme. She privately threatens Xia Yan that a stray spark reaching his warehouse and starting a fire would be a shame. Inside the packed warehouse, Xia Yan confirms his stockpile is complete and ready. Invoking the Great Mortal Prison, Xia Yan commands it to absorb, activating a supernatural storage space. A golden vortex opens and begins sucking in the warehouse contents. In a purple void, boxes and goods rain upward into the prison space as a fox-eared spirit rejoices at the incoming haul. Xia Yan orders the spirit to find an empty cell and organize everything, and she eagerly agrees, calling him master. The spirit boasts she can even allocate areas to raise live animals, dreaming of tastier meat and a steady food supply. Xia Yan explains he is preparing for the coming apocalypse and wants to preserve living creatures as a remnant of civilization. A grim beastly presence urges Xia Yan to cultivate, stressing that seeds and soil will be vital in famine. Xia Yan notes he has bought many seeds but still lacks enough soil. He decides to go gather soil immediately and tells the spirit he will return soon. On the outskirts, Xia Yan surveys open land and doubts all the soil he needs will fit inside the demon ceiling tower. He activates absorption again, pulling huge amounts of earth into his storage. The intake becomes uncontrollable, and a frantic warning to stop echoes as the space strains. The fox spirit panics that Xia Yan's spiritual energy is insufficient, and the created space is too small, fearing they will be overwhelmed. Xia Yan halts after collecting around 10 tons of soil, but senses it still is not enough. Under a blood-red moon, he reflects that after the apocalypse even soil will change, making untouched earth impossible to obtain later. Realizing time is short, Xia Yan steels himself to act faster. He begins cultivating, meditating within swirling energy to strengthen his spiritual power. Elsewhere, Mrs. Zhang prepares a box of firecrackers, setting her plan in motion. She grins and vows that tonight she will see Xia Yan die. At home, Xiao Bao excitedly shows her a mirror he has brought. Mrs. Zhang assumes he stole it while buying firecrackers and praises him for bringing her a gift. A sinister purple aura coils around Xiao Bao as he insists there is someone there. He presses the mirror toward Mrs. Zhang, insisting someone is inside it. In the mirror's surface, a snarling blue demon face appears, staring back at her. Terrified, Mrs. Zhang screams about a ghost and demands it be driven out. Xiao Bao taunts her to look at herself in the mirror since she said he could do whatever he wanted. Mrs. Zhang recoils and begs it to go away, but the mirror's presence grows more aggressive. The demon surges out through the mirror and attacks, overwhelming her. Mrs. Zhang collapses as dark energy envelopes her, the possession taking hold. Xiao Bao, now grinning eerily, says this is fun and urges his grandma to keep playing. The boy's face fills with unnatural delight, confirming he is no longer innocent in this. Mrs. Zhang rises with glowing eyes and a warped smile, calling Xiao Bao to her with predatory affection. The boy resists, but shadowy force lashes out and flings him aside. That night, ominous winds and blue specters sweep the city under the red moon, signaling the apocalypse's onset. At a port warehouse, a worker wonders if heavy rain is coming as the atmosphere turns uneasy. He reports a problem from the boats. They have caught a bunch of monstrous fish. Seeing the mutated, diseased fish with fangs, the workers question if it is safe to eat and blame ocean pollution for the mutations. As night deepens, the foreman notes it is time, and tension rises in the warehouse. He asks Old Wu for the inventory, but Old Wu looks unwell and unresponsive. Old Wu's hand twitches and darkens, showing a disturbing transformation beginning. Old Wu clutches his face in pain as the foreman asks if he is okay. The foreman assumes it might be a cold and offers him a day off, unaware of the real danger. Footsteps approach fast as more men arrive, escalating the situation. The foreman turns to see suited strangers closing in, and he demands to know who they are. The intruders claim they heard the city's spiritual cleansing pills are stored here, while the foreman insists the boxes are customer merchandise, and tells them to take it all if they want to buy. When the men start forcibly taking goods, the foreman protests and tries to stop them. The leader strikes the foreman down with brutal efficiency. The foreman is thrown hard, helpless against their violence. The leader orders his men to hurry, pushing the theft forward. Old Wu suddenly lashes out from the floor, grabbing at the leader's ankle. With a savage bite, Old Wu tears into the leader's leg, spraying blood. Old Wu's skin turns purple and his nails lengthen as he snarls, fully zombifying. The suited men shout a warning as the zombie threat becomes immediate. They swarm Old Wu with weapons, beating him down in a frantic attempt to contain him. Old Wu lies bloodied but still twitching, and the men realize the infection is not easily stopped. The wounded boss trembles as his subordinate asks if he is okay, and he orders the medicines removed while threatening anyone who interferes. A subordinate challenges him, pointing out that his words sound like he plans to kill someone. Xia Yan appears at the warehouse entrance and confronts them, stating the goods are his and accusing them of theft. Smiling coldly, Xia Yan mocks their eagerness to die when the world has not even ended yet. The gang tries intimidation, claiming the port and nearby industrial park belong to their boss and offering to set a price if Xia Yan cooperates. Xia Yan refuses to negotiate, unimpressed by their ownership claims. He gives them 1 minute to leave, warning of consequences if they stay. Noticing Old Wu's condition, Xia Yan observes that zombification has already started. The gang decides to attack Xia Yan rather than retreat. One man throws a punch, but Xia Yan vanishes from the strike as if slipping out of reach. The attackers freeze in confusion as Xia Yan's movement leaves them striking empty air. Xia Yan reappears above them atop stacked boxes, forcing them to look up in shock. He opens a box of seafood and casually confirms their earlier claim that everything at the port belongs to their boss, including this. Sweating, the boss asks what Xia Yan intends to do. Xia Yan answers that he intends to learn from them how to steal. Outside, a violent blast erupts, signaling the wider world's collapse accelerating. At a luxurious estate, someone reacts in disbelief to the report of what happened at the port. A powerful woman in red demands confirmation that her men failed to recover the medicines and even lost all remaining merchandise. Her battered subordinates report Xia Yan has powers and is no ordinary person, calling him a monster. They explain that after Xia Yan closed the warehouse door, it took ages to open it again, and when they finally entered everything was gone. The woman processes the situation and asks for the man's name. They tell her the recipient information lists him as Xia Yan. She repeats Xia Yan's name, realizing he is a skill user with some kind of storage ability, and considering future opportunities. A subordinate suddenly collapses mid-report, and she demands to know what is happening. The man convulses on the floor, visibly transforming as he groans in agony. The woman coldly concludes the poison has reached his brain, and that a spiritual cleansing pill would no longer help. She orders him taken outside and burned, warning everyone to avoid contact with his blood. Even as they move him, his body twitches, refusing to die quietly. He rises as a zombie and lunges toward her, snarling. Unfazed, she raises her hand and channels green power. Vines and verdant energy surge from her command, filling the room. The vines spear and bind the zombie, tearing him apart as blood splatters across the floor. The creature screams as the plant growth crushes and impales him beyond recovery. The vines burst outward through the estate grounds, spreading her control beyond the room. The green growth finishes the kill in a final violent bloom, leaving only gore and silence where the zombie stood. A ruthless woman tells her shaken subordinate that their plan is only beginning as the world teeters on collapse. She orders her people to hoard medicine and weapons, turn a coastal logistics warehouse into their base, and ready all their men. Watching the stormy sky, she declares the end of the world has arrived. Xia Yan prepares by handing out spiritual cleansing pills as essential protection. He warns Xiaoyan that air and water are unsafe, insists on bottled water only, and orders 3 cleansing pills daily with immediate reporting of chills. Xiaoyun presses him to finally explain what is happening. Xia Yan decides it is time she knew and leads her out to show her directly. As they walk, Xiaoyun notes it is her first time outside since returning from school and the atmosphere feels ominous. Xia Yan explains the eeriness is because evil spirits have become visible. A hungry, resentful presence complains despite having eaten, hinting at growing unrest nearby. A mutated man rages that others have everything while he has nothing and vows to take it all. Another hostile figure snarls about being disturbed and lashes out irrationally. The enraged mutant charges, screaming that everyone is against him and threatening to devour them. The city outside echoes with chaotic noises as disturbances spread through the night. Xia Yan departs by taxi, moving quickly as if racing a deadline. Elsewhere, Ruolin and her mother note the neighborhood security seems poor while they track Xia Yan. Ruolin boasts that with a powerful man like Xia Yan around, this place will become their permanent home. Her mother reminds her they went into massive debt for surgery and a makeover so she can win Xia Yan. Ruolin convinces herself Xia Yan prefers her new look and that his recent roughness was just a phase now that he is powerful. She fantasizes that if she makes Xia Yan fall for her again, his abilities will make them unstoppable, and she claims him as her boyfriend. Ruolin decides all she needs is to show up and flirt until he gives in, then spots him leaving. She orders their driver to follow Xia Yan immediately. As the chase begins, Ruolin fixates on Xia Yan as a prize she refuses to let another woman take. The pursuing car speeds toward the zoo entrance where people are already alarmed. At the zoo gate, a furious father complains that an animal nearly injured his son while staff apologize and claim they do not know why animals acted up. Inside, Xiaoyun asks if the animal's sudden aggression is tied to the apocalypse. She summarizes Xia Yan's warning: the apocalypse is coming, people will become zombies or awaken abilities, and Xia Yan somehow foresaw it. Xia Yan confirms her understanding and silently resolves not to burden Xiaoyun with his past suffering. When Xiaoyun asks why they are at the zoo instead of hiding, Xia Yan insists survival requires strength, not temporary hiding. He admits his combat skills cannot protect her constantly, and that anything can happen in an apocalyptic world. Xia Yan tells Xiaoyun she must become strong too. Xiaoyun eagerly agrees, wanting power so she will not be a burden. They head into the zoo together, committed to the plan. Ruolin's mother urges her to tail them, stage a casual encounter, and charm Xia Yan. Ruolin pauses to fix her lipstick, unaware danger is closing in. Behind her, alpacas with glowing red eyes advance menacingly as she keeps preening. In the turtle area, the pond seems calm at first, masking what is about to awaken. Within the great mortal prison, a fox-like spirit senses a special being nearby and reports it to her prison master. A bear-like spirit complains about dealing with long-lived, tough creatures, foreshadowing predatory interest. Xia Yan points out their target deeper in the turtle area. They approach a massive, ancient turtle resting on rocks, radiating an uncanny presence. The prison spirits identify it excitedly as an ancient turtle, while Xia Yan recalls it has lived here since the zoo was built and was given a name. Seeing the sign, Xia Yan is thrown off by the turtle's name, Nan Nan. He remembers a past life legend. The turtle once blocked a descending god, even biting him, and the god could not pierce its shell despite days of fighting. Xia Yan reveals his goal is to recruit this turtle as an unbeatable protector for Xiaoyun. He respectfully addresses the turtle as Master Turtle to begin negotiations. The turtle responds with cold silence, refusing to be impressed. Xia Yan realizes he must change tactics. He provocatively jokes about making turtle soup, startling the ancient creature into reacting. The turtle finally speaks, mocking humans for their impatience. It scolds Xia Yan for threatening it instead of showing proper respect when asking for support. Xia Yan bluntly introduces himself and Xiaoyun, saying the apocalypse is near and there is no time for ceremony. While Xiaoyun is amazed the turtle can talk. Nan Nan explains its name was accidental and recounts how it ended up in the zoo after overeating and being cared for by the former director. It boasts that centuries are nothing compared to its more than 3,000 years of life. The prison spirits drool over the turtle's near-divine longevity, convinced consuming its essence could extend their lives. Xia Yan formally asks Nan Nan to protect Xiaoyun and invites the turtle to name its conditions. Nan Nan notes the red moon and chaos, acknowledging the apocalypse is imminent. It worries for its kind and proposes moving the pond turtles into the great mortal prison where it can build them a safe habitat. Hearing the prison's name, Nan Nan reacts with sudden suspicion and interest. A vision reveals the great mortal prison as a lightning reed tower bound by chains, an ominous artifact tied to gods. Inside that prison, a sealed, hooded entity pulses with dangerous power. Nan Nan recognizes the prison as the terrible lightning place where gods are locked away and begins to understand Xia Yan's connection. It declares fate brought it here for this moment, and its power surges as it tests Xia Yan's worth. Nan Nan challenges Xia Yan, warning that mishandling such a prison would cause catastrophe far worse than the apocalypse itself. It questions why it should help someone who cannot bear the weight of its 3,000-year life force. Nan Nan attacks, forcing Xia Yan to brace as a massive force bears down on him. Xia Yan strains and catches the crushing shell overhead, refusing to be flattened. The ground cracks under the pressure as Xiaoyun calls out in fear. Meanwhile, Ruolin and her mother hear commotion from the turtle area and rush toward it. An alpaca suddenly snatches Roland's wig, shocking her mid-stride. Roland realizes the animal stole her wig and curses in humiliation and rage. She screams for the animal to give it back, swinging her purse wildly. Spit splashes her face as she continues yelling, losing composure. A pack of red-eyed alpacas closes in, spitting in unison like a coordinated attack. Roland and her mother are drenched in disgusting alpaca drool and recoil in horror. Roland vows to kill them, but her mother insists they must prioritize finding Xia Yan. Panicked and filthy, they stumble and run, disoriented by the assault. They sprint toward the turtle area, convinced Xia Yan is nearby. Near the pond, Roland complains about the stench as they push forward. She steps into a slimy cluster of turtle eggs or muck, splattering her shoe. Her mother gags at the mess, furious at how filthy they have become. Trying to salvage dignity, the mother uses a turtle to scrape and clean her shoe, treating it like a tool. They hurry off again, leaving behind a turtle watching with ominous red eyes. Roland plots to peer through the leaves to locate Xia Yan. She rehearses a seductive entrance, planning to appear weak and vulnerable so Xia Yan will fall for her. As she parts the bushes, something massive shifts in the shadows. A huge, red-eyed turtle looms over her, and she freezes in sudden terror. The turtle bites down viciously, and the narration emphasizes how unbearable and inescapable a turtle bite can be. Roland is thrown onto the turtle's shell, bleeding and screaming as the attack continues. Her mother screams in panic, while Roland tries not to scream too loudly for fear Xia Yan will see her humiliation. The mother is also bitten and dragged, and Roland watches in shock as the situation spirals out of control. Multiple turtles swarm them, biting and tearing as both women beg to be released. Roland cries for Xia Yan to save her as she slips at the pond's edge. She falls into the foul water, flailing and choking on the stench while her mother lies mauled on the bank. Back at the confrontation, Xia Yan still holds the immense turtle's weight as the pressure intensifies. The bear spirit begs to be released to kill the turtle and share its meat, but Xia Yan silences him. Xia Yan's flames surge as he forces himself to endure and push back. He steadies his footing, focusing through the heat and strain. Nan Nan taunts him to give up, claiming everything lives and dies and he is powerless in the apocalypse. Nan Nan offers a deal. Entrust the great mortal prison to it, and Xia Yan's loved ones will be safe even if the world ends. The prison spirits are struck by the offer's implications, their attention snapping to the prison's power. A vision of the prison tower and its monstrous inmates underscores Nan Nan's warning that the artifact is beyond Xia Yan's ability to handle. The bear and fox spirits suddenly feel dizzy and defeated, their will to act drained by a controlling force. Xia Yan realizes Nan Nan is trying to break his resolve and challenges the claim. He asks Nan Nan if it has heard the principle that defines survival and advancement. Xia Yan declares that if you do not move forward, you fall back, rejecting surrender. He roars that without belief and determination, you die, and he explodes with renewed strength. The oppressive influence shatters as the prison spirits react in shock. Xia Yan hurls the massive turtle away, sending it crashing across the ground. Nan Nan is stunned that Xia Yan broke free of its Buddhist mantra-like suppression. Xia Yan dismisses the tricks and attacks again with a blazing, rune-wrapped strike. The flaming arc slams into Nan Nan's shell with a heavy impact. The bear spirit warns their master that Nan Nan nearly trapped them and urges killing it before it seizes the great mortal prison, praising the master's unwavering will. Xia Yan threatens Nan Nan to surrender or die, while Nan Nan frantically begs him not to attack. Xia Yan coldly says if Nan Nan cannot avoid being hit, he will keep going. Nan Nan coughs and pleads for him to stop hitting, sounding genuinely wrong. It protests that it used an ancient technique to stimulate Xia Yan's bone reconstruction and is being repaid with violence. Xiaoyun tries to stop Xia Yan, insisting he is mistreating an animal. Xia Yan pauses, realizing his skills and strength have increased dramatically and suspects the turtle's bone reconstruction claim is true. Xiaoyun calls to him anxiously, trying to pull him back from brutality. She pleads that grandfather turtle seems harmless and should be left alone. Her hand grips his sleeve, urging restraint. Nan Nan praises Xiaoyun for keeping clarity even when Xia Yan was furious. Nan Nan shrinks into a tiny turtle in Xiaoyun's palm and asks her to drop the formal title and just call it Nan Nan. Nan Nan tells Xiaoyun she can sense ill intent and promises that under its protection she will be safe. Xiaoyun happily thanks Nan Nan and introduces herself warmly, while Xia Yan watches with wary suspicion. Xia Yan stays silent as the bear spirit mourns the lost chance for turtle soup. Xia Yan warns they must remain cautious because he cannot leave Xiaoyun alone with a monster he does not control. He sternly asks Nan Nan if it understands what it should do. Nan Nan quickly backpedals, claiming it was only joking earlier. It explains the Great Mortal Prison is an ancient, dangerous artifact that requires extraordinary luck to bear, and insists it should not covet it. Nan Nan sends its turtle soul into the Great Mortal Prison, formally submitting itself. A surge of energy streaks into the prison's depths as the binding takes hold. Inside the prison, Nan Nan announces it is now under the prison's command. Xia Yan orders Nan Nan's true body to protect Xiaoyun closely, warning that any betrayal will bring 10,000 lightning bolts, and Nan Nan agrees. With Xiaoyun's safety secured, Xia Yan turns his attention to the next urgent step. A massive splash erupts from the pond area, startling nearby turtles and signaling new trouble. The disturbance spreads with roaring water and flying debris, drawing attention across the zoo. Xia Yan leaps up into the trees, preparing to assess the situation. A stampede of red-eyed mutated animals surges through the forested paths, led by a tiger and other beasts. A frightened squirrel flees as the mutated herd barrels past, showing not all animals have changed. Xia Yan notes that with so many species here, some remain unmutated, and he plans to move the safe ones into the tower. He approaches the pond turtles, selecting those that seem normal and unharmed. Xia Yan activates the prison's power, drawing glowing turtle-shaped lights as he begins storing them. The captured turtles appear within the lightning-bound prison space, and Nan gratefully thanks Xia Yan for saving them. Xia Yan tells Xiaoyun he will take her to a safe place as the danger escalates. He carries Xiaoyun and vaults through the treetops to escape the approaching chaos. From below, Ruolin screams Xia Yan's name as she spots him fleeing overhead. Xia Yan looks down to see Ruolin and her mother flailing in the pond, calling out to him. Ruolin, soaked and filthy, forces a sweet smile and reintroduces herself as his dear girlfriend Ruolin, trying to reclaim him in the middle of disaster. Xia Yan confronts an unexpected girl who has shown up in the middle of the chaos, demanding to know why she is there. A filthy, self-obsessed ex taunts Xia Yan, insisting he always loved her and must be miserable without her. As she flails in the water, she keeps bragging and even claims his sister Ruolin has always been in love with him, acting like she is doing him a favor by forgiving him. Xia Yan and a blonde girl escape by leaping away, while the ex screams after him that he is supposed to like her. Her shrieking echoes over a small pond as the surrounding forest grows ominously alert. Predators with glowing red eyes emerge from the bushes, and the ex finally realizes she is in danger. Even surrounded by wolves, she keeps ranting about being the most beautiful and destined to be queen, while the other woman panics. Elsewhere, the disaster spreads as structures collapse and dust plumes rise across the landscape. Xia Yan and the blonde girl use a burst of power to herd and protect animals, pulling them along in a fiery, swirling current. They conclude they have gathered most of the healthy animals and decide to find a safe place to stay. They reach the zoo administration office and notice it has been abandoned by staff. Xia Yan reasons the remote zoo will have no visitors now besides beasts, and decides to let Xiaoyun stay here temporarily. Inside, they find working security cameras, dorms, and supplies, and Xiaoyun insists she can stay while Xia Yan handles outside matters. Xia Yan worries about leaving her alone, but Xiaoyun says she has Nan and trusts her brother is watching over her, as she resolves to become strong too. Xiaoyun happily explains that Nan will teach her to train her abilities so she can help her brother later. Xia Yan is pleased by her determination and affectionately acknowledges her as the sister he can rely on. He formally addresses the little turtle companion, recognizing it as an ally with a role to play. The turtle responds cheerfully that formality is unnecessary and declares it knows what it must do for its master. A bright green light ignites as the turtle's power activates. The green energy surges upward, spreading like a protective force around the building. A luminous barrier forms over the zoo office, and the red-eyed threats outside hesitate at the sudden defense. Wolves slam into the barrier and recoil, unable to break through. Watching a tiger safely contained, Xia Yan judges that the situation at the zoo is under control for now. Xiaoyun waves goodbye from a window, promising to wait, and Xia Yan answers firmly before launching away. He accelerates into the sky, pushing himself toward the next objective. He streaks over a highway littered with abandoned and crashed cars, with scattered survivors below. The wreckage and smoke show the city's traffic has collapsed into violent gridlock. Among the cars, infected attackers maul people, confirming the outbreak has turned deadly. Xia Yan focuses, reading the danger and timing his approach. A massive blood-red moon hangs overhead, signaling the supernatural catastrophe he remembers is unfolding. Knowing time is short, Xia Yan speeds toward the city skyline to intercept what is coming. The city burns as explosions and fires spread through streets and buildings. People flee while zombies swarm, turning evacuation routes into slaughter. An infected bites into a running man, showing the contagion spreading in the chaos. Crowds barricade behind glass and bodies pile up as the city's order collapses completely. News reports describe city center accidents and a surge of patients with fever and strange symptoms. Authorities urge people to stay home and stock supplies as storms and anomalies worsen, but the warnings feel inadequate. At home, a blue-haired woman watches the broadcast in disbelief, asking what is happening. She checks her phone and fears it looks like the end of the world. Her eyes widen as she processes the terrifying implications. A viral video claims zombies are real and shows an attack, escalating her panic. Comments argue, with some dismissing it as cosplay while others insist hospitals are seeing people transform and attack. Another clip shows a shadowy figure against the red moon, hinting at something far worse than zombies. A poster claims the footage is genuine and that the creature in the time-lapse is moving closer every hour, deepening the dread. The woman touches her forehead, alarmed that she also feels feverish. She braces herself against dizziness as her condition worsens. Lying down, she wonders if it is just a cold, trying to rationalize her symptoms. She reaches for medicine on the table, deciding to treat herself immediately. Her hand closes on a packet of pills beside a kettle. She recalls someone advising her to buy spiritual cleansing pills, and realizes she had stocked up heavily before this moment. In pain and fear, she grips her phone and struggles to steady herself. Disorienting laughter and noise blur her senses as the situation feels unreal. She forces herself to swallow medicine, hoping it will stop whatever is happening to her. Her strength gives out, and she collapses onto the couch, the attempt failing to bring relief. Back in the city under the red moon, Xia Yan arrives near the Imperial Tower, feeling the air thicken with impending descent. He notes it is 5 o'clock with 1 hour left, recalling that minor gods begin appearing at 6 and a great god descends at midnight. He remembers the first creature appears at the Imperial Tower, and that its descent triggers massive destruction and panic. Determined to grow stronger, he plans to hunt the creature and absorb its spiritual power. He meditates and gathers energy, flames and aura circling him as he prepares his technique. A lotus-like fire manifests as his power stabilizes into a controlled, radiant form. A surge of energy washes outward, signaling his cultivation breakthrough. He confirms his power has reached the peak of the 3rd level. Xia Yan grins, noting the red lotus fire seed has mutated and he needs a chance to test it, while a status display lists his 3rd level power and abilities. He realizes fusing the turtle spirit with his fire has boosted his spiritual strength far more than expected, and he prepares to act. Rising with fire and blue energy coiling around him, he readies himself for the first real fight. The sky churns crimson as something begins to tear through the air above the tower. A sharp crack signals the barrier between worlds splitting further. Security and staff rush in furious confusion, demanding to know how Xia Yan got into the restricted area and ordering him removed. They complain that elevators and access points are locked, unable to explain his presence. A manager rages about slacking and threatens to dock a month's salary, still acting like normal rules apply. A subordinate apologizes, shaken by the strange atmosphere. The manager sneers that low-level people are only good for menial work, oblivious to the real threat. Xia Yan looks up as the others sense it too, realizing the creature has arrived. They stare at the blood-red sky, confused by the ominous change. Thunderous booms ripple through the air as the descent accelerates. The manager doubts his own eyes as the impossible sounds intensify. A blazing rift opens, spilling violent energy into the world. A monstrous roar erupts as the entity forces its way through. A horned, weapon-wielding demon drops from the rift toward the rooftop, targeting the humans below. It crashes down with destructive force, scattering debris and shockwaves across the roof. The newcomer is identified as a bull demon of soldier rank, radiating murderous intent. The manager screams that it is a demon, finally understanding the danger. Still thinking in terms of authority, he begs Xia Yan to protect him. He even tries to bribe and threaten with pay and firing, desperate to regain control. The demon's attack slams down, cutting off any illusion of negotiation. The staff recoil in terror as the rooftop becomes a killing ground. They flee screaming while the bull demon charges after them, eager to slaughter. The demon lunges with predatory speed, closing the distance. It raises its weapon and prepares a heavy strike under the red moon. The blow detonates against the rooftop, sending people tumbling and scattering. Laughing, the bull demon calls the humans insects and boasts it will crush them into mush. A massive shockwave rolls across the roof as it tries to overwhelm Xia Yan with brute force. The demon stomps and smashes again, trying to pin Xia Yan down. It pauses in confusion as its attack fails to finish him. Xia Yan stands firm and taunts that this level of strength cannot squash him. He plants a flaming hand to the ground, channeling heat and power into a controlled technique. With a confident smirk, Xia Yan decides to use the bull demon as practice for his newly evolved fire. The bull demon is startled that Xia Yan can understand it, realizing its taunts are being answered. Xia Yan draws a blazing arc of fire, setting up a decisive strike. His flaming slash lands, carving into the demon and forcing it back. He follows through with agile momentum, pressing the advantage while the demon reels. A sharp impact signals another clean hit as Xia Yan's attack connects. The onlookers are stunned by Xia Yan's strength and begin to believe the monster can be killed. The bull demon's eyes burn in rage as it refocuses on Xia Yan as a real threat. It howls that fighting is more fun than killing weak prey and lunges to tear Xia Yan apart. The demon swings wildly, promising to rip him to pieces bit by bit. It slams down again, mocking Xia Yan as only a slightly tougher insect. Xia Yan darts through the attack lines, slipping past the weapon's path. The demon's face tightens with alarm as it realizes it is being outmaneuvered. Xia Yan coldly mocks its thrill in maiming and implies he can do the same to it. He charges in with a grin, threatening to take an arm next. Xia Yan drives into close range, forcing the demon into a defensive scramble. He vaults and strikes from above, landing a punishing blow to the demon's head. The hit lands hard, staggering the bull demon and breaking its rhythm. Flames flare across the demon's body as Xia Yan's fire begins to take effect internally. The bull demon screams as the burning damage intensifies beyond a normal wound. Xia Yan raises his flaming weapon for a finishing cut, eyes locked on the kill. The surviving staff watch in shock, realizing they are witnessing a one-sided execution. Xia Yan's strike tears through the demon, leaving it collapsing into a dark silhouette under the firestorm. Blue liquid sprays as the demon's body cracks apart, and it demands to know what Xia Yan did to it. Xia Yan tells it to take it easy, controlling the flames with deliberate restraint. He cruelly notes it still has multiple legs and an arm left, and refuses to let it die until he is satisfied. The bull demon stares in baffled fear, unable to comprehend being toyed with. Xia Yan's fire surges again, and the demon's body destabilizes further as the blue essence spills out. As the demon dissolves, it laments that it waited to break the barrier only to be defeated before killing many humans. The bull demon falls apart into chunks and streams of blue fluid, confused and humiliated by its end. Xia Yan dismisses it as weaker than expected and reminds himself this is only the first creature. Catching his breath, he warns himself that the divine monsters to come will be stronger. He demands the demon surrender its spiritual energy to end things quickly, but it refuses and chooses torture over humiliation. A towering, chained, prison-like structure manifests in the sky above the Imperial Tower, radiating oppressive power. The air fills with eerie sounds and pressure, as the great mortal prison's presence dominates the rooftop. The bull demon trembles, its bravado collapsing under the prison's terrifying aura. Xia Yan is jolted as the demon's remains surge and splash, the prison's influence disrupting the scene. A beam of blue energy shoots from the tower toward the prison, and Xia Yan stares up in alarm at the new development. Xia Yan wonders why the demon finally broke, realizing a mere glimpse of the great mortal prison scared it to its core. He notes his spiritual energy has increased by 5% and that his control over fire has become more refined. Seeing it is already past 7, Xia Yan realizes multiple spawn points will appear now and decides to adapt as events unfold. The shaken staff approach Xia Yan with apologies and beg him to explain what is happening. Xia Yan bluntly tells them the apocalypse has arrived and they should save themselves, prompting them to plead to come with him. Ignoring their cries, Xia Yan leaps away to pursue the next threat. Left behind, the survivors panic about what to do now that their only protector has gone. One man screams as another crouches by the blue puddle, trying to handle the demon's remains. Greed takes over as someone realizes a piece of the monster could be worth a fortune. Laughing wildly, he lifts a bloodied axe, ready to claim the remains for himself. The others recoil as the corpse has fully turned into a strange blue liquid and the man's behavior becomes erratic. A warning comes too late as a boot steps near the contaminated fluid. Someone urges the splattered man to wash up first, sensing something is wrong. Purple energy rises around the greedy man as he convulses, beginning a transformation. His face contorts, and he screams as the change overtakes him. A horrified witness stares, realizing a new threat has just been born from the aftermath. A man suddenly goes berserk in the shelter, roaring as others panic that he has lost his mind. Screams spread through the building as people realize the crazed attacker is killing residents. Outside, the city echoes with roars and cries, signaling the outbreak has erupted across multiple buildings. At the Song family village underground shelter, a subordinate reports another person has developed a fever. Song Tian coldly orders the feverish person taken to isolation, impatient with repeated reports. The messenger hesitates, trying to explain this case is different. Song Tian snaps when he hears the name Shijun. They rush down the corridor as sick people scream for help and bones crack in the chaos. From afar, agonized screams come from the isolation area as they approach. Shijun writhes on a couch, bleeding and begging his father to save him. Song Tian demands the special medicine that can treat the disease, furious it is still missing. The subordinate explains only one family member took the 2 spiritual cleansing pills, improving but not curing him, and Song Tian orders them brought immediately. Song Tian throws the pills to his son and commands him to take them at once. Shijun crawls for the pills as they scatter across the floor. He gulps the pills down desperately. Song Tian watches tensely, waiting to see if it works. Shijun's pain eases and he gasps that he feels much better. Amazed, Song Tian demands more spiritual cleansing pills, but is told none remain beyond 3 boxes in the whole family. Song Tian rages about the lack of stockpiling while the subordinate admits the medicine was seen as overpriced and unnecessary before. Song Tian orders them to steal or loot for supplies, but learns the market's pills were bought up by someone named Xia Yan. Song Tian realizes Xia Yan scammed them for money and used it to monopolize the pills in advance. With the outside in chaos and networks down, the subordinate asks what to do as Song Tian fumes at the situation. Song Tian fears Xia Yan's supernatural power makes him untouchable, and worries the Song family is doomed. A violent surge erupts from the isolation room as something powerful awakens. Song Tian turns stunned, calling out to Shijun. Shijun emerges transformed, radiating energy and standing confidently as if reborn. He revels in the sensation, claiming the filth in his body has vanished. Shijun tests his new strength by smashing through a wall, declaring himself stronger. Song Tian watches in shock, suspecting the pills triggered this change. Shijun boasts to his father that he is fine and now has supernatural powers. Song Tian concludes the spiritual cleansing pills have miraculous effects and may grant powers if taken early. He orders subordinates to prioritize mild cases, monitor them for power manifestation, and expects at least 3 new skill users from the remaining boxes. Song Tian decides to gather everyone and move out to seize Xia Yan's stockpiled medicine. He fantasizes that controlling the creation of skill users will let the Song family take everything. Elsewhere, a residential building stands quiet on the outside despite the spreading disaster. Inside an apartment, Shireen wakes dizzy and weak. She notes the medicine she took has almost completely improved her symptoms. Checking the bag, she is startled by what she sees inside. She rubs her eyes, unsure if she imagined it. Bai Shireen doubts her own perception as she looks again. Loud banging at the door snaps her attention toward the entrance. A frantic voice outside begs Bai Shireen to open up, and she recognizes it as Xiner asking for help. Xiner warns that zombies are in the building and residents are being killed everywhere. Xiner adds that anyone injured by zombies turns into one, and it is now happening on her floor as she pleads to be saved. Bai Shireen panics at the word zombies and struggles with the chain door. She realizes the security chain is jammed and cannot be opened quickly. A zombie roar erupts in the hallway and Xiner screams in terror. Xiner begs again as Bai Shireen freezes, hearing the monster close. Bai Shireen sees a blood-smeared stairwell where Xiner is cornered while zombies surge upward. Xiner tries to reassure herself she is almost safe as Bai Shireen braces at the door, hearing the horde. The lock clicks and the door finally opens as zombies reach for Xiner. Bai Shireen yanks Xiner inside, urging her to hurry before the zombies break through. Bai Shireen's eyes widen as she senses something wrong. Xiner stumbles and with blood on her back, and Bai Shireen notices the injury. Bai Shireen asks if Xiner is hurt, alarmed by the wound. Xiner turns with a strange calm, asking if Bai Shireen noticed something. Bai Shireen recalls Xiner saying the injured become zombies, and dread rises. Xiner insists she will not turn if she takes spiritual cleansing pills, claiming the internet says they keep people safe, and asks if Bai Shireen has any. Xiner presses close, cornering Bai Shireen before she can answer. A zombie arm suddenly thrusts through the doorway, forcing Bai Shireen to recoil. More arms reach in as the door gap widens, and Bai Shireen realizes they are about to be overrun. Xiner coldly says it is too late now. Bai Shireen is shoved toward the opening as Xiner begs for a little more time, using her as bait while the horde floods in. The door slams shut, cutting Bai Shireen off from safety. Bai Shireen pounds the door demanding Xiner open it, while a zombie closes in behind her. Inside, Xiner whispers to herself, questioning what she has done. Xiner's jealousy spills out as she rants that she hated Bai Shireen's better life and resented being scolded, despite years of support. Bai Shireen keeps pounding and pleading, but the zombies outside claw closer. Xiner snaps back with cruel satisfaction, wishing Bai Shireen dead. She stands by the door, listening to the chaos she caused. Xiner mocks the idea of Bai Shireen being slowly devoured and fantasizes about trampling what remains. A sharp pain hits Xiner's back as the infection worsens, and she staggers. Terrified, Xiner decides she must find spiritual cleansing pills quickly or she will become a monster too. She searches the apartment for a first aid kit, hoping to treat the wound. Xiner spots a box and realizes it might be spiritual cleansing pills. She celebrates, believing she has been saved. Opening it, she finds it empty and panics that someone already took them all. Seeing a receipt suggesting a large purchase, she convinces herself more must be hidden and frantically searches the apartment. She tears through the living room, overturning and rifling through everything in desperation. Xiner's face twists with shock as she realizes she still cannot find any pills. She screams in disbelief, demanding to know why there is nothing left. Her hands discolor and stiffen, signaling the infection is overtaking her body. Xiner collapses into hysterical laughter as the transformation begins. A song about not talking anymore plays as her mind fractures. She notices her phone and remembers the exclusive ringtone she set for Bai Shireen, confused by the timing. The caller ID shows Bai Shireen, making Xiner freeze. Xiner's eyes bulge in disbelief and fear. Bai Shireen appears on the call screen, calm and stern, as if she is still alive. Xiner stammers that Bai Shireen should be dead and cannot understand how this is possible. Bai Shireen shows she has pills in hand and asks if Xiner is looking for them. Xiner lunges toward the phone, demanding the spiritual cleansing pills and whether Bai Shireen has them all. Bai Shireen coolly asks if Xiner wants the pills. Xiner snarls and laughs, greed and panic mixing as she listens. She lies that she was injured and confused, begging Bai Shireen to come and give her the pills. Xiner grovels theatrically, promising apologies and exploiting Bai Shireen's kindness to manipulate her. Privately, Xiner plots to take the pills and then get rid of Bai Shireen afterward. Bai Shireen rejects the act, calling it disgusting and refusing to be fooled again. Xiner glares up from the floor, stunned that her usual tactics failed. Bai Shireen tells Xiner she once excused her immaturity, but never expected such betrayal. Bai Shireen sits alone in the dark stairwell, surrounded by distant zombie noises as she holds the phone. She reflects that the apocalypse strips away false kindness and reveals humans more terrifying than the monsters, while Xiner keeps pleading. Xiner finally admits she was wrong, voice weakening. Bai Shireen ends the call, telling Xiner she is no saint and should repent. Xiner lies on the floor, eyes clouding as the infection overwhelms her. She sobs that she does not want to die, terror replacing her earlier malice. Her screams echo through the building as she loses control. Bai Shireen stands in the stairwell clutching her phone and pills, bracing herself to move. A zombie suddenly looms close, snarling inches from Bai Shireen's face. Bai Shireen flinches, realizing she is in immediate danger. Her body turns translucent with a blue glow, and the zombie's grasp passes without finding her. Using the strange state, she slips away down the stairs while the zombie staggers past, unaware. Bai Shireen recalls being pushed out to die, but realizes something unexpected saved her. Surrounded by zombies, she screams as they reach for her yet fail to properly perceive her. The zombies pause in confusion, sensing something but not seeing her clearly. Bai Shireen looks at her glowing transparent body, shocked that the effect has returned. She urges herself to run as the corridor fills with infected and danger closes in. Bai Shireen sprints past the horde, her invisibility letting her break through their line. She reaches the stairwell landing, panting hard as the strain catches up. Though the zombies cannot see her, she feels her energy draining rapidly. She realizes she cannot maintain invisibility for long and pushes herself onward. Bai Shireen bursts out of the building, determined to escape as fast as possible. The blue glow flickers violently as the ability destabilizes. She staggers into a courtyard under a large tree, gasping for breath. Her invisibility drops completely, and she panics at being visible again. Zombie sounds carry from nearby buildings, reminding her she is still surrounded. The neighborhood towers loom as the city fills with relentless infected noise. Bai Shireen clutches herself, shaken and unsure what to do next. Someone calls out to her as Professor Bai, drawing her attention. An elderly man and two younger adults approach, introducing themselves as Grandpa Chen, Sister Wang, and a man accompanying them. Bai Shireen runs toward them and asks if they are okay, relieved to see survivors. Sister Wang explains they are not infected and hid here after seeing warnings in the residents' group chat. Bai Shireen repeats the phrase residents group, realizing information might still be circulating. On her phone, the group shows hundreds of unread pleas reporting zombies in their building and begging for rescue. Bai Shireen's eyes widen as she grasps how widespread the disaster is. Grandpa Chen says many are trapped or dead and emergency services are not responding, calling it a tragedy. The young man breaks down, unable to reach his parents, and blaming himself for not foreseeing this. Sister Wang worries that if this continues, they will eventually be infected too. Bai Shireen wonders if the entire city has already been lost. She suddenly shouts a warning that a zombie is behind them. Zombies slam against the barricade near the entrance, startling the group as the threat breaks through. The infected howl and pound, still clinging to human demands to be let in as if nothing has changed. The young man recoils in fear while Grandpa Chen yells for everyone to run. A zombie charges, screaming that he is a resident as it tries to force entry. The group retreats as the zombie batters the folding gate and more infected converge. Bai Shireen orders the young man to get up, go to the security room, and grab an electric baton. He answers yes and pivots to move while zombies close in around the gate. He dashes toward the security room with the infected pursuing. He bursts inside and spots the electric baton on a table. He grabs the baton and turns to face the onrushing zombie. With a desperate swing, he strikes the attacker hard, buying the group a moment to survive. A desperate man with a bat stands over a bloody body, thinking only of getting back home alive. Outside, a silver-haired young woman rushes toward a shelter as chaos spreads nearby and she realizes she is almost safe. A young man signals reassurance while the silver-haired woman approaches, briefly believing help is at hand. Footsteps pound as the group's flight turns into a frantic sprint. A hulking, mutated zombie leads a swarm of undead into the streets, closing in on the living. The silver-haired woman freezes in shock at the sudden escalation. A dark-haired man stammers in disbelief as the threat becomes undeniable. An older man and a woman in a yellow dress huddle in fear, bracing for the oncoming attack. Multiple fast, feral zombies lunge forward, forcing the survivors into immediate retreat. The silver-haired woman screams for everyone to run, and the group bolts across open ground. Zombies cut off their path from behind and the side, hemming them in as they try to escape. The four survivors realize they are surrounded and fear they are finished. A red, ominous rift tears the sky, drawing even the monster's attention upward. A horned, red-faced spider demon crashes down from above, shaking the ground with its arrival. The impact blasts debris and dust outward, leaving a cratered, broken street. The monstrous spider rises from the wreckage, radiating menace as flames and rubble scatter. The silver-haired woman recoils, stunned by the new monster's presence. She stands tiny before the towering spider demon, realizing she is completely outmatched. The spider spreads a massive web and claims all nearby humans as its prey. The silver-haired woman is snared mid-run, pinned to a tree by sticky strands. The woman in the yellow dress is also trapped, begging to be released. The spider roars and tightens its webbing, asserting dominance over its captives. Webs blanket the area like a net, turning the street into the spider's hunting ground. The silver-haired woman tries to understand the creature, wondering why it fell from the sky and if it is marking territory. A fiery silhouette looms within the red sky there, hinting that more horrors may be descending. The silver-haired woman panics that the world is ending and asks what they can possibly do now. The spider dives toward her, signaling an imminent kill. Elsewhere, a calm young man stands high above the city, surveying the disaster below. A mass of undead faces stare upward, drawn by the disturbance and the promise of prey. On a rooftop, civilians film the strange figure hovering in the distance, shocked by the spectacle. The hovering man notes he found something unexpected while searching for a second descended god, holding a purple crystal. He activates power, golden energy swirling around his hand as he prepares to intervene. He drops into the street beside a packed horde and observes that the zombies are evolving. A streamer excitedly thanks him for saving them and asks what kind of magic he used, bragging about his live broadcast. The newcomer abruptly strikes, silencing the noisy survivor with a sharp blow. Someone protests in alarm, demanding to know why he is attacking them. The victim collapses amid shattered glass as the newcomer coolly assesses the situation. Inside a looted storehouse, the newcomer notes he was not the only one who reacted to the chaos. He confirms the supplies have already been taken, leaving little behind. He finds only a few boxes of basic food and drinks, deciding the leftovers are still worth taking. He claims the remaining goods for himself without hesitation. He returns to the survivors, who tense up as he approaches. When they beg for help, he ignores their pleas and turns away, unimpressed. He pauses only long enough to consider them with cold detachment. He tells them to handle things themselves, tossing a few instant noodles as a token gesture. Left behind in the ruined street, the survivors celebrate surviving and praise the stranger's strength and supposed kindness. The streamer seethes, scoffing at the idea that the stranger is a good man. He rants that the stranger hoarded everything and left them scraps, feeling humiliated and treated like animals. He insists they never asked to be saved and laments losing fame when his phone broke during the stream. His resentment grows into outrage that supplies were not shared fairly and that the stranger mocked them by leaving so little. He argues that power should not grant privilege and complains that others online have gained abilities, so he deserves them too. He declares he would be a true hero who distributes resources and saves everyone, unlike selfish ability users. He proposes banding together to force equal sharing and claims ability users may have caused the catastrophe by hoarding power. A bearded man objects, reminding them the stranger saved their lives and condemning the ingratitude. The streamer doubles down, insisting real justice means the strong must protect and teach the weak how to gain abilities. A new group of armed men interrupts, grabbing the streamer and demanding to know where the powerful stranger went. The streamer's bravado collapses into terror as he realizes he is in real danger. The armed group presses the survivors for directions, making it clear they intend to hunt the stranger down. They beat the streamer to force an answer, knocking his noodles aside as he crumples. He begs them to stop and blurts that the stranger went to the right, pleading to be spared. A green-haired man in armor taunts him and asks if he wants to know why he is being punished. The streamer tries to buy mercy by offering all the instant noodles, misunderstanding the threat. The green-haired man dismisses the offer and tells him he is wrong about what matters. He toys with the noodles anyway, smiling as if the streamer's fear is entertainment. Another member arrives dragging a zombie corpse, announcing they have reached the next step of their plan. The streamer panics, demanding to know what they are about to do to him. The green-haired man performs a cruel experiment on the zombie, treating the situation like a game. The group restrains the streamer as he screams, unable to escape their control. Blood sprays as the experiment turns lethal, and the streamer's terror peaks. The green-haired man reassures him with twisted logic, calling his suffering a sacrifice for humanity against zombies. His laughter echoes through the street, signaling the group's complete moral collapse. The armed men casually comment on the gore, treating the victim's death as a spectacle. A zombie is violently finished off, its head destroyed in a burst of blood. The green-haired man declares the kill complete, satisfied with the result. He triumphantly reveals a purple crystal core from the kill, delighted that his expectation was correct. He explains that when zombies eat enough humans, they condense crystal cores that can be harvested. Absorbing the core, he feels his power increase and believes enough cores will let him break through limits. His allies flatter him, boasting they already have 4 skill users and can beat the fire user Xia Yan once stronger. The green-haired leader plots to kill Xia Yan and steal his spiritual cleansing pills, and orders the remaining civilians killed. The survivors beg for mercy as the armed men advance with weapons drawn. One attacker slashes down, spilling blood as the civilians are cut apart. A terrified survivor realizes these attackers are also skill users, making resistance hopeless. The blade-wielding attacker sneers that in their eyes, skill users treat others like livestock. The civilians curse the absent stranger for leaving, believing his departure doomed them. They keep blaming him for everything as panic and bloodshed overwhelm the street. The attackers finish another victim, ending the argument with violence. Annoyed by the mess, the green-haired leader orders the group to leave the area. A red streak in the sky draws their attention, suggesting another collapse or monster activity nearby. They race toward the disturbance, suspecting a building has fallen in that direction. The green-haired leader notes Xia Yan went that way too, confirming their target is close. They pile into a green jeep and speed off, committing to the chase. The cityscape shakes under the red sky tear as debris and dust swirl through the streets. The calm young man is suddenly in motion, startled as he launches himself forward at high speed. He dives across the city toward the crisis, locking onto the location ahead. Calculating the distance at about 2 kilometers, he trusts his speed will get him there quickly. He lands and accelerates again, confirming the threat is directly ahead. He senses danger and tightens his focus, preparing for a fight. The giant spider's massive body dominates the web-choked ruins, still controlling the area. The spider lunges to devour the older man, lifting him toward its fanged mouth. The woman in the yellow dress screams for Mr. Chen as she watches him about to be eaten. The spider shifts amid its webs, tightening its hold as the captives struggle. The silver-haired woman admits she cannot break free of the webs and panics for a solution. She decides to try turning invisible again, forcing herself to focus despite fear. She strains against the webbing, attempting to trigger her ability. Her power fails because her energy was drained earlier, leaving her helpless. Hearing distant cries for help, she realizes others are in danger too and feels time running out. She urges herself to remember how she gained her power in the first place. She recalls the spiritual cleansing pills and notices a glowing stash on her body despite being trapped. With no other option, she decides to take one even as the spider closes in. She reaches through the webbing and grabs the pill, committing to the gamble. She senses it working and clings to hope that the pill will restore her ability. Energy surges through her as the pill activates, her body crackling with renewed power. The spider hesitates, confused as its prey suddenly becomes harder to track. Her form fades into near invisibility within the web, disrupting the spider's control. The spider searches the webbed space, unsettled that its target has vanished. A flaming strike slams into the spider's head, igniting it and interrupting its hunt. The fire user Xia Yan arrives and catches the woman in the yellow dress, pulling her out of danger. He sets her down and raises a glowing, flame-wreathed weapon, ready to face the spider. The woman in the yellow dress shields others and urges Xia Yan to drive the monster away. Xia Yan assesses that the spider shell resists fire, meaning brute burning will not be enough. The spider hisses with hunger, claiming its prey and preparing another attack. It lashes out with a massive limb, trying to crush Xia Yan where he stands. The blow smashes into the ground with explosive force, forcing Xia Yan to evade. Xia Yan counters with a fiery slash, calling on his power to break through the spider's defenses. The impact detonates against the spider's body, blasting fragments and smoke outward. The spider retaliates by flinging thick webs, trying to bind Xia Yan mid-fight. Xia Yan's focused gaze tracks the incoming webbing as flames flare around his strike point. The spider opens its maw and summons its offspring, calling for little ones to emerge. Xia Yan realizes the spider is spawning more threats as chittering fills the air. Clusters of small red spiders pour out from web structures, multiplying rapidly. The swarm spreads across the ground in a crawling tide, turning the street into a nest. Xia Yan identifies them as little spiders as they encircle the area from all sides. The green jeep barrels through the ruined district toward the web zone, its occupants closing in. Spotting a fallen crystal core, the green-haired leader snatches it greedily while the jeep keeps moving. He boasts that a few more cores will advance his strength, noting level 2 zombies are becoming more common. One of his men points ahead, alerting the group to something important in the distance. They see the sprawling webbed intersection and recognize it as a spider nest. Noticing a burned hole in the webbing, they deduce Xia Yan entered and is fighting inside. They consider going in after him, eager for profit and revenge. As they approach, they warn each other about spiders and prepare to engage. A spider lunges at them, forcing an immediate defensive reaction. One man activates an ability called Eagle Eye, aiming to track and target the threat precisely. A spider fires a hypnotic-looking beam or effect from its body, threatening to disable them. The green-haired leader smashes the spider with a powerful strike, knocking it away from the jeep. He grimaces in disgust at the creatures and the mess they leave behind. He realizes the spider's fluids contain trace crystal core energy, implying even these monsters can be exploited. He argues that even minimal traces are pure energy, and justifies hunting and absorbing more like zombie cores. Above the jeep, another spider bursts apart as the web structure shakes from ongoing combat. Xia Yan leaps in with blazing power, closing on the giant spider's face for a decisive strike. The armed group recognizes Xia Yan and concludes killing the giant spider will yield huge benefits, confirming he came here for that prize. Xia Yan's group decides to let someone else keep the giant spider busy while they secretly hunt the smaller spiders to absorb energy and grow stronger. They commit to opportunistically farming the swarm so that when the man and the mother spider weaken each other, they can finish the survivor with boosted abilities. One of the men, bloody but eager, embraces the plan to exploit the chaos rather than fight fairly. Above the ruined city, the enormous red mother spider looms over a web-choked battlefield. A lone fighter faces a flood of small red spiders pouring down as the mother spider bears down from above. Xia Yan ignites his power into a flaming scythe-like arc, preparing to carve through the swarm. His sweeping flames tear through clusters of small spiders, forcing the mother spider to watch its brood burn. He charges straight at the mother spider through an explosion of fire and gore, refusing to be pinned down. A massive blast of force and flame opens space around him, scattering the swarm. He continues spinning fiery arcs midair, shredding spiders and keeping the area clear. Landing hard, he orders his fire scythe to clear the area completely so he can control the fight. With relentless swings, he incinerates more spiders, creating a temporary safe zone amid the falling swarm. The mother spider screams in pain as Xia Yan's attacks cut and burn it, enraging the monster. Xia Yan taunts the spider, calling out its attempt to wear him down with small spiders. He challenges it to a race, vowing to kill the small spiders faster than it can produce or command them. From above, Xia Yan's fiery weapon is spotted, and someone recognizes him by name, shocked he is here. Meanwhile, Song Shijun's trio attacks a smaller spider, harvesting it while staying out of Xia Yan's main battle. They keep hunting the small spiders nearby, treating the creatures as fuel rather than threats. Song Shijun absorbs the spider's energy, splattered with greenish fluid, and grows more confident. Drunk on the power boost, Song Shijun laughs that he has become stronger again as he consumes more. He continues feeding, savoring the disgusting method because it delivers immediate strength. Xia Yan realizes Song Shijun has also become a skill user again, recalling how dangerous he was even in a past life. Song Shijun's follower reports their new strength and urges continued hunting, while Song Shijun fantasizes about humiliating Xia Yan. Song Shijun admits the low-grade energy is addictive and revels in the sensation of becoming stronger. Xia Yan, disgusted, notes they even eat spiders, and the trio is stunned that he has appeared above them. One of the men panics that if Xia Yan is here, the terrifying big monster must be nearby too. Xia Yan notices the mother spider's attention shifting and suspects it is reacting to Song Shijun's group. He mockingly tells them to keep eating spiders since it has clearly angered the mother spider, and says they owe it an apology. Song Shijun's trio turns as the ground trembles, sensing something massive approaching through dust and webbing. The mother spider descends toward them, its huge body filling their view as it closes in. The three look up in horror, clutching their stolen prey as the mother spider's shadow swallows them. The mother spider orders its brood to tear them apart, and the swarm surges toward the trio. Song Shijun tries to drive the spiders back and yells for his men to get out, but the pressure mounts. From a higher perch, Xia Yan remarks that Song Shijun is good at provoking hatred and attracting attacks. Song Shijun, furious, declares he is already a skill user and vows to kill Xia Yan. Xia Yan sounds amused and says he has something important to tell Song Shijun. The mother spider lunges at Xia Yan, but he stands calmly, unfazed by its massive jaws. Song Shijun sees Xia Yan fly off to handle the mother spider first, leaving them to deal with the swarm for the moment. Song Shijun bristles, refusing to be looked down on, his pride overriding caution. One follower warns they are running out of bullets and suggests retreat, but Song Shijun's obsession intensifies. Song Shijun refuses to retreat and orders them to kill Xia Yan, shocking even his own subordinate. His aura turns sinister as he snaps at his men, his eyes glowing with a warped hunger for power. He hunches forward, clutching himself as the transformation begins to take hold under the strain of overabsorption. He crushes another spider core in his hands, forcing more energy into himself despite the risk. Green fluid splashes as he devours again, pushing his body beyond safe limits. He cackles that he has become stronger again, fully addicted to the surge. When his follower tries to speak, Song Shijun silences him and claims all spiders are his food as he vows to trample Xia Yan. Song Shijun keeps smashing spiders while his subordinate watches uneasily, realizing their leader is losing control. He boasts that his power keeps growing and threatens consequences if anyone suggests retreat or interferes with his ascent. His follower submits and promises to hunt more spiders for him, enabling Song Shijun's reckless binge. Back at the main fight, Xia Yan slams a flaming strike into the mother spider's face, testing its defenses. He notes the spider's shell is tough, implying brute force alone may not be enough. The mother spider hisses as Xia Yan approaches, and he senses it is about to change tactics. The mother spider spreads thick webbing across the airspace, trying to trap Xia Yan in a net. Xia Yan is yanked upward as the web tightens, the spider attempting to immobilize him from above. The web forms a towering cone around him, sealing him inside a sticky cage. Suspended within the web, Xia Yan steadies himself, preparing to break free rather than panic. The web constricts and layers over him, binding his movement and threatening to suffocate his momentum. The mother spider charges toward the trapped Xia Yan, confident it has secured its prey. It closes in with a predatory grin, ready to bite through the webbed cocoon and finish him. The spider savors the moment, believing Xia Yan has fallen into a fatal trap. Xia Yan smirks and taunts it for coming so close, inviting it to test him. The mother spider hesitates, confused by his calmness and the shift in pressure. Xia Yan unleashes a fiery break that detonates through the web, ripping the trap apart in a vertical blast. The mother spider recoils in alarm as its web prison is destroyed by overwhelming heat and force. Flames spiral outward, consuming the remaining strands and scattering debris across the sky. The burning shockwave rises past the tall tower, signaling the fight scale to the whole area. Xia Yan declares that hell is unavoidable for those who step into it, framing the spider's fate as sealed. The firestorm dissipates into smoke and embers, leaving a scorched void where the web once was. Xia Yan senses something odd, noticing the spider's spiritual power feels wrong or absent. A blue, ghost-like presence claims Xia Yan has fallen into its trap, revealing a hidden threat. A warning comes from behind Xia Yan as the unseen attacker moves in for a strike. Xia Yan catches the blue entity with his bare hand and begins crushing it, shocking it with his strength. The entity struggles in his grip as its form distorts under pressure. With a final squeeze, Xia Yan shatters the attacker's body, stopping it from escaping to report. Blue fragments splash away as Xia Yan's flames flare, and he remains composed after the ambush. He confirms he has reached the 4th stage of energy, marking a major power increase. A strange vision-like effect spreads, and Xia Yan senses a new ability awakening within his enhanced state. The ability is named Penetrating Fire Vision, implying a perception skill tied to his flame energy. The new vision burns his senses as it activates, and Xia Yan reacts to the intense heat of the perception shift. His eye focuses sharply, realizing the ability is revealing hidden energy patterns. He identifies himself as a red lotus flame at the center of the map-like view and locates targets at a distance. From above, he sees multiple blue energy sources and confirms a spiritual beast has fallen somewhere nearby. Xia Yan concludes his new ability lets him directly observe intense energy sources and track powerful beings. He recognizes that penetrating fire vision is extremely practical and immediately useful in this chaos. He notices injured civilians nearby, reminding him the battlefield still contains vulnerable survivors. He spots a silver-haired woman and realizes she may be Xiuyun's teacher, raising suspicion about her presence. He wonders if her ability is invisibility, implying she may be hiding her true movements or identity. Sensing danger above, Xia Yan snaps his attention upward as something approaches fast. Song Shijun reappears, roaring triumphantly while holding a huge spider body aloft, showing off his gains. He rants about death for everyone, celebrating his brutality as proof of his new strength. Blue energy crackles around him as he claims he has reached the second stage of energy and revels in it. In a delusional inner vision, he sees power as a 9th-stage celestial gift and believes he is destined for ascension. He declares that after the 9th stage he will become a god, convinced he has stepped onto a divine path. He squares off with Xia Yan in the ruined street, ready to prove his superiority. Song Shijun charges, calling Xia Yan's name as he launches an attack with full momentum. He screams that Xia Yan has always been inferior and insists this time will be no different. Boasting about his second-stage power, he demands to know how Xia Yan can possibly face him. He orders Xia Yan to kneel and lick his feet, trying to dominate through humiliation. Xia Yan's counter lands cleanly, smashing into Song Shijun's face and cutting through his arrogance. Song Shijun is sent flying and tumbles violently across the ground, blood spraying as his attack collapses. He continues to skid and roll, the distance emphasizing how completely Xia Yan overpowered him. Dazed and bleeding, Song Shijun struggles up while Xia Yan approaches calmly from behind. Song Shijun cannot accept defeat despite being in the second stage, his confidence cracking into panic. Xia Yan tells him to guess why he lost, then coldly credits Song Shijun's family money for enabling Xia Yan's rapid improvement. Song Shijun lies amid shattered spider remains, insisting it cannot be true while still clinging to the idea of getting stronger. He forces himself up and vows to become stronger and kill Xia Yan, refusing to surrender. Xia Yan smiles slightly, signaling he has been in control of the situation all along. He calls Song Shijun out for acting unlike his normally cautious self, questioning his sudden desperation. Xia Yan explains that in the past Song Shijun would have tested mutated cores for side effects, but this time he ignored everything just to kill him. Song Shijun denies any side effects and accuses Xia Yan of lying to stop him. He raves about being chosen on a divine path and insists he must become stronger, spiraling deeper into delusion. Xia Yan challenges the idea of a divine path and tells Song Shijun to look closer at what is happening to him. Song Shijun pauses, confused, as his perception shifts and something ominous begins to surface. He sees a beautiful golden tree-like vision and mistakes it for proof of true ascension, reassuring himself Xia Yan is only trying to confuse him. Song Shijun declares Xia Yan finished and claims he is stronger now, even as a dark aura coils around him. He laughs manically, the sound of triumph turning into something unstable and inhuman. His laughter falters as he senses something wrong in his own body, the transformation accelerating. A nightmare vision surrounds him with red-eyed shadows, hinting he is being dragged toward monstrosity. The shadows whisper for him to get down and merge with them, revealing the true nature of his so-called path. Terrified, Song Shijun screams for help as the corruption overwhelms his will. He panics and demands to know what is happening, realizing he is losing control of himself. Xia Yan bluntly names it zombification, asking if Song Shijun noticed the pattern after killing and absorbing so many zombies. Song Shijun, horrified, keeps asking why this is happening to him despite being a skill user. Xia Yan explains he absorbed too much zombie and mutant energy, and cannot digest it, noting that overabsorption can turn skill users into zombies though a solution exists. Song Shijun begs for help and demands the solution, desperation replacing his earlier arrogance. Xia Yan reveals the solution is spiritual cleansing pills. Song Shijun freezes, stunned by the name, and what it implies about Xia Yan's resources. Xia Yan explains that slow, moderate absorption could have controlled toxicity, and that 1 or 2 cleansing pills could suppress the crisis and allow safe advancement with training. Song Shijun weakly repeats his plea for help, clinging to the hope of being saved. He grovels and offers anything, even slavery, admitting he was wrong if Xia Yan will save him. Xia Yan coldly calls him Shijun and questions this betrayal, reminding him they were supposed to be iron brothers. Song Shijun stares up, trembling, realizing Xia Yan is not moved by his begging. Xia Yan strikes him down again, cutting off any illusion that pleading will change the outcome. As Song Shijun reels, Xia Yan states it is better that he dies soon, framing it as a deserved end. Xia Yan's expression hardens into contempt, signaling judgment rather than mercy. He lists Song Shijun's crimes, including targeting his sister and repaying a second chance with ingratitude and self-destruction. Xia Yan declares that not even gods can save Song Shijun now, leaving him to face the consequences alone. Song Shijun fixates on the cleansing pills, realizing they were his only escape and that Xia Yan controls them. Xia Yan holds up a box of pills and challenges Song Shijun's belief that a small amount could save him. Song Shijun screams that one box cannot be enough, panic surging as his body continues to fail. He stares in shock, unable to process the scale of what Xia Yan is about to reveal. Xia Yan reveals he has at least a ton of spiritual cleansing pills and notes that if Song Shijun's family had them, their skill users could advance without problems. Song Shijun breaks down crying as Xia Yan says he would have shared everything with a true brother, but it is too late. Xia Yan turns away and declares this is the destiny Song Shijun deserves, refusing to offer salvation. Song Shijun lunges in a final feral rage, already slipping towards zombified madness. Xia Yan calmly pivots and delivers a decisive kick, ending the last attempt at resistance. Blood bursts from Song Shijun's mouth as the blow lands, his body failing under the punishment. A silver-haired woman suddenly drops in with a heavy weapon raised, startling Xia Yan as she targets the fallen man. She braces herself and swings down with full force, committing to a finishing strike as the confrontation shifts to her intervention. A dark-haired survivor confronts Xia Yan's sister, admitting he overheard everything and praising her nerve for stopping their former friend from killing her. He thanks her for earlier advice about spiritual cleansing pills, while she trembles with a pole in hand, unsure what to do next. She tightens her grip on the pole, bracing herself to finish the threat. With a decisive strike, she drives the pole down, splattering blood and ending the fallen zombie. She explains she acted because stronger zombies might drop energy crystals, and she wants to secure one. She probes the corpse with the pole, searching for the crystal and spotting something glowing. She kneels and retrieves the energy crystal, relieved to confirm the rumor was true. She identifies the dead man as Song Shijun, a level 2 skill user turned zombie, and notes the crystal proves it. The dark-haired man calmly tells her to keep the crystal for herself. Shaken but grateful, she accepts, wiping blood from her face as she steadies her resolve. She experiments with absorbing the crystal's power, watching energy seep into her body. The absorption restores and boosts her energy, but she warns herself not to exceed her limits or risk becoming a monster. The man analyzes her ability as disappearance rather than true invisibility, and urges her to do whatever it takes to survive. She recognizes him as Xiao Yun's brother Xia Yan and proposes a deal, catching him off guard. She confirms he's hunting the powerful spider-like monster and tries to align her offer with his goal. Xia Yan explains such monsters will become common and that hunting them is necessary to strengthen abilities. He compliments her observation but reminds her she can't kill every monster alone, testing her motives. She insists she can help him, volunteering herself as support rather than a burden. Xia Yan reacts in disbelief that she's offering to help kill monsters. She lays out her usefulness, gathering information, scouting resources, acting as bait if needed, and begs for a chance to prove her worth. Xia Yan presses her to state what she truly wants from this partnership. She answers plainly that she wants to become stronger and survive the apocalypse. Nervous about overstepping, she starts to backtrack in case her request makes him uncomfortable. Xia Yan sets terms. She must go to Chunhua Hospital, kill the monster hiding there, and bring him the loot as a test. She accepts immediately, determined to leave at once and prove she can handle the danger. Xia Yan warns the hospital monster is as strong as the terrifying spider they faced, raising the stakes. She refuses to be intimidated, reasoning that if she can't do this, she won't last long anyway. They part across a ruined street stained with gore, the city's devastation underscoring the urgency. Xia Yan acknowledges her determination and signals her to move out. A green aura flares around her as she prepares to use her disappearance ability to travel safely. Xia Yan activates his own skill, penetrating fire, confident he can control the situation if she succeeds. Watching her depart, he decides he wouldn't mind having another partner in this new world. He shifts into action mode, deciding to deal with 2 urgent threats next. Elsewhere, chaos erupts indoors as objects scatter, hinting at panic and violence spreading. A green-haired patriarch collapses in grief and rage, gasping out his dead son Shijun's name. His men report Xia Yan was too strong and exploited Shijun's weakened state, then add they've located Xia Yan's sister. The patriarch snaps to attention, demanding confirmation of what he just heard. He vows to kill Xia Yan's sister in revenge and to seize the spiritual cleansing pills she likely carries. He mobilizes a large armed force, ordering them to capture the girl and steal her pills. Confident Xia Yan can't be in 2 places at once, they plan to strike his sister while he's away in the city. Vehicles surge forward in formation, the raiding party racing toward their target. At home, Xiao Yun watches alarming news of attacks and an epidemic, advice to stay indoors, pills touted as relief, and special forces deployed as society collapses. Under a blood-red moon, Xiao Yun senses the world has turned into something terrifying and unreal. A violent storm breaks with lightning, amplifying the apocalyptic atmosphere outside. Curled up in fear, Xiao Yun worries whether her brother will survive out there. A talking tortoise reassures her that her brother is hard to harm now and asks which ability she wants to learn from its 3 talismans. Golden talisman light fills the room as the tortoise explains these inheritances are what people now call abilities. Xiao Yun focuses, weighing the choice with anxious determination. After careful thought, she prepares to commit to the path that best helps her brother. She chooses the art of Qigong, a healing-focused inheritance, as the talisman's power manifests around her. The tortoise praises her compassionate decision, recognizing her as a kind-hearted medic. The talisman's energy surges, beginning the transfer of knowledge into her. Xiao Yun steels herself to begin, told to calm her mind and accept what comes. She cries out as the influx hits, struggling through the pain of awakening. The tortoise warns her to absorb the knowledge gradually as she grows, and she agrees to proceed carefully. It recounts how the Qihong talisman was left by a great being for someone with affinity, implying Xiao Yun is the intended successor. As Xiao Yun meditates in a ring of energy, the tortoise admits it never learned this art, and can't predict how much she'll absorb at first. Sensing danger, the tortoise notices someone approaching the house. Outside in the rain, hostile figures gather near the property, closing in under cover of the storm. 3 elite ability users, Blade, Eagle Eye, and Wild Lightning, step forward as the spearhead of the assault. They order their troops to attack head-on, confident their numbers will overwhelm the target. They boast that with 3 ability users, capturing a lone girl will be effortless. The Patriarch's hatred burns as he promises to tear Xia Yan apart for his son's death. The raiders begin breaching the entrance with brute force, charging the door. One attacker scoffs that the door won't withstand his rush and slams into it. The impact backfires, injuring the attacker and stunning the team with unexpected resistance. As one man writhes in pain, others scramble, realizing the entry isn't normal. 2 soldiers ram the door together, but it still refuses to budge. A sudden force blasts them away from the entrance, scattering them across the courtyard. On the ground, they panic that even their strength can't break what should be a simple door. Their leaders bark orders to keep pushing, refusing to accept failure. They switch tactics, ordering the team to break the windows if the door won't open. Gunfire erupts as they attempt to shatter the glass with rifles. A soldier realizes the windows won't break either, as if the building is reinforced beyond reason. Frustrated, they decide to use explosives, fearing the Patriarch's patience is running out. They complain the charges are overkill for a small building but prepare them anyway. Someone worries the blast could collapse the structure and kill the girl, but another insists the Song family doesn't care. They trigger the explosives, counting down and detonating at the entrance. The explosion is stopped cold by a green hexagonal barrier, leaving the attackers stunned. They stare in disbelief that the barrier isn't even scratched by the blast. Flames and smoke swirl around the intact shield as they struggle to understand what they're facing. They conclude it must be an ability-based defense protecting the building. Wild Lightning steps up, declaring they'll handle it themselves since brute force won't work. He launches an attack, hurling lightning into the barrier to break it open. The strike detonates against the shield in a violent burst, shaking the area. Wild Lightning pushes forward, eager to see what the master is hiding inside. He kicks at the entrance again, determined to force a reveal. He boasts that his lightning will expose any hidden evil spirit behind the defenses. His allies note his temper and claim Xia Yan's defenses won't leave even a trace of an opponent once he's done. Lightning arcs across the building's facade, intensifying the assault. They believe Wild Lightning's attack has succeeded and expect the barrier to fail. Instead, the entrance remains ominously unchanged, deepening their unease. The ability users sense something is wrong, realizing the situation isn't going as planned. They order guards to protect the Patriarch while they personally go inside to investigate. Blade and Eagle Eye advance toward the entrance, committing to a direct check. Inside the darkened building, they step into a shadowy space, wary of what's hidden. Eagle Eye activates thermal vision to locate any living presence. He spots a target upstairs and directs Blade toward it. Blade prepares to strike, confident the prey can't escape at this range. A small tortoise suddenly smacks into his face, interrupting the attack. Blade recoils, baffled by the talking turtle's sudden appearance. Annoyed at the delay, Blade curses his luck and looks for the person he came to kill. The tortoise corrects him indignantly, insisting it's not a vulgar sea turtle but a proper turtle. Both intruders freeze, stunned that the turtle is speaking and mocking their comparison. The tortoise unleashes power, summoning surging water and a green aura that overwhelms the space. A massive wave bursts outward, throwing the attackers into chaos. The flood sweeps soldiers and ability users alike, knocking them off their feet. Blade and Eagle Eye gape in shock as the tide crushes their momentum. Wild Lightning is slammed and dragged through the water, helpless against the torrent. The tortoise claims it's normally peaceful and doesn't want to hurt anyone, framing its restraint as mercy. One attacker screams for the troops to kill the turtle, escalating the conflict. Soldiers open fire in a barrage, trying to gun the creature down. Bullets streak toward the tortoise, but the assault fails to stop it. The tortoise begins to retract its mercy, signaling a change in tone. It declares it won't forgive those who insult it by calling it a sea turtle, turning petty offense into lethal intent. The battlefield becomes a storm of falling bodies and chaos as its power continues to ravage the attackers. Blade tries to fight through the onslaught, slashing and lunging amid the barrage and debris. He curses as the turtle's defenses and water pressure disrupt his attacks. A green barrier flares again, deflecting another attempt to break through. Eagle Eye fires a blue energy shot, trying to pierce the turtle's protection from range. Blade follows with a sweeping strike, combining attacks to crack the defense. The tortoise grimaces, finally feeling pressure from their coordinated assault. The two ability users celebrate, believing their combined strike worked. The tortoise coolly tells them to move on, implying it's still in control. Blade and Eagle Eye stare upward in alarm, realizing something far worse is about to happen. A gigantic turtle form rises before them, questioning why they keep insisting on provoking it. The green hex barrier fractures and shatters outward, releasing the full scale of the creature's power. The enormous turtle's presence dominates the courtyard as glowing fragments rain down around it. The intruders panic, asking in horror if the monster is truly that huge. Energy flares above the turtle as it gathers power, preparing a decisive punishment. A massive green sphere of force swells around its shell, compressing like a crushing dome. The giant turtle surges forward through water, scattering soldiers as it bears down on them. It politely invites them to stay as guests, the courtesy sounding like a death sentence. Blade and Eagle Eye scream for each other to run, suddenly desperate to escape alive. The turtle's power slams down again, water and force converging into a catastrophic strike. The giant turtle roars, towering over the courtyard as the flood churns violently. One of the ability users is hurled and begs the Great Elder for mercy mid-flight. They sputter and choke in the water, struggling to survive the overwhelming current. The turtle claims it doesn't hold grudges, even as bodies and blood stain the flooded ground. It explains that being called a turtle never bothered it, reframing the earlier outrage as misdirection. It admits it never considered the insult important, implying the real reason for its wrath lies elsewhere. The turtle reveals its true line: anyone who tries to hurt its master is unforgivable. Eagle Eye looks up in terror, realizing they attack someone protected by a terrifying guardian. The turtle's crushing foot comes down, splattering blood and ending another attacker. With a weary sigh, the turtle notes the true culprit is among the intruders, suggesting someone else is the real target. It scans the wrecked vehicles and scattered ammunition, searching for the hidden threat in the aftermath. Sensing movement, it wonders if the culprit has already slipped inside the building. Upstairs, Xia Yan's sister appears at a window, alarmed by the chaos and the lightning outside. A suited man with a gun confronts her as she tries to flee through the window, revealing the infiltrator has reached her. The patriarch's face twists into a manic grin, savoring the moment as his revenge closes in. A grieving, furious man accuses Xia Yan of murdering his only son and vows revenge. Inside a room, a suited attacker stalks toward a schoolgirl by the window with a gun in hand. He fires at her with murderous intent, convinced she should pay with her life. The girl whirls in shock as the shot comes at her. The bullet ricochets away, failing to hit its target. A glowing green hexagonal barrier blossoms around the girl, stopping the gunfire. The gunman freezes in disbelief at the unexpected defense. Outside, a giant turtle guardian reassures itself it must keep Xiaoyun safe as entrusted by its master. The turtle reflects that the apocalypse demands Xiaoyun endure trials and grow stronger. Watching the protected girl through the window, the turtle hopes this attacker will serve as her whetstone because time is short. Inside the barrier, the girl steels herself while the attacker curses and tries to figure out how to break through. He unloads more shots in a rage, screaming for her to die as the barrier keeps holding. The impacts rattle the shield and jolt the girl, but she remains alive behind it. The attacker snarls contempt, treating her as beneath him and unworthy to resist. As casings fall, he rants that commoners exist to be exploited by the rich for profit. He escalates to a cruel fantasy of enslaving her bloodline forever and demands to know why she won't die. The barrage continues, flashing against the green defense without breaking it. His pistol clicks through repeated firing as he keeps trying to force a kill. The girl grimaces, frightened but enduring the assault. He advances toward the barrier, as she begs him not to come closer. Dropping the gun, he draws a knife and raises it to stab through the shield. The blade strikes the barrier and spiderweb cracks begin to spread across it. He taunts her, eager to test how much the barrier can take as she recoils on the floor. Grinning wildly, he promises to keep cutting until it gives way. The barrier fractures further, shards of green light flaking off as the girl watches in dread. He exults that it's about to break while she braces for the worst. He vows to stab her repeatedly, then send proof of her death to Xia Yan to maximize the pain. Swinging the knife again, he revels in making her suffer, and in his own anger. He declares that after her, Xia Yan will be next, and keeps stabbing at the weakening shield. As fragments fly, he laughs that Xia Yan will soon join her in death. With a final crack, the barrier shatters completely. He mocks her for freezing in fear and moves in to finish her now that the defense is gone. The girl rises unsteadily, her posture shifting from terror toward resolve. He insists she has no right to decide his fate and boasts she can't kill him. She thinks of her brother and refuses to die, deciding she must act. Her eyes harden as she commits to stopping him. She declares she must kill him, and he laughs at the idea that she could take a human life. He lifts the knife high and lunges down for a killing blow. The blade drops toward her face as he dares her to try to kill him first. The knife punctures the window behind her, cracking the glass as the strike misses its mark. Outside under a blood-red moon, the turtle senses the ominous shift in the night. The turtle looks up at the shattered window, realizing something dangerous has changed. Through the broken glass, the attacker and girl face each other in a tense, decisive moment. He raises the knife again, calmly telling her to die as he prepares the final strike. She thrusts her hand into his chest with a glowing technique, revealing the Qi Huang art can kill as well as heal. She condemns him for targeting her brother and channels power through her fingers. With cold clarity, she says she cannot forgive him. A green energy needle shoots from her hand, piercing him. The man staggers back as the energy tears through his body. In panic, he wonders if he's dying before avenging his son and restoring his family's honor. He spirals into self-blame for ruining the Song family and failing his ancestors. Bleeding and enraged, he raves about hating Xia Yan and everyone, unable to accept his defeat. With his last strength, he tries to curse Xia Yan and the entire Song family with his blood and fortune. His hand spasms and the knife slips as his body fails. He collapses as blood splashes the shattered window, his death finally arriving. The room is drenched in red light and gore, as if the world itself responds to the killing. His eyes flare unnaturally as the curse takes hold beyond his death. A monstrous presence manifests. A towering demigod surrounded by many serpent heads rises from the blood-soaked void. The dying man looks up in terror and calls out to God. From the darkness, the demigod's attention locks onto the curse's source. The demigod offers a bargain: surrender everything and it might descend early for amusement. The man stares at his bloodied hands, realizing what he has summoned. Tears stream down his face as dread replaces his earlier triumph. In desperation, he slashes his own throat, choosing suicide over what's coming. The demigod dismisses him as a stupid insect, but still considers him a small appetizer. Even as he dies, the man's mouth twists into a final, hysterical laugh. His body is yanked away in a violent surge of blood-red force, leaving the girl behind. The girl shields herself as the crimson storm whips through the room. Outside, the turtle flinches as a massive red column erupts from the building. The red pillar shoots into the sky, signaling a catastrophe spreading beyond the room. A purple, clawed hand tears through the air above the city, widening the breach. A gaping purple maw opens in the sky as blood-like energy pours out, forming a portal. The demigod savors the delicious resentment it is feeding on as the rift stabilizes. The turtle recognizes the scale of the threat and realizes a demigod has appeared. The turtle's green hexagonal barrier expands outward, forming a vast protective dome. The dome spreads over the mansion grounds, enclosing the turtle and shielding the area. A giant serpent tail slams against the barrier from above, testing its strength. The turtle watches the tail strike and braces as the barrier holds for now. The serpent's massive body coils in the red sky, pressing closer. The demigod notices the turtle and mocks it as a find worth taking. The turtle trembles, realizing it is being targeted as a rich source of energy. Inside, the girl senses the demigod's hunger and understands she is also prey. The demigod laments 1,000 years of hunger and relishes the chance to feed at last. It names itself the Great Yamata no Orochi and declares the feast has begun. Far away, the city skyline sits under a bruised, apocalyptic sky as the crisis spreads. A young man lands hard, his foot flaring with purple-tainted energy as he arrives to intervene. He finishes off a grotesque monster with a flaming strike, dropping it in the forested outskirts. Calmly assessing, he notes that as his power grows, killing lesser creatures becomes easier. The dead monster's purple fluids ooze and twitch, still corrupting the ground. He watches the spreading corruption and senses something more dangerous behind it. The purple sludge snakes away like a living trail, heading toward other life. The corruption crawls up a tree and stains the landscape as it advances. Dead fish float in dark water, showing how the taint kills and consumes ecosystems. The young man grimly recognizes these monsters devour life whether alive or dead. He concludes that if this continues, no fertile land will remain in the world. The corruption continues to creep across the grass, spreading like a plague. He gathers his flames and launches himself forward, deciding to hunt the source. Surrounded by fire, he sets his sights on the next monster and moves without hesitation. He spots the next threat in the distance and redirects toward the city. He lands on a rooftop, flames trailing from his weapon as he closes in. He dashes across the roofline, moving fast toward the disturbance. He activates an absorption ability mid-run, drawing in energy as he advances. He pauses in a crouch, scanning the skyline for the source of the chaos. He sees a colossal tree with a human face, surrounded by crowds, and senses something unnatural. He narrows his eyes, realizing this is no ordinary phenomenon. Below, survivors gather at the base of the human-faced tree while zombies howl nearby. A group of civilians stands tense, armed with makeshift weapons, unsure what they're seeing. A horde of zombies surges forward screaming, but hesitates as it nears the tree's boundary. People fight and flee in panic, calling for family and help as the undead press in. The young man arrives among the chaos as survivors rush toward the tree for safety. Someone urges everyone to enter quickly, noticing the zombies won't approach the tree's base. The zombies abruptly stop at an invisible line, as if repelled by the tree's presence. The young man watches the stalled horde and wonders why they aren't coming closer. He studies the tree and the crowd, sensing something off about this refuge. He notices many people already under the tree, but their expressions seem strangely unified. Others relax, relieved the zombies won't approach, while he questions what they're doing. A suited man begins clapping loudly, drawing attention and asserting control. The clapping man tells everyone to rest, acting like a leader addressing a gathered flock. Exhausted defenders admit they're tired but proud they saved more people by getting them here. The suited man warns that if they want to survive, they must listen carefully to him. The young man recognizes him as Supervisor Chin from his old company and grows wary. Chin declares the world has ended and insists everyone has seen how bad it is outside. He points to zombies, monsters, and death everywhere, emphasizing that everything has changed. Civilians mourn lost loved ones and ask desperately what they should do next. Chin soothes them, insisting that for now they are safe under this tree. The crowd celebrates being alive, convinced the tree's protection keeps zombies away. Chen's allies loom nearby as he hints that survival here comes with a cost. He states plainly that living now requires paying a price. Alarmed, people demand to know what price he means. Chen explains the protector is the human faces tree, a demigod that feeds on offerings and devotion while choosing to save civilians. He says staying under its protection requires tributes, shifting the crowd from relief to dread. Some interpret it as a true god and feel lucky, ready to comply without thinking. The young man asks what tribute they should offer, noting they have no ritual items or offerings. Chen addresses Xia Yan by name, implying he knows him and has been waiting for him. With a smug smile, Chen claims the solution is simple. He proposes sacrificing one person every 2 hours to the human faces tree, calling it a fair trade versus everyone dying. The crowd recoils in horror, realizing the tree would be eating people. Chen feigns uncertainty about whether it eats people, but pushes the plan anyway. He argues the zombies are clearly waiting outside for their own feast, pressuring them with fear. Chen insists the human faces tree is merciful and has come to grant blessings, reframing sacrifice as salvation. A mother clutching her child repeats the word blessings in confusion and fear. Chen asks them to imagine the future, steering the crowd toward his conclusion. He paints a bleak picture of uncontrolled monsters, collapsing civilization, and scarce resources, warning hunger is coming. He warns that without water and food, surrounded by endless zombies, they will soon face impossible choices. He claims starvation and thirst will be their only fate if they refuse his plan. Chen declares the tree saved them and will reward tributes with food in return. He reveals a ginseng fruit as proof of the tree's reward. The crowd stares up in awe, hope rekindling as they see tangible food. More survivors smile with relief, tempted to accept any bargain that promises survival. Chen announces the exchange rate. Each sacrificed person yields 3 fruits, and 1 fruit can keep someone alive for a week. A smug man claims the sacred tree's fruit grants extraordinary powers and boasts that eating one made him the tree's chosen representative. He argues that sacrificing 1 person can save 3 and calls the human faces tree a merciful blessing in a ruined world. Some survivors echo his propaganda, insisting the fruit is a blessing as fear drives them to agree. Desperate people beg the suited supervisor for a fruit, offering anything to survive. Panic spreads as more survivors claw forward, demanding the fruit for themselves. The crowd reaches toward the fruit like it is salvation, convinced it will save them. A mother holding a child voices the question everyone fears: who will be sacrificed? The supervisor sets a rule that those who fought zombies cannot be sacrificed, framing it as fairness. Arguments erupt over who should die first, with some pushing to start with newcomers while others protest. The group fractures into shouting factions as the supervisors talk of priority, and rules inflames tensions. The supervisor regains the floor, insisting everyone listen because the fruit is a sacred gift under his authority. He declares they will begin by sacrificing sinners and smugly claims that makes the process fair. A small group of tougher survivors and a schoolgirl watch warily as the supervisor prepares to judge guilt. Fighters and civilians alike tense up, realizing the supervisor's judgment will decide who lives and dies. The supervisor announces he alone will decide who is guilty, and the crowd braces for arbitrary condemnation. He savors the power, promising to choose slowly and carefully while enjoying their helplessness. Some survivors quickly endorse his plan, eager to label other sinners to protect themselves. Others fall in line too, declaring that whatever the supervisor says must be right. A young man raises a hand to challenge the supervisor, forcing an uncomfortable pause. He asks the crucial question of how the 3 fruits will be divided after the sacrifice. Nearby fighters acknowledge the obvious problem. There are only 3 fruits for dozens of people. The crowd voices growing suspicion and anxiety, demanding to know how the fruits will be allocated. Cornered, the supervisor asserts that those who contribute most will get priority. The challenger mocks the idea of measuring contribution, implying it will become a corrupt loyalty scorecard. The supervisor snaps at the disrespect, furious at being questioned. A monstrous presence looms as the supervisor insists his words carry the sacred tree's will. He rages that no one has the right to contradict him, escalating toward violence. A bat-wielding thug threatens the challenger, demanding respect for the tree's representative. The challenger exposes the supervisor's past abuses at work and condemns him for turning human lives into metrics. With a cold smile, the challenger asks the supervisor whether he has any shame left. The supervisor explodes, blaming the challenger for workplace problems and treating exploitation as normal. He orders the crowd to seize the challenger and sacrifice him to the human faces tree. The challenger stands firm as allies behind him hesitate, sensing the mob turning. The mob roars for sacrifice, claiming they will all die without the fruit and blaming the challenger for endangering them. The challenger fixates on the term ginseng fruit, sensing something is wrong with the story. A grim revelation spreads that the so-called ginseng fruit is demonic, formed from the blood, flesh, and souls of sacrifices and turning eaters into the tree's puppets. Chaos erupts as people deny the truth and demand the supervisor explain, still clinging to hope. The challenger points out the supervisor's corrupted right hand and demands he show it to everyone. The crowd notices the abnormal hand and begins to believe the warning that eating the fruit creates puppet monsters. The supervisor laughs it off, arguing that even as puppets they would still be alive. He displays his twisted hand as proof of his bond and insists survival is all that matters now. Empowered by the tree, he boasts of protection and treats morality as irrelevant compared to living. He orders the fighters to kill the challenger, and their hesitation shows the mob's fear is winning. The supervisor threatens that zombies surround them and disobedience will doom everyone. He offers a bribe that whoever kills the challenger will receive a ginseng fruit. The promise lands like a trigger, sharpening the crowd's greed and intent. Attackers surge forward, convinced sacrificing the challenger is their only chance to live and claim the fruit. The supervisor taunts the challenger by name, Xia Yan, and revels in humiliating him as disposable. Xia Yan calmly declares the supervisor's journey is over, signaling he is done being prey. A sudden fiery blast erupts, hurling the supervisor away as Xia Yan's power ignites. The supervisor reels in shock as flames surge, realizing Xia Yan is far stronger than expected. Xia Yan drives the attack through the firestorm, overwhelming the supervisor's defenses. He lands a decisive flaming strike that sends the supervisor flying. The supervisor screams in disbelief, unable to accept he is being beaten. Flames engulf the supervisor's face as he burns, his arrogance collapsing into panic. Xia Yan watches coldly, unimpressed, as the supervisor's power fails him. The burning supervisor is blasted back again, thrown like a ragdoll by Xia Yan's flames. The human face's tree reacts to the violence, its massive face stirring as the impact reaches it. The tree's expression shifts, awakening with predatory attention. Xia Yan faces the towering tree as it fully rouses, the true threat now revealed. He steadies himself, eyes hard, preparing to fight the tree directly. The tree's purple eyes glow as it gathers power and begins to move against him. A voice calls Xia Yan's name as the tree's roots and misty force spread across the ground. The tree claims it cannot be killed, hinting at a hidden core or immortality. Xia Yan registers the claim with a sharp, skeptical focus. The tree reiterates its certainty, looming over him with a cruel grin. A monstrous avatar declares itself the representative of the human face's tree, coexisting with it as one entity. It boasts it can live forever while humans cannot, framing them as inferior and temporary. The creature calls humans nothing but fertilizer, revealing its contempt and hunger. Xia Yan flicks a small spark, readying another attack as the monster dives. He slips under the lunging beast, staying composed as it crashes past him. A towering column of fire erupts, blasting upward with devastating force. Xia Yan forms a flaming blade and warns the supervisor to fear fire in this dry world as the monster screams behind him. He insults the tree as more repulsive than other monsters, refusing to be intimidated. The tree salivates over humans as delicious prey, its hunger now openly voiced. Vines impale and hang survivors, and dying people blame Xia Yan for provoking the tree and ruining their chance to survive by sacrifice. Xia Yan turns away from their accusations, his resolve hardening rather than breaking. A bloodied victim hangs upside down, repeating a final curse for death. The tree savors the carnage, calling the victims delicious as it feeds. From afar, survivors recognize the tree is clearly a monster, while it complains about being insulted. A trapped woman pleads that even if it is a monster they cannot escape, trying to justify submission. Panic spreads as people realize they are boxed in by threats and cannot flee. The tree laughs and reaches with roots toward terrified schoolgirls, treating them as easy prey. Xia Yan launches into the air with a sweeping arc of flame to intercept the attack. He shouts for the girls to run, carving a fiery path through the tree's assault. Other survivors cry for help as a massive root sweeps toward them, threatening to crush the group. Xia Yan slashes through the incoming root with a blazing strike. He lands and whips his flames outward, forcing the tree's limbs back and buying space. With the immediate danger eased, survivors scramble to escape, while Xia Yan stays behind to hold the line. A woman ensnared by roots begs Xia Yan to cut the tree out of her body and save her. A wave of zombies closes in from the edges as survivors run, showing escape is still deadly. The trapped woman laughs hysterically, insisting no one can escape and only sacrifices can save them. An older man echoes the madness, urging everyone to die together as the horde advances. A schoolgirl is yanked toward danger as chaos and bloodshed erupt around the fleeing crowd. Xia Yan streaks through flames, cutting down threats with brutal speed to protect the escape route. The girls and nearby survivors scream as more people are caught and torn apart behind them. Xia Yan swings his flaming weapon in a wide, controlled arc, clearing enemies in one sweep. A massive fiery wave surges across the battlefield, incinerating the zombie line. He pauses mid-turn, sensing a new presence beyond the immediate fight. Xia Yan looks back with wary focus, realizing the situation has shifted again. He stands atop a fallen foe and commands the remaining threats to go away, projecting dominance. The human face's tree, looming over bodies and vines, acknowledges him with a grudging thanks that sounds like a threat. Survivors hanging in vines realize Xia Yan truly wiped out the zombies and regret not trusting him sooner. A dying victim bleeds out while asking why Xia Yan did not save them, their blame persisting to the end. The tree snarls that too much food escaped, furious that Xia Yan denied it prey. It lashes out with multiple vines to kill Xia Yan, trying to overwhelm him at once. Xia Yan stands surrounded by whipping vines, holding his flaming blade steady and unafraid. He grins with predatory confidence, promising to finish the tree first. The tree laughs and taunts him to come closer, as he charges with flames roaring. Bodies hang like trophies as Xia Yan's movement shakes the battlefield under the blood-red sky. A heavy impact and rain of debris follow as the clash intensifies and the ground trembles. The blood-red moon hangs overhead, amplifying the apocalyptic mood as the fight escalates. Inside a sphere of vines, Xia Yan unleashes a concentrated flaming strike against the tree's core defenses. He chains attacks in rapid succession, driving fire deeper into the vine enclosure. Green energy flares in response, and Xia Yan clicks his tongue as the tree resists and regenerates. He admits the tree is tough, recognizing brute force alone may not end it. The tree claims it cannot beat him directly but can wear him down over time. It taunts that as a human he will eventually run out of food and water, betting on exhaustion. Xia Yan produces a bottle of mineral water, undercutting the tree's endurance strategy. He drinks casually while the tree demands to know what he said, rattled by his confidence. A lavish feast appears, signaling Xia Yan has access to abundant supplies despite the apocalypse. Xia Yan eats happily, treating the battle like a break rather than a struggle. The tree's face tightens with anger as it realizes it cannot starve him out. Xia Yan calmly asks it to repeat itself while dining, and the tree sputters in frustration. He mocks the tree as an old hag and boasts his storage is bigger than the entire tree, proving he can outlast it. His companions appear. A huge bear-like ally and a fox-haired woman explain the tree's fast regeneration and the need for massive single-hit damage. The fox-haired woman gets distracted by food, asking to try a chicken thigh while staying cheerfully unbothered. The bear-like ally wonders what a black-tail tastes like, adding absurdity amid the crisis. Xia Yan promises whoever figures out how to beat the tree can have all the food on the table, motivating his allies. He considers options while the fox-haired woman leans close, ready to propose a solution. She suggests calling Thunder Master Lei Jinzi, claiming lightning could instantly destroy a tree like this. A chained, winged figure refuses help at first, dismissing the request with contempt. A bright signal flares as contact is made, forcing the reluctant thunder entity's attention. A turtle-like messenger spirit warns that Xiao Yun is in danger, making the situation urgent. Xia Yan jolts in alarm at the news, his focus snapping away from the tree. He surges into motion, eyes wide, realizing he must act immediately. From above, Xia Yan and his allies look down as the scene shifts, implying a rapid transition to the threatened location. The blood-red moon dominates the sky as ominous energy gathers, foreshadowing a greater summoned threat. A voice reveals Xia Yan is a demigod, reframing his power as something beyond ordinary survival. A dark serpent-like presence descends from the bleeding moon, signaling a catastrophic arrival. The enormous serpent crashes toward the city below, dwarfing cars and people with its scale. The turtle messenger reports Yamata no Orochi has been summoned with ill intent and begs Xia Yan to come because Xiao Yun is critical. The messenger cries out in panic, emphasizing the immediacy of the threat. The fox-haired woman turns serious, trying to brief Xia Yan as the crisis escalates. She is abruptly cut off as something disrupts them, leaving her momentarily speechless. Lei Jinzi appears chained and crackling with power, still resisting involvement despite the summons. Xia Yan strikes to force the issue, his flames flaring as he confronts the bound Thunder Master. He refuses to negotiate and directly calls the Thunder Master by name, asserting authority. Xia Yan declares himself the lord of the great mortal prison, claiming governance and the power of invocation. He adds that he also holds the right of execution, signaling he will compel obedience and punish resistance. In a hellish prison-like realm, a calm young man stands over a chained, defeated winged enforcer, signaling a power shift. The fallen enforcer struggles to rise, showing he is not finished despite being restrained and battered. Still on one knee, the captive braces himself against the ground and chain, fighting to keep control. The winged captive steels himself and declares that today is the decisive day. The young man accepts the stakes, admitting this confrontation could be the day he dies. A monstrous presence begs for mercy, revealing fear beneath its aggression. The winged enforcer appeals to the lord of the prison to issue a decree, trying to invoke higher authority. Outside, a blood-red moon dominates the sky, marking an ominous escalation in the world above. A massive wooden spirit-like entity appears in the city, musing that the great Yamata no Orochi has descended earlier than expected and that timing means little to an ancient survivor. The creature senses something off and pauses, wary of an unexpected variable. Lightning cracks into the wooden monster as it questions why it is being attacked. A thunder-charged winged warrior dives from above, unleashing a devastating strike that shakes the street. The winged warrior hovers amid electricity as the monster reels, and someone realizes they must stop and reassess. The monster's face contorts in shock as it recognizes the threat closing in. The young man coldly orders the monster's destruction, cutting through hesitation. The winged warrior turns toward the monster's core as it protests in disbelief at the sudden reversal. With wings spread, the warrior channels a concentrated lightning attack, committing to a finishing blow. The monster tries to halt the strike, but the lightning column slams down anyway. The wooden entity is left charred and collapsing, its power visibly broken by thunder. The young man tells his ally to move out, treating the victory as a step toward a larger objective. A streak of residual lightning cuts across the cityscape, showing the battle's reach and aftermath. The monsters remain smolder in the rain and smoke, reduced to inert wreckage. From above, the devastated scene reveals casualties scattered around the impact zone, underscoring the disaster's cost. A suited team led by a woman in red confirms the wooden spirit was completely annihilated, impressed and alarmed by the terrifying thunder power. An aide reports to the woman that there is new movement at Chunhua Hospital, shifting their priorities. The woman regrets losing the wooden spirit as a potential asset but decides to head to Chunhua Hospital anyway. She realizes someone exterminated the monster before she could, and her curiosity sharpens into suspicion. Wondering who could have done it, she scans the blood-red sky as if searching for the hidden player. Under the crimson moon and heavy rain, the story shifts to Jade City Zoo, hinting at another outbreak. Near the lion's area, the rain falls on a fenced enclosure where something has already gone wrong. A lion with glowing red eyes mauls prey, showing the animals have turned monstrous and bloodthirsty. The lion roars atop rocks amid gore, asserting dominance as the red moon intensifies the horror. A looming shadow approaches behind the lion, suggesting a stronger predator has arrived. The lion senses danger and stiffens as the towering figure closes in. In the newcomer's eye, the lion is reflected like a target, confirming it has been marked for elimination. The lion is suddenly isolated in a burst of force, as if pinned by an overwhelming presence. It snarls and bleeds, but its rage cannot mask fear as it realizes it is outmatched. The lion is violently struck and splattered with corrosive-looking fluid, signaling a brutal, unnatural kill. The toxic spray continues to arc through the rain, spreading contamination across the area. Snakes begin to appear amid the spreading poison, implying a coordinated, serpentine infestation. A purple miasma sweeps the zoo grounds, leaving dead animals and blood trails in its wake. Several snakes slither through pooled blood under the rain, multiplying as the poison lingers. More snakes gather near warning signs, showing the zoo has become a breeding ground for the threat. A pale, long-haired demon-like man moves through the purple haze, clearly orchestrating the chaos. He advances while a turtle-like guardian shelters itself in a green barrier as snakes press in from all sides. A snake with red eyes flicks its tongue, scouting for an opening to strike. A snake lunges toward the turtle's green shield, testing its defenses. The shield repels the attack with a burst, forcing the snake back. Multiple snakes assault the barrier at once, their coordinated impacts stressing the turtle's protection. Cracks spread across the turtle's shell-like defense, showing the sustained pressure is working. The turtle pants and realizes something is strange, shaken that it is being pushed this hard. Facing the turtle, the demon remarks that even in the underworld there remains someone difficult to defeat, hinting at a feared opponent. He taunts the turtle for abandoning its shell and cornering itself, claiming it has made itself an easy target. The turtle bleeds and admits it cannot appear incompetent, fearing punishment from its master if it fails. The demon mocks the sealed underworld and weakened cultivation, arguing that true gods and great monsters were long ago annihilated, so the turtle's master cannot be that strong. As snakes coil around, the demon claims Yamada no Orochi once served Susanoo, tying the current menace to Japanese myth. The turtle repeats the name Susanoo with reverence, as if calling for protection. The demon snarls that the name changes nothing, refusing to be intimidated by legend. The turtle insists Susanoo is beneath its master and warns the demon not to underestimate Yenshia, trying to reassert confidence. The turtle's green barrier collapses under a crushing surge, signaling its defense has been broken. The shattered shield scatters into fragments as the demon's pressure overwhelms the turtle's last protection. A heavy impact lands, cracking the ground as the turtle is slammed down. The turtle coughs blood and struggles to breathe, badly injured and near defeat. Inside a nearby building, a frightened schoolgirl is jolted by the shockwave and braces for falling debris. A close view of a terrified eye confirms she recognizes the attacker and knows the danger is real. The turtle identifies the intervening figure as Susanoo, shocked that a commander-ranked god would personally appear here. As the turtle is dragged through chaos, it recalls a legend so terrifying it keeps even the gods of the five paths awake. The demon reacts with sudden attention, realizing the turtle's words may point to something truly dangerous. The turtle unleashes a rain whirlpool pool, summoning a spiraling torrent and declaring Yenshia must not be underestimated. The water vortex surges through the structures, carving a path and forcing the enemy's forces to reposition. The turtle rides the swirling water upward, using the storm as mobility and cover. It dives and redirects the whirlpool, turning defense into a counterattack. Golden energy gathers as the turtle prepares a desperate, high-cost strike. The turtle detonates its power in a blinding burst, sacrificing itself to push the enemy back. The demon is thrown into motion, forced to respond as the blast disrupts his control. The explosion tears through the area, blasting debris and ripping open the battlefield. The shockwave expands across the zoo grounds, leaving a cratered, devastated landscape. The schoolgirl screams as the blast reaches her shelter, the danger now immediate to civilians. She looks back in panic, realizing something monstrous is closing in. A snake's gaping maw lunges toward her face, threatening to devour her in an instant. Elsewhere, the turtle and a snake crash amid rubble and blood, both battered by the violent exchange. The turtle, bleeding heavily, thinks it has finally reached the moment it was fighting for. A new impact shakes the ground near the turtle, signaling another force entering the fray. The turtle glimpses a many-headed serpent silhouette approaching and wonders what it is seeing. Yamata no Orochi reveals itself through multiple snake heads and challenges whether anyone dares hurt it. The turtle taunts the serpent's many heads and admits its final attack consumed its soul, regretting it could not sever more heads. Orochi roars at the weakened turtle, calling it a little demon of Yenshia and pressing the advantage. The serpent demands to know if the turtle still has the strength to stop it, trying to break its will. The turtle steadies itself and accepts the reality of its exhaustion, preparing for what comes next. High above, a winged figure silhouettes against the red moon, foreshadowing reinforcements. The turtle admits it has no strength left, but implies it has bought time for something decisive. The turtle announces that reinforcements have arrived, shifting hope back to the defenders. A thunder-charged winged general descends in a pillar of lightning, seizing control of the battlefield. Lightning erupts among Orochi's heads as the general's arrival disrupts the serpent's formation. The demon stares in disbelief at the thunder power, unable to accept how such strength is possible here. The demon recognizes the newcomer's status as general ranked, realizing this is far beyond a normal intervention. The winged general confronts the demon as a foreign invader from Japan and introduces himself as Lei Jinzi, reincarnation of the celestial thunderstar and disciple of Yusu's third generation. Lei Jinzi declares he will burn evil with thunder and purify Yenshia, framing the fight as righteous cleansing. He condenses a massive lightning sphere and commands the enemy to die, initiating an execution-level attack. The demon tries to interrupt with a last-second protest, sensing annihilation. Lei Jinzi drops a vertical lightning strike like a divine blade, aiming to erase the demon completely. The blast engulfs the demon in blinding light, suggesting total destruction. As the thunderstorm of energy expands, Lei Jinzi dismisses the foe as worthless foreign god trash. The young man warns Lei Jinzi there are still lives below and that the heat is building, urging restraint to avoid collateral damage. Lei Jinzi praises the old turtle's effort and orders it to enter the tower to recover, prioritizing survival and regrouping. In the great mortal prison context, a fox-like woman explains Orochi has 8 heads and 8 lives and warns it is not easy to kill, while the injured turtle complains in pain. Lei Jinzi and the young man exchange a tense look, silently aligning on the next move. A purple-black fog begins to swell again, signaling the enemy's countermeasure is activating. Lei Jinzi is drawn into a swirling vortex of poisonous miasma, the battlefield turning into a trap. Red eyes open within the darkness, revealing Orochi's presence hidden inside the storm. The vortex tightens around Lei Jinzi, surrounding him with hostile gazes and suffocating poison. 2 serpent heads dive toward Lei Jinzi, attempting to overwhelm him with coordinated strikes. Lei Jinzi shifts position, preparing to counter as the attack closes in. He launches upward to meet the descending heads, refusing to be pinned in the vortex. A massive serpent mouth opens to swallow him whole, trying to end the fight by devouring the general. Lei Jinzi scoffs at the attempt, challenging the serpent's audacity to devour him. He declares the serpent unworthy, gathering thunder again with contemptuous certainty. Lei Jinzi fires another explosive lightning burst at close range, aiming to obliterate a head. A serpent head roars in pain as the strike lands, but the enemy's poison and numbers persist. Lei Jinzi suddenly senses the miasma's effect and realizes the smoke is poison. He acknowledges the poison threat, recognizing the enemy's strategy is to weaken even him. The purple mist surges harder, pushing Lei Jinzi off balance and limiting his movement. Lei Jinzi is battered through the vortex, forced into a defensive posture as the trap tightens. He asks the lord of the prison what to do next, admitting the situation requires a different plan. The young man steps forward, signaling he will take over the decision-making. Orochi mocks the young man as an inferior human with shallow cultivation and laughs at him for daring compare himself to Susanoo, who once defeated Orochi. Unfazed, the young man notes Orochi is unconvinced and proposes settling it with a bet. Orochi derides the idea and questions whether a human is even worthy to gamble with it. The young man stakes the bet. If he and his comrades defeat Orochi, Orochi must acknowledge him as master just as it once did with Susanoo. Orochi erupts in laughter, enraged that a mere Yenshia human would claim to subdue the great Yamata no Orochi of Japan. The serpent promises unbearable torment without death, whipping the vortex into a torture storm as Lei Jinzi cries out under the pressure. The young man calmly accepts Orochi's silence as agreement, locking the bet in place. Orochi agrees only to prove Lei Jinzi is no match and vows the prey cannot escape. The young man smirks, noting the snakes have enough intelligence to take the bait. He explains Orochi's tactic of splitting into 5 with 4 heads as distraction, while the largest hides to charge its strongest attack. Pointing decisively, the young man orders the hidden main body to stop hiding. Orochi panics as the young man reveals the tail gave away the true position, shattering the deception. The young man tells Orochi not to look back because another comrade is right behind it, escalating the mind game into a trap. Orochi hesitates, startled by the claim and momentarily unsure of its surroundings. It convinces itself it was fooled, insisting the general's presence is coincidence, and that no human could see through its poisonous mist. Deciding to end it, Orochi commits to sending the young man to the other world immediately with a killing strike. A massive clawed hand suddenly grips a serpent head, greeting it like a toy and interrupting the attack. A hulking bear demon appears, asking for snake bile as a tonic on the lord of the prison's advice, turning the ambush into a harvest. Back in the city under the red moon, people flee through poison rain, shouting that zombies have overrun the streets. A mother clutches her daughter as the child's hand changes and both fear what is happening to them. The mother realizes the rain is poisoned and tries to comfort her terrified daughter as the transformation spreads. She prays desperately to heaven and ancestors to save them, holding her child close beneath the merciless red sky. The wider street shows scattered survivors running while others collapse, the city unraveling into panic and infection. The bear demon charges forward in the rain, ready to smash through Orochi's forces and claim its prize. In a comedic beat, the bear boasts about its flashy techniques while pummeling snake heads, signaling the tide turning through absurdly confident brute force. The enemy serpents panic as they realize Yanxia's human is backed by multiple near-general rank beings, including a general rank bear and an old turtle on the verge of promotion. Surrounded by hostile snake heads, the young man stands his ground as they demand to know who he is. He answers with smug confidence, inviting them to figure it out for themselves. One snakehead decides Yanxia is hiding a major secret and resolves to report it immediately, even if it must first eliminate obstacles. A violent surge of power erupts as the battle escalates into a storm of purple energy and lightning. A red-haired, winged warrior dives in, unleashing a named thunder and wind drill attack with clear irritation. The winged fighter spears through the serpent's formation, forcing their massive bodies to recoil under the strike. Lightning rips across the snake's body as it convulses from the impact. Explosions flare on a distant ridge while the serpent rages at being bitten back and taunts its opponent to keep trying. The ground below is torn into a crater as the clash churns smoke and debris into a spiraling vortex. A pale, fanged serpent man with long purple hair emerges, predatory and composed despite the chaos. He notes his injuries but prioritizes relaying intelligence, implying the fight is secondary to the secret he uncovered. Nearby, a frightened schoolgirl sits amid shattered glass, trapped and watching the disaster unfold. The serpent man decides to weaponize devoured resentment energy and quickly direct it at the girl. He lunges toward his target, intent on finishing her before anyone can intervene. The young man intercepts, coolly blocking the path and challenging where the attacker thinks he is going. The serpent man is shocked the human is here and suspects he foresaw this confrontation, while the young man confirms he did. The young man reveals he chased the serpent because one of its heads tried to flee after attacking Lei Jinzi. He adds that the serpent's remaining heads are valuable bounty, making escape pointless. He presses the point that instead of running, the serpent came here and exposed itself. As flames gather around him and a sword ignites in his hand, he condemns the serpent for even attempting to harm the girl. He declares the serpent has chosen death, forcing the monster to reassess the human's threat. The serpent man scoffs that the human is overconfident, insisting even one head is enough to win. He roars that the human is insignificant and cannot defeat him, trying to crush morale through intimidation. He reveals his motive: devouring the lord of the prison would solve the troubles of his other heads. He escalates the threat by promising to take the girl as well, turning the fight personal. The young man answers by summoning a massive flaming dragon-shaped aura and invites the serpent to come. He detonates a blazing strike that slams into the ground with overwhelming force. The serpent man is driven downward by the blast, his body hammered into the pavement. The young man holds his stance amid swirling fire, signaling the attack was controlled and deliberate. The serpent snarls in frustration, realizing the human's power is not what it expected. Trying to turn the tables, the serpent snaps forward and bites at the young man, believing it has him. It commits to the kill, clamping down with a murderous intent. The bite meets searing resistance as the serpent's jaws catch on a glowing barrier or burning force instead of flesh. Unshaken, the young man smirks, revealing he anticipated the attack. He counters at close range, forcing the serpent back as its confidence cracks. The serpent man screams that this outcome is impossible, stunned by the human's dominance. The young man steadies his flaming sword, while the serpent wonders if he truly has that much strength. Elsewhere, the bear and serpents clash violently, their blows carving through darkness and purple haze. The bear is struck amid splattering corrupted energy, but it keeps fighting through the damage. The bear revels in the brawl and urges the fight to continue, refusing to be intimidated. One serpent head senses the tide turning and admits the situation looks bad. The winged warrior stands bloodied yet imposing, lightning crackling as he prepares to re-engage. He concentrates power into his chest wound area, forcing his body to stabilize under intense electricity. He confirms the bleeding has stopped, showing rapid recovery despite earlier injuries. With renewed focus, he announces they will continue the fight. He launches at the last visible serpent head, hoping it proves more resilient than the others. The serpent man, now with fewer lives left, curses the bear and bird for costing him and decides to end things fast. He judges the human's energy flow and durability too steady for a prolonged battle, so he looks for a decisive weakness. He identifies the true weak point of humans as the soul, shifting to a spiritual attack. A spectral, monstrous visage dives toward the young man, aiming directly at his spirit. The young man is forced onto his back as the soul assault bears down, momentarily silencing him. The world washes out as his consciousness is invaded and the fight shifts into a mental realm. Inside his mind, the serpent exults that it has entered, confident it can dominate from within. It boasts that breaching his consciousness was easy for an ancient demigod and mocks his fragile spiritual defenses. The serpent announces it will rummage through his memories to learn how he gained general rank demons, then turn him into a puppet. It surges forward to seize control, expecting no resistance in this inner domain. Suddenly it senses something wrong, its eye widening in surprise. The serpent discovers a towering structure inside the young man's consciousness, and cannot understand why it exists there. A blinding force erupts from the tower, drowning the serpent's invasion in overwhelming light. The serpent shrieks in agony as the tower's power tears into its spirit. It realizes the tower's base has a hole or breach and fixates on entering it to escape the pain. The serpent forces itself into the opening, pushing deeper despite the lightning-like punishment. Back outside, the serpent man collapses, barely alive, believing he has finally survived the counterattack. He recognizes the inner lightning as tribulation-level force that shattered a large portion of his soul, and credits the whole for saving him. Disoriented in darkness, he concludes he must be inside the tower, and wonders why it feels so ominous. Countless watching eyes and whispers surround him, confirming he is being observed by many unseen presences. Terror grips him as he, Yamada no Orochi, admits he has never felt fear like this, not even before Susanoo. He suspects sealed gods may be imprisoned in this tower, yet insists such a thing should be impossible. His face tightens with dread as the pressure of those gazes continues to crush his will. He clutches his head and screams as the mental assault overwhelms him. Outside, his body spasms on the ground while the young man stands ready, sensing the enemy's collapse. The serpent's remaining head snaps at the bear in a desperate, uncontrolled lunge. The winged warrior closes in as the serpent head rears back, still trying to fight through panic. The serpent man's mind reels as the tower's influence pins him, leaving him helpless and gasping. He babbles in confusion that he saw something and then forgot it, unable to hold on to the memory. He laughs and repeats that he forgot what it was, signaling his sanity has fractured. The young man rubs his head, feeling the aftereffects as the serpent lies trembling nearby. He realizes the serpent tried to invade his mind but instead crashed into his demon suppression tower, which repelled it. His allies pity the serpent for what it must have experienced, while dismissing the external god's arrogance as pathetic. A fox-eared ally explains the serpent even tunneled through a sewer-like path to reach a deeper level, and went insane when the imprisoned gods noticed it. The serpent man, drooling corrupted essence, confirms the result was madness and humiliation. The young man approaches the defeated serpent man, closing the distance to end the threat. He senses a new, ominous shift and turns sharply, alerted by something far larger than the duel. In the sky, a black and eclipse-like sphere forms, blotting out the moon with a red aura. A colossal red eye opens within the crimson clouds, focusing on the world below. The eye dilates, its gaze sharpening into a predatory lock. The young man stands beneath the blood-red sky, bracing as the atmosphere turns oppressive. On a city street, a small child calls for her mother as the unnatural sky deepens in color. The child stares upward, confused, noticing the moon's presence has changed. The eclipse intensifies, the red glow spreading like a wound across the heavens. The black disk hangs motionless, signaling a supernatural takeover of the night. People outside and a woman behind a window react in alarm as the phenomenon spreads over the city. The massive eye looms over the skyline, its gaze sweeping across buildings like a searching weapon. From the battlefield, the allies see the eye dominating the sky, confirming the threat is now global in scale. A small creature trembles and whispers Susanoo's name, recognizing the god's presence. The eye speaks of a secret, and the serpent man echoes that he has a big secret, as if compelled by the gaze. The winged warrior reaches out toward the serpent man, trying to stop whatever the eye is forcing him to reveal. A crushing force slams the winged warrior down mid-motion, interrupting him with brutal authority. He looks up at the commander-rank god's tyranny, realizing they are being dominated by sheer divine pressure. The fox-eared ally and bear refuse to stand idle and insist they must act before the serpent is rescued. The young man grimly commits, tightening his grip as he prepares a decisive strike. He unleashes a sweeping wall of flame that engulfs the serpent man, aiming to finish him before interference. He follows through with a plunging attack, diving through a roaring inferno to deliver the killing blow. He seizes the serpent's remaining essence, manifesting it as a three-headed spectral serpent, while the original body collapses behind him. In chibi-like calm, he flicks the captured serpent away toward the tower, treating the disposal as routine. The three-headed serpent's spirit lands and writhes, stunned by how easily it was handled. The spirit's head stare in bafflement, unable to process what just happened. The young man reassures his allies that the damage is already fixed, implying he has stabilized the immediate crisis. His companions celebrate his prowess, claiming the prison's power makes blocking a commander-rank god's gaze manageable. The bear and winged warrior regroup around the young man and the fox-eared ally, readying for the next escalation. The bear snarls, sensing the sky's pressure intensify as something enormous prepares to descend. The young man looks up, alarmed, as the air vibrates with incoming catastrophe. The red eye rages at being deceived, its fury sharpening into retaliation. The eye's anger spreads over the landscape as it vows punishment for the trick played on it. A gigantic, godlike face with blazing eyes manifests above the city, signaling a full divine arrival. A pillar of violet-red energy erupts from the tower, and the young man is pulled toward it as if his power is being drained. He realizes his spiritual energy is being completely absorbed and orders his allies to retreat first. His allies shout for him to think of something quickly as the tower's pull becomes urgent and uncontrollable. He recalls that in his past life only a few general-rank demigods descended, and Yamada no Orochi was meant to arrive at midnight but came early due to Song Tian's summoning. He concludes this disruption also threw Susanu's timing into chaos and damaged the entire dimensional barrier. He fears the terrifying gods meant to descend one by one may now arrive prematurely, leaving him scrambling for a solution. A battered turtle explains fate intended humanity to have time to awaken and evolve enough to face the gods. Now everything has been forced forward, and if the barrier is destroyed and general-rank gods are unleashed, Yanxia will perish. The young man freezes in shock at the scale of what his actions may have triggered. A monstrous roar and pressure surge as the divine force gathers for a devastating strike. The young man is yanked upward again, his body straining as the pull intensifies beyond his control. A catastrophic impact detonates, blasting the ground apart as the energy column slams down like judgment. In a building, the shockwave shatters windows and throws the trapped schoolgirl violently to the floor. She cries out in pain, clutching her head as her ears ring and bleed from the sonic force. A hand channels green-blue energy, forming a focus technique aimed at her body's vital points. The technique seals her hearing points, attempting to stop the damage from spreading. She struggles to breathe and clutches her throat and chest as the energy stabilizes her throat and heart as well. Still terrified, she wonders how her brother could have taken the full sonic wave and survived. She looks out at the cratered street below, searching for him amid the devastation. Her eyes widen as she senses movement, or a new threat outside. In the crater, her brother lies at the center, motionless amid cracked earth and drifting smoke. She breaks down in tears, blood on her lips, fearing the worst. Outside, the sky's barrier fractures in rainbow-like tears as she calls for her brother and the world continues to rupture. Nearby civilians clutch their bleeding ears and scream, unable to understand the monstrous presence overhead. A terrified onlooker realizes even the moon is gone and declares the apocalypse has arrived, abandoning hope. Between tall buildings, the torn, luminous barrier stretches across the sky like a broken curtain. A woman at a window presses her hands to the glass, watching helplessly as disaster spreads below. Her face tightens in horror as she sees bodies and chaos in the street beneath her. A gigantic beast maw roars across the skyline, and the woman recoils in disbelief at what she is witnessing. Overwhelmed, she cries through tears with a bitter, mundane regret, wishing she had eaten more the night before since normal life is gone. A potted flower shakes and sheds petals in the turbulent air, a small sign of the world's unraveling. Cars burn and explode along the street, confirming the catastrophe is now consuming the city. In the roadway, a mother clutches her child protectively as debris and petals drift through the red-lit air. Under a damaged archway, a small animal stands alone in the aftermath while shadows and smoke swallow the street. A battered young man finds a blood-red petal in his injured hand as ominous power stirs nearby. A sinister talisman marked with hellish script rises in a red haze, drawing attention like a cursed prize. A raging beast-like god declares the talisman is the object that decides supremacy. The god proclaims whoever obtains it will be king, invoking Yanxia as the stake. Other gods loom with glowing eyes, mocking how cunning gods are while savoring the coming chaos. The beast boasts he has seen through divine deceit and will not be fooled. He sneers at Yanxia as trash and vows to trample it for daring to resist. In the rubble, the wounded young man steadies himself, listening through the smoke. The beast laughs, promising to humiliate Yanxia personally. The young man's trembling hand rises as he prepares to answer the god's taunts. He lifts a single finger in defiance, signaling he will not submit. Bleeding but unbowed, he curses the invader and orders him back to his island nation to laugh there. The hell talisman flares and surges toward him as the ground fractures under the pressure. A pillar of golden light erupts, interrupting the beast's momentum with overwhelming force. A figure descends through the blaze, landing with calm certainty. Long hair and robes whip in the storm of power as the newcomer arrives. The robed man floats within a radiant aura, asserting control of the battlefield. The beast recoils, calling what he sees absurd and impossible. Panicked, the beast orders an immediate retreat as the robed man's presence dwarfs him. The robed man calmly claims it is too late and reaches for the hell talisman. A colossal golden bow manifests beside him, its divine weaponry filling the sky. He names the weapon the Sunset Arc, taking command with practiced ease. He recalls Ho using it to shoot down 9 suns and slay monsters that tormented legendary people. The beast screams as the memory and power behind the bow crush his confidence. A blazing arrow forms, and the robed man warns the intruder to show basic courtesy when entering another's home. He releases the shot with a simple admonition to be more polite. The arrow tears through the beast's defenses, forcing him back despite his size. The beast roars that such a thing cannot happen, insisting the robed man cannot win even in dreams. As the strike lands, the beast tries to reassert his divinity, but the attack overwhelms him. The golden projectile streaks onward, shattering the air like glass. It pierces the beast's face, drawing a howl of agony. The robed man coolly questions the beast's claim to godhood. He states he has killed many gods and that this one is the weakest, leaving nothing to debate. With a flat verdict, he tells the beast to die in peace. Multiple impacts detonate across the beast's head, burning through him as he screams. The beast gathers a swirling purple sphere of power, trying to counterattack. He staggers but realizes he survived, clinging to life with desperate relief. He laughs wildly, celebrating that he is still alive. He boasts that a world barrier stands behind him and challenges the robed man to break through it to kill him. He turns toward the crackling barrier, convinced it guarantees his safety. The robed man stands serene, marked by the talisman's glow, unthreatened by the barrier's presence. He grips a flaming sword, preparing a closer, more decisive execution. His blade crashes into the beast with scorching force, making the beast recognize the pressure as the Haotian's sword. The robed man identifies himself as the human emperor of Yanxia, revealing the true authority opposing the gods. The beast recalls an ancient war where Yanxia's gods sealed him beyond the 9 heavens and built the barrier to protect the world. The human emperor reminds him that once the barrier broke, the beast's time to die would arrive. A decisive slash lands, and the beast's body jerks as the killing blow takes effect. The strike detonates outward, blasting through the city with a spiraling shockwave. From above, the explosion blooms across the skyline, washing the metropolis in blinding light. On the streets, survivors shield themselves as a ruptured, rainbow-edged tear opens in the sky. A strange rain begins to fall over ruined buildings and stunned crowds. A man looks up, confused, wondering why it is suddenly raining. He discovers the rain stains his hand blue and realizes it is blood. People stare at the torn sky, asking if the enormous god has finally died. One onlooker collapses to the wet ground, overwhelmed by the aftermath. A mother cries for her daughter as chaos spreads through the rain-soaked streets. The mother sees a crowd of bloodied, dead-eyed figures approaching the child and freezes in horror. The little girl calmly drinks the blue blood while the monsters close in, unfazed by their hunger. The mother recognizes her child and calls out, terrified by the girl's unnatural calm. The girl smiles with glowing blue eyes, reassures her mother she is fine, and turns toward the monsters. She tells her mother to leave it to her as something monstrous stirs behind her. A huge tentacled creature erupts among the undead, and the girl admits she is hungry. Elsewhere, a mass of infected swarms a lone fighter in the open, showing the outbreak spreading fast. A blond man fights off attackers and realizes his ability is growing stronger mid-battle. He notices his wounds have completely healed, shocked by the sudden regeneration. Empowered, he smashes through zombies and exults that the heavens are helping him. He introduces himself as Hao Ge, bragging about ruling Kowloon City long before these monsters existed. He challenges a snarling mutant head-on, eager for the fight. Onlookers marvel at the miracle, calling him the strongest as the sky churns above. A group of survivors looks upward, sensing something has changed in the heavens. They witness the sky split apart into a vast, unstable rift. High above, the human emperor notes, he made a bigger hole than expected but dismisses it as manageable. He shouts into the breach, warning the gods of the 5 paths to listen and stop wrecking the barrier he built. Monstrous gods glare from within the chaos as his demand echoes through their realm. He begins laying down consequences for any who disobey his order. Smiling coldly, he declares violators will be executed immediately. He adds that any lesser demons who can pass through without damaging the barrier are welcome as guests, but nothing more. Satisfied, he remarks that the message should improve their behavior. He surveys the torn barrier and complains that the gods have really wrecked it. He calls the situation a nuisance, already thinking about repairs and control. He conjures a golden, geometric device, preparing to stabilize the damage. The rift contracts, the sky's wound shrinking as the barrier reasserts itself. The human emperor drops to the street and runs through the settling dust toward the aftermath. He looks up at lingering cracks and admits there are not enough celestial repair stones left to fully fix everything. The sky clears into warm light, signaling the immediate catastrophe has passed. At sunrise, he stands alone in the devastated street, the world quieting under golden clouds. He reflects that dawn remains beautiful and that he never tires of watching the human world. He arrives at a chained, lightning-wreathed pagoda-like tower, a prison radiating ominous power. He reports he beheaded Susanoo as instructed but spent far more energy than expected, worrying about retaliation. Beside him, the young man warns that if the evil gods attack together, Yanxia could be destroyed. The young man admits fear is natural even for divinity, trying to understand the emperor's calm. The emperor explains the display of power will deter commander-rank gods and above for a while, since stronger gods value their lives. He calls it killing the rooster to scare the monkey, then notes the young man oddly gave orders instead of panicking when possessed. Curious, the emperor asks how the young man was so sure he would come out to help. The young man explains the great mortal prison holds demonic creatures and sealed gods, and even the first level had general-level monsters. He suspects the sealed beings cannot be released because something inside the prison suppresses them all. He bets that whatever dominates the tower is stronger than Susanoo and could control the whole prison. The emperor laughs and agrees they cannot let such a prison fall into the hands of hostile gods. He admits only a fragment of his soul remains outside, otherwise he would break the barrier himself and annihilate their enemies. He hands the young man glowing fragments of his broken memories, saying they may answer questions, and reveals his soul is fully extinguished. With a final charge, he tells the young man that from now on everything rests in his hands. The young man absorbs the weight of the responsibility, his expression hardening. He vows that Yanxia will never fall as power gathers around him. The emperor smiles faintly, satisfied the successor has accepted the burden. The scene shifts to a peaceful campus-like plaza at sunset as the last sparks of divine power fade. The young man, now with golden eyes, looks upward as if sensing the change within himself. He suddenly loses strength and begins to collapse, the transformation taking a toll. A white-haired girl rushes to him, crying out for her brother as he hits the ground. She catches and supports him, panicked, as something heavy tumbles nearby. The hellmark talisman clatters onto the pavement, left behind after the divine clash. The talisman lies ominously still, its red characters glowing like a warning. In the outer chaos world, cosmic beings gather around a radiant pillar, watching events beyond the barrier. They confirm Susanoo is truly dead and resent that Yanxia still dominates after thousands of years. They acknowledge that without the human emperor they would not have been sealed beyond the world's barrier. Humiliated, they urge a united charge to devour him, thirsting for revenge. Others argue there is no need to rush, preferring a more profitable conquest. They note the barrier above Yanxia is about to shatter and the human emperor will not last much longer. They decide it is better to descend into their own domains first, rule the masses, and absorb human power. They agree Yanxia is currently guarding its territory and cannot reach their domains from there. Their plan becomes clear: feast on humans, recover strength, expand domains, then work together to shrink Yanxia's territory. A red-eyed entity strikes an agreement, declaring Yanxia's lands will be carved up by them. Their laughter and power ripple through the cosmos as the pact is sealed. Energy streams surge toward Earth from multiple directions, signaling worldwide divine interference. A green beam descends on a great temple, igniting a new supernatural outbreak. A crimson beam pierces a grand mausoleum, spreading catastrophe to another region. A blue vortex crashes into pyramids, showing the disaster is global and coordinated. Cities burn as reports spread that massive numbers of humans are turning into monsters, like an apocalypse. News broadcasts struggle to keep up as the world descends into panic and violence. Scenes of infected attacks raise the desperate question of who can save humanity now. A report announces 10 million dead in the Los Angeles area as fires rage below. Another report warns monsters have appeared in northern Africa, confirming worldwide spread. Amid chaos, people cling to faith, insisting the gods will save the world even as reality collapses. The Saudi region is shown as a sea of fire, illustrating the scale of destruction. Narration states the world has fallen and communications are severed, leaving the Xia kingdom isolated. In Emerald City, divine blood rain transforms many humans into ability users, creating a new power class. Ability users form factions, and the brutal Jackal gang led by Chingo begins sweeping Emerald City to force recruitment or kill resistors. A small group confronts two youths in a ruined open area, tension rising before violence. A dark-haired girl and a white-haired boy brace as the gang orders them to kill every last one of their targets. The fight erupts, with the youths striking back and knocking attackers away in a fast exchange. The white-haired boy leaps with a manhole cover weapon, shouting that the gang will be the ones to die. A clawed hand flexes, revealing Chingo's mutated, predatory power. Chengo lunges with sweeping, poisonous-looking claws, tearing through the defenders and sending bodies flying. One of his men pins the injured girl and taunts that she cannot escape Boss Go's grasp. A subordinate reports the East District cleared and suggests striking Wan Hao's team in the West while morale is high. Chingo dismisses Wan Hao as a muscle-bound fool and plans to let him gather ability users and supplies while Go reaps the rewards. The gang praises Chingo's advantage, noting he controls the crucial Shangqing pills, and asks when he will distribute more. They celebrate the pills as miracle medicine that lets them absorb crystal cores without infection or mutation. Chingo boasts that whoever holds the Shangqing pills holds the future and promises power to those who obey him. His followers pledge loyalty, convinced his rule will extend even over the entire Xia kingdom. A runner reports they have found a small stronghold in the suburbs, and the gang moves to seize it next. A nervous underling warns the Jackal gang that the target building is abnormal and people who enter never return, but his boss dismisses it as trivial. The underling insists that no one has ever come back out, making the threat feel real even to him. The ominous, dome-topped building looms like a trap, reinforcing the rumors that it swallows intruders. Chingo arrives with a biker mob and confirms they have reached the suspected hideout. The scout reports to Chingo that screams are sometimes heard inside and the place seems to devour people. Chingo laughs off the haunting talk, concluding it must be an ability user's work and therefore lootable. He announces himself as Chingo of the Jackal gang and demands the occupants surrender all supplies within 5 minutes. Chingo offers them a chance to join the Jackal gang, threatening consequences if they refuse. Inside, two girls silently watch the gang gather outside, realizing negotiations are over. Teacher Bai notes the attackers' numbers and accepts that a fight can't be avoided. Xiao Yun anxiously calls to her brother, who lies unconscious on a bed nearby. She pleads for him to wake up, fearing they cannot hold without him. Teacher Bai orders Xiao Yun to guard the unconscious Xia Yun from sneak attacks while she goes downstairs to fight. Xiao Yun begs Teacher Bai to be careful, clearly terrified of what's coming. Teacher Bai reassures her she is strong enough, and Xiaoyun tries to sound brave by claiming she helped before too. Teacher Bai resolves to endure until Xiaoyun wakes, reminding herself he saved her and left a flame insignia in her body. She senses through that insignia that Xiaoyun is at a critical stage, close to awakening. Xiaoyun vows to protect him with her life, noting his summoned beasts are absent so she must stand in. Teacher Bai grips the door handle, committing to meet the invaders head-on. As she heads down, she recalls nearly dying at Chunhua Hospital until ability users intervened, after which her power advanced. She remembers using her disappear ability to kill a monster and sees its essence soul, cementing her survival. Because Xiaoyun planted the flame insignia, she could track him and rush back to find him, then stayed to protect him with Xiaoyun. Facing the Jackal gang outside, Teacher Bai steels herself, trusting only Xiaoyun and Xiaoyun in this ruthless apocalypse. She swears no one will be allowed to hurt them, turning fear into determination. When the 5 minutes expire, Qinggo orders his men to surround the building and force compliance. He commands the gang to storm in and tear the place apart to seize everything. Teacher Bai readies a weapon and positions herself to intercept the first wave. Her expression hardens as she prepares to use her ability with lethal intent. The gang charges through the entrance under orders to kill anyone who resists. A brute unleashes an energy attack at the doorway, convinced he's crushing an ambush. His attack meets only empty air, and he hesitates, confused by the sudden absence of targets. He realizes the entryway is deserted and wonders if no one is inside at all. A hidden strike lands, jolting him as he's hit from an unseen angle. Teacher Bai reveals herself just long enough to slam him down, demonstrating her vanish and strike style. More men rush in, but Teacher Bai's ghost-like movement keeps her just out of reach. The attackers find a comrade bleeding on the floor and panic at the invisible assailant. One man warns of sneak attacks, but another scoffs that their numbers make fear unnecessary. A knife-wielding thug taunts the hidden fighter and fantasizes about torturing and eating him. Teacher Bai appears behind him and slashes his throat in a single decisive strike. The gang recoils in shock when they realize the killer is a woman, and their confidence wavers. They lunge to capture her, but she slips away again, leaving them striking at nothing. A bald enforcer recognizes her appearing and disappearing pattern and orders everyone to tighten formation to deny openings. The bald enforcer steps forward, claiming he will handle her personally. He draws on his cigarette, preparing to weaponize smoke as his ability. He blasts a thick cloud toward her, bragging as he floods the area with his smoke. He boasts the smoke is a poison tailored to paralyze women instantly, and his allies praise the cruelty of the ability. Assuming she has inhaled enough to be helpless, they spread out to hunt her down in the haze. Teacher Bai covers her mouth and retreats through the smoke, irritated but still mobile. She decides to take out the leader first, reasoning that breaking the king will collapse the thieves' morale. Using her ability, she slips outside and closes in behind Qinggo without being noticed. She raises her weapon to kill Qinggo from behind, committing to a decapitation strike. Her blade hits, but a protective force flares at Qinggo's neck, blocking the fatal blow. The rebound throws Teacher Bai off balance, and she crashes hard onto the ground in front of the gang. Qinggo smirks and reveals he carries a protective treasure, mocking her for thinking he was unguarded. Teacher Bai struggles to rise, pain and shock mixing as she realizes she cannot one-shot him. Qinggo closes in with predatory speed, seizing the advantage while she's down. He pins her and drives a dagger into her shoulder, forcing a scream and drawing blood. Grinning, Qinggo declares she won't be allowed to leave now that she's in his grasp. His men gather, marveling at her escape tricks and deciding to interrogate and toy with her rather than finish quickly. They spot another woman upstairs and gleefully rush to capture her too, expecting easy fun. Bleeding, Teacher Bai warns Xiaoyun to be careful, realizing the upstairs room is now exposed. Xiaoyun presses to the window in tears, screaming for Teacher Bai as she sees the injury. The upstairs door bursts open and several men charge into the room where Xiaoyun lies unconscious. Xiaoyun steps in front of the bed and orders them to stay back, her hand glowing with a defensive power. The bald enforcer and his men leer at her, calling her cute as they advance. Xiaoyun trembles with anger and fear, condemning them as monsters while clutching her power. A red-haired attacker smashes through the window with a trident-like weapon, joining the assault with murderous excitement. He strides toward Xiaoyun, eager to start, while the others encircle her. The men notice Xiaoyun on the bed and dismiss him as half-dead and useless. Xiaoyun threatens them not to come closer and swears she will protect her brother at any cost. The bald enforcer pretends to agree not to hurt Xiaoyun, using false reassurance to lower her guard. He immediately twists the promise, saying they will hurt Xiaoyun in front of her brother for entertainment. Outside, Teacher Bai tries to rise and curse Qinggo, but her wound and his control keep her trapped. Qinggo forces the dagger deeper, making sure the pain spikes and her body falters. He explains he will keep her in constant pain so she cannot gather the mental energy needed to use her ability to vanish. He taunts her to watch helplessly as her companion upstairs is abused, savoring her despair. Qinggo escalates the threat by promising to mutilate the man on the bed later, turning him into a stump to feed dogs. He offers Teacher Bai a deal to join the Jackal gang as his dog, then begins a countdown to force her submission. As the countdown starts, Teacher Bai's face tightens with panic and resolve, searching for a way out. Upstairs, Xiaoyun is grabbed from behind, and the attackers continue counting down as they restrain her. The men close in, counting lower and reaching for Xiao Yun with smug certainty. At the count of 5, Xia Yan's chest talisman stirs, hinting his awakening is imminent. A dark purple aura spreads through the room, unsettling the attackers as the air turns oppressive. The aura coils around Xia Yan's body, signaling his power is reactivating despite his closed eyes. Elsewhere, the demon-suppressing tower rumbles under violent purple lightning, as if responding to his awakening. A golden cocoon of energy forms around Xia Yan, protecting him as his consciousness returns. A fox-haired demon woman recognizes the presence as Yanxia, and realizes his return explains the tower's turmoil. She admits everyone is trapped in the tower because of him, resentment mixing with wary respect. From within the storm, imprisoned beings rage at Yanxia to release them, vowing revenge for being used. The fox demon explains that many were imprisoned for minor transgressions, and Yanxia's reappearance means the outer gods are nearing. She reveals the demon-suppressing tower is a secret weapon left by Yanxia and ancient gods to fight the outer gods, prepared over eons. She frames the great demons and sinner gods as the hidden backup plan meant to avoid detection. The tower's chains and energy strain, suggesting the seal is destabilizing under the awakening. Inside the tower, monstrous prisoners sense collapse and fear the structure may fail. A turtle-like demon notes the harsh truth that countless demons were meant as sacrifices in the god's plan. A winged demon warns that this revelation will make the prison master's path even harder, and the group falls silent. The tower's power surges again as the golden cocoon intensifies, nearing a breakthrough. The fox demon calls out to the prison master, asking if he still refuses to wake. The countdown reaches 4 and 3 as the tower continues to tremble under the pressure. The fox demon hears trouble outside the tower but admits they are suppressed and cannot leave, warning the prison master not to blame them later. The golden cocoon swells and brightens, signaling Xia Yan's awakening is about to complete. The chain tower and the cocoon resonate, as if a seal is being forcibly quieted or overridden. The cocoon cracks under internal force, the moment of emergence arriving. Within the tower, demonic beasts stir and snarl, awakened by the shifting balance of power. Xia Yan descends from the cocoon's light, his body now fully active. He floats calmly amid swirling fire and shadow, radiating controlled dominance. As the countdown hits 2 and 1, Xia Yan turns toward the disturbance with cold focus. His eye ignites with flame, confirming his power has returned and sharpened. He launches forward with explosive speed, cutting through the air like a falling meteor. Outside the building, the final count lands as the gang expects their victory to be sealed. Chingo laughs and orders his men to finish the captives, still unaware of what is arriving. Upstairs, the mob rushes the bed and Xiao Yun in a frenzy, thinking they can overwhelm by numbers. A thug senses something wrong mid-charge, his confidence faltering for an instant. A massive fiery blast erupts, hurling attackers through the air and instantly reversing the power dynamic. The explosion tears through the area with debris and flame, announcing a new, overwhelming force. Chingo stares up in disbelief at a figure wreathed in fire on the roofline, demanding to know what is happening. Teacher Bai, still bleeding, realizes with relief that Xia Yan has finally awakened, while Chingo asks who could be awake. Xia Yan stands in flames beside Xiao Yun and declares himself the one who will take Chingo's life, as enemies writhe in pain below. Chingo panics and threatens to kill Teacher Bai if Xia Yan comes closer, trying to regain leverage with a hostage. Xiao Yun calls out to Teacher Bai as Xia Yan extends a hand, preparing a precise counter. Xia Yan clenches his fist, triggering his power with a decisive command. Chingo's protective bell-like treasure is ripped free as he screams, his safeguard forcibly stripped away. The treasure flies off while Chingo convulses in golden light, suddenly exposed and terrified. Xia Yan catches the bell-like artifact in his flaming grip, studying it with contempt. He crushes the protective treasure, shattering the gang leader's last defense. Chingo is engulfed in flames and burns alive, his body turning into a screaming torch. The gang erupts into chaos as they realize Chingo is dead, and several immediately scheme to kill Xia Yan for Chingo's stash of Shangqing pills. Xia Yan and Xiao Yun are surrounded by would-be usurpers, but Xia Yan remains unmoved. Xia Yan dismisses their shouting as mere noise, signaling he doesn't consider them threats. He swings his fire in a wide arc, forcing the encirclement back and protecting Xiao Yun behind him. A ring of fire expands outward, trapping and scorching the attackers as they flail in panic. Men scream and flee as the inferno consumes the area, stunned by how far beyond them Xia Yan's strength is. One survivor thinks he has escaped, running while embers cling to his clothes. The flames catch up and engulf him too, proving there is no safe distance from Xia Yan's reach. Xia Yan reflects that after Yanxia once borrowed his body to slay Susanoo, he absorbed immense soul force and fragments of memory, pushing his ability to Tier 5. He concludes that against Tier 1 and Tier 2 ability users this is effortless, and his soul force has already reached Tier 6 with stronger fire control. Teacher Bai stands over Chingo's charred remains and admits he is still alive, clinging to survival. Burned and desperate, Chingo claims he still has the Yuan family's protective treasure, begging for his treasure back. He crawls and pleads to be saved, reaching for the bell as if it can undo his fate. A swift strike severs his reaching hand, cutting off his last attempt to reclaim power. Teacher Bai follows through with another brutal cut, silencing his struggle as blood sprays across the ground. She coldly tells him he brought this on himself, refusing any mercy after his cruelty. Teacher Bai examines the broken bell, recognizing it as the item that blocked several fatal attacks for Chingo. Xiaoyun rushes down from the building toward Teacher Bai, relieved the nightmare is ending. Xiaoyun uses her healing power on Teacher Bai's wound, and Teacher Bai thanks her while steadying herself. Teacher Bai and Xiaoyun face Xia Yan with relief, telling him he is finally awake. Xia Yan asks how long he was unconscious and learns he slept 7 days and nights, during which many new ability users appeared and the world changed drastically. Teacher Bai explains Chingo could pay ability users with Shangqing pills, implying a hidden organizer, and Xia Yan decides to interrogate someone to clarify the truth. A dying Chingo taunts them to kill him and boasts his family head will retaliate, prompting Teacher Bai to demand the family head's identity. Chingo claims loyalty and refuses to reveal anything even if killed, but a looming purple presence suggests darker forces are already moving in. A fox-haired woman with glowing eyes smirks, signaling she's about to deliver useful intel. A sudden rush of motion implies the group is moving quickly to act on new information. The fox-haired informant reports a prisoner has confessed everything, and the leader demands the details immediately. They learn Chingo is backed by the far stronger Yuan family in Black Obsidian City, who stockpiled Shangqing pills before the apocalypse as if they foresaw it. The Yuan family has seized control of ability users and pill distribution, and Chingo's ancient bronze bell likely came from their trove of magical relics. The informant adds she uncovered an even more critical secret beyond the Yuan family's dominance. Xia Yan is told the Yuan family found an ability or vein and that an ancient god has appeared there. He realizes the or vein could raise ability tiers and that an ancient god might restore his depleted soul force. Xia Yan decides they must travel to Black Obsidian City to investigate and secure the opportunity. Outside Black Obsidian City, a fortified shelter looms as desperate crowds gather at its gates. Terrified civilians beg to be let inside, claiming zombies are everywhere outside the walls. Panic erupts as someone is suddenly injured in the crush, showing how brutal the gatekeeping has become. Armed guards fire and bark orders, asserting control through intimidation. The guards announce entry requires paying Shangqing pills or zombie crystal cores, and the unpowered crowd protests they can't obtain such rare currency. A guard sneers that ordinary people have no value and the Yuan family owes them no protection. As the crowd argues, someone spots the zombie horde closing in, turning the standoff into imminent slaughter. The zombies surge forward, including stronger mutated ones, overwhelming the fleeing civilians. People pound the sealed gates and scream for rescue as the guards refuse to open. The guard coldly explains letting civilians be eaten will level up zombies and make their crystal cores more valuable. The massacre begins in earnest as victims are grabbed and bitten while pleading for help. The guard gleefully notes a powerful zombie is about to level up, treating it like profit. A subordinate worries the zombie was already tier 3 and asks if they can handle it at tier 4, but the captain boasts their territory and experts make it safe. From the ramparts, they celebrate the situation as military merit and pill rewards while civilians die below. A motorcycle suddenly charges into the chaos, drawing the zombies' attention away from the fleeing humans. The rider launches the bike into the air and smashes through zombies, violently interrupting the feeding frenzy. He slams into the hulking zombie, stunning it and scattering the surrounding undead. The giant zombie crashes down hard as the rider lands and takes control of the battlefield. The Yuan soldiers are shocked that an outsider just interfered so decisively. The giant zombie catches the motorcycle midair, showing it's still dangerous despite being hurt. The bike explodes under the zombie's grip, forcing the rider to abandon it. Xia Yan rockets through the air toward the giant, unfazed by the blast and embers. He gathers a blazing power in his hand, preparing a decisive strike. Xia Yan drives a flaming blow into the giant zombie's neck, making it roar in pain. The monster's body collapses into ash-like fragments as Xia Yan's golden weapon and fire finish it off. Xia Yan dismisses the grotesque enemy as disgusting, radiating contempt and control. The burning corpse terrifies nearby soldiers as they realize the outsider's flames are beyond normal fire. Xia Yan walks away from the blazing remains, signaling the fight is already decided. More zombies rush in howling, trying to swarm him despite the earlier slaughter. Xia Yan calls them annoying and casually readies another attack. He unleashes a sweeping wave of golden flame that races across the ground toward the horde. The fire sides through clustered zombies, carving a burning path and clearing space around the survivors. Bodies are sliced and incinerated in rapid succession, showing the attack is both precise and overwhelming. The shockwave of flame forces nearby humans to dive for cover as it tears past them. A massive wall of fire blooms outside the fortress, wiping out the immediate zombie threat. A stunned onlooker realizes they've been saved by a stranger, not the Yuan family. People stare at Xia Yan standing atop the fallen giant, awed by his strength and presence. A purple glow cracks open within the corpse, hinting at a valuable core forming. A tier 4 crystal core emerges, confirming the zombie was leveling up when Xia Yan killed it. The Yuan captain approaches, praising Xia Yan and probing whether he's a new recruit they can claim. He flatters Xia Yan's skill and promises to recommend him, trying to reframe the kill as Yuan family business. The captain reaches for the tier 4 core, calling the hunt profitable and implying it belongs to them. Xia Yan calmly warns him not to touch the crystal core, drawing a clear boundary. A soldier reports Xia Yan isn't Yuan family and that the Yuan clan has no fire ability users, exposing him as a true outsider. The captain explodes in rage, accusing Xia Yan of killing their zombies on their turf and courting death. Xia Yan repeats the claim back with disbelief, questioning the idea that the zombies are anyone's property. The captain admits they raised the zombie with many human lives and threatens Xia Yan to hand over the core or die. Xia Yan refuses to submit, openly challenging the threat. The Yuan men boast about their hundreds of ability users and their young master Yuan raised Tier 4 power to intimidate him. They proclaim the Yuan family as humanity's last bastion and the ladder for all ability users, demanding obedience. The captain issues an ultimatum that Xia Yan must leave or lose his life. He lunges to attack, expecting Xia Yan to back down under force. Xia Yan catches him by the throat and lifts him effortlessly, testing whether the Yuan family will really intervene. He coldly asks if killing the captain outside the gates would make the Yuan family come save him. The captain panics, realizing he can't break free from Xia Yan's grip. Other soldiers open fire and shout for Xia Yan to release their captain. Xia Yan's flames surge outward in a spiraling blast, knocking back the attackers and neutralizing their gunfire. The captain begs for his life while suspended in the burning aura. The soldiers realize the flames are conscious and absorbing their attacks, not behaving like ordinary fire. One soldier fires desperately while screaming for Xia Yan to stay away, but the flames dominate the space. The bullets melt in midair, proving conventional weapons are useless against Xia Yan's heat. The soldiers are horrified that the temperature is high enough to liquefy ammunition. Xia Yan tightens control and demands they admit who the crystal core truly belongs to. The captain, choking and burning, admits he misjudged Xia Yan and is powerless. A woman's voice declares that power and wealth always belong to the strong, interrupting the standoff with authority. Yuaning, the Yuan family's third miss, appears floating above and asks if her statement is wrong. Her subordinates plead for help, calling Xia Yan an overbearing outsider stealing on Yuan territory and shaming the family. Yuaning lashes out with a whip-like strike, punishing her own men for their failure. She scolds them as worthless, blaming them for wasting the family's resources while still losing to one outsider. The battered soldiers admit they didn't expect Xia Yan to be so powerful. Yuaning watches Xia Yan with interest, openly attracted to his flames and looks. Xia Yan holds the captain at arm's length in the fire, unmoved by the chaos around him. Yuaning flirts shamelessly, praising his cold eyes and masculinity. The captain tries to beg Yuaning for rescue, but he's still at Xia Yan's mercy. Yuaning dismisses him as trash and tells him not to interrupt her while she admires Xia Yan. The soldiers freeze in stunned silence, realizing their own elite is treating them as expendable. Xia Yan disperses his flames and asks Yuaning directly who she is. She introduces herself as Yuaning, third miss of the Yuan family's younger generation, and playfully invites familiarity. Yuaning takes Xia Yan by the hand and invites him inside for tea and a private talk. Xia Yan warns her to keep distance because his flames don't distinguish friend from foe, signaling he won't be controlled by charm. She smiles and insists he shouldn't be hostile, continuing to guide him inward. The fortress gates open and they enter under heavy guard, showing the Yuan family is wary despite the invitation. Outside, the soldiers lament that their captain died for nothing, underscoring the family's ruthless hierarchy. Inside a guarded corridor, Yuaning escorts Xia Yan deeper into the compound like a prized capture. She notes the guards are on high alert because in the apocalypse, monsters and human treachery both demand vigilance. They pass through an imposing traditional gate, emphasizing the Yuan family's fortified, clan-like stronghold. Yuaning seats Xia Yan for tea, setting a deceptively polite negotiation. Xia Yan asks if the Yuan family predicted the apocalypse, and she dodges by praising their resources while asking his name. He gives his name as Xia Yan and bluntly asks if the Yuan family is trying to recruit him. Yuaning confirms, praising his efficiency and promising the Yuan family can provide whatever cultivation resources he wants. Xia Yan warns she may regret offering anything, but she boasts the Yuan family's wealth is beyond imagination. To prove it, Yuaning casually pours out a pile of shangqing pills as bait. Xia Yan stays unimpressed, silently weighing the offer despite the display of abundance. Yuaning adds they distribute zombie crystal cores by tier and contribution, offering Xia Yan immediate captaincy over 5 Tier 3 elites if he joins. She paints a picture of Tier 5 power structures and formidable subordinates, implying a clear ladder of dominance. She sweetens the deal with plentiful supplies and clean water, framing survival comfort as a privilege of membership. Xia Yan remains skeptical as she claims they even control farmland and livestock, revealing the Yuan family's near-state resources. Yuaning presses him, assuming he must be tempted after hearing all this. She leans in intimately, promising safety, leveling resources, and even herself at his side if he commits. Xia Yan begins to respond cautiously, signaling he's not easily swayed by promises or seduction. Yuaning abruptly shifts to coercion, tightening a collar-like restraint, and warning him against refusing. She threatens to turn him into a preserved specimen in her closet, claiming it's because she likes him. She reveals the trap worked and he can't move, confirming he's been restrained. Yuaning admits the tea was laced with a poison targeting ability users, calling it her proper welcome for someone strong. She demands his final answer up close, making the choice feel like submission or death. She presses herself against him to dominate the moment, using intimacy as another form of control. Yuan is interrupted and annoyed, forced to step back from her game. A messenger reports the young master demands Yuan Ying's presence immediately, and she agrees to go. Before leaving, Yuan tells Xia Yan to think carefully and have a satisfactory answer ready when she returns. She orders a guard to watch Xia Yan closely and kill him instantly if he tries anything. Left alone, Xia Yan sits quietly, appearing compliant while planning his next move. Back in his inner realm, his fox-haired companion teases him about Yuan Ying's advances, and Xia Yan dryly shuts it down. A bear-like beast companion checks if Xia Yan was poisoned. Surprised, he seems unaffected. The fox-haired woman scolds the bear for underestimating the Yuan family's danger, insisting they're not to be trifled with. She wonders how Xia Yan could have drunk the tea at all, implying he should have avoided the trap. It's revealed the bear drank the poisoned tea himself, and even enjoyed it, making the fox-haired woman despair at his stupidity. Xia Yan heads toward the ominous demon-suppressing tower within the Yuan compound, drawn by its sinister aura. At a barred cell, Xia Yan asks Senior Tortoise how things are with Xiao Yun, showing his priorities remain elsewhere. Senior Tortoise assures him Xiao Yun is safe with Teacher Bai and hints they're preparing a surprise for his return to Emerald City. Xia Yan reacts with wary amusement, noting Xiao Yun is becoming increasingly independent and unpredictable. Senior Tortoise bickers with a snake spirit about hunger, highlighting the strange menagerie tied to Xia Yan's power. The tortoise thanks Xia Yan for granting the snake's soul and vows to refine it, aiming to fuse tortoise and snake into a xuanwu and reach martial rank. Xia Yan explains a new staircase appeared in the Great Vicious Prison, meaning the second floor has unlocked and new cells can be opened. He anticipates even more terrifying monsters and sinner gods on the second floor, intrigued rather than afraid. Xia Yan climbs toward the newly opened second floor, determined to see what awaits. He descends into thicker purple fog, entering a darker, more oppressive level. Sensing danger, Xia Yan steadies himself and prepares to confront whatever presence is watching. He confirms he's reached the second floor of the demon-suppressing tower, scanning the vast, shadowy chamber. A sinister laugh echoes through the fog, announcing an intelligent entity has noticed him. A massive shadowy demon claims it has waited a long time for Xia Yan to finally be strong enough to stand before it. Xia Yan turns to see a small chubby childlike figure, as the voice frames the encounter as an honor. The chubby child arrogantly declares he will issue 3 decrees and demands Xia Yan bow, starting with an order he hasn't finished. Xia Yan is baffled, unable to reconcile the childish appearance with the overwhelming presence. The child rages that Xia Yan appeared too suddenly and interrupted him, while Xia Yan realizes this is the second floor's mighty being. Xia Yan studies the child and begins to piece together what kind of creature he is, earning a grudging acknowledgement. Xia Yan guesses the child is a ginseng doll, provoking an indignant tantrum. The child screams that his aura and flames should make his identity obvious, and Xia Yan jokingly guesses he's a calabash kid instead. Furious, the child proclaims himself the great holy child king of Fire Cloud Cave from Withered Pine Grotto, unleashing power to prove it. Xia Yan repeats the title in realization, recognizing the name and what it implies. Xia Yan connects him to the notorious Red Boy, and the child angrily denies being called a brat. Red Boy seethes that being mistaken for such a thing is insulting, his rage and aura flaring as the confrontation escalates. In the prison's second level, the warden confronts a towering horned Yiksha king raging behind the bars. The Yiksha king proclaims he will slaughter all life and burn the world to silence forever. Hearing the threat to wipe out even Buddhas and immortals, the warden realizes the inmate is catastrophically dangerous. A chain pagoda-like prison mechanism surges with lightning as a punishment system activates. Nearby, the warden mistakenly addresses a tiny furious child as a ginseng doll, provoking him. The child berates the warden for not recognizing him, and the warden guesses again, still wrong. The child declares himself the great holy child king of Fire Cloud Cave, radiating power. The warden connects the title and starts to recognize who this notorious Red Boy is. The warden casually calls him a brat, and Red Boy explodes in offended denial. Red Boy's anger spikes as he fumes at being mistaken for a mere troublemaker. Back at the main cell, the Yiksha king continues looming over the warden with murderous intent. The Yiksha king repeats his vow to massacre everything and scorch the earth. The warden watches the demon's rampage and understands the situation is spiraling. The prison's chain tower crackles again, preparing another strike. Lightning slams into the Yiksha king, blasting him with overwhelming electrical force. The demon staggers against the bars, momentarily subdued by the punishment. Still laughing, the Yiksha king taunts the thunder and boasts he is an undying eternal Yiksha. Another shock leaves him briefly skeletal in silhouette, showing the strike's severity. Red Boy ends up sprawled and groaning from the backlash, while the warden stays silent. The warden dryly notes that second-floor inmates predictably scream about destroying the world, validating their imprisonment. He assesses his own cultivation at stage 6 and resolves to push his soul force further. He walks deeper through the smoky corridor, alert to new threats. Sinister shadowy faces gather in the mist, laughing as they approach. The warden finds himself surrounded by mocking, amorphous demons closing in. The shadows lunge, trying to overwhelm him from all sides. The warden commands them to retreat, his authority and power flaring. A fiery burst and forceful aura drive the shadows back with a pained howl. He warns that being trapped for ages can make them desperate, but it won't earn leniency. A fox-eared woman in red appears to greet him respectfully as the warden, calling him Dodgy. The warden orders her to keep thunder striking the unruly second-floor inmates until they calm down and can talk. Dodgy accepts the command and moves to carry it out. Red Boy complains that the warden only inherited Yiksha power by luck and doesn't deserve respect. Dodgy warns Red Boy and the others not to underestimate the warden and to serve him sincerely or face consequences. With a cold smile, Dodgy reminds them pride is cheap compared to survival. Outside, the chained prison tower stands ominously under a blood-red sky, still bound by massive restraints. Elsewhere, the story shifts to the Yuan Family Council Hall. In the council, the Yuan family credits ancestral guidance for stockpiling resources before the apocalypse and securing their foundation. Their patriarch admits they still haven't fulfilled the promise they made to their ancestors. He asks the assembled leaders for a plan as the ancestors' wrath rises again. A subordinate reports the ancestors demanded 3 conditions to be met. The first condition is a sacrifice of 100 boys and 100 girls. They also need 10 Tier 3 ability users and 3 Tier 4 ability users. All this is to dig out a vein and locate the golden coffin, and they've already sacrificed children and outsiders to progress. The speaker panics that the ancestors now want a Tier 4 ability user as the next offering, but Tier 4s are rare and costly. An elder agrees the concern is valid, acknowledging the danger of losing a top-tier fighter. She adds that the mind's power is tainted, and absorbing too much risks turning into a corpse beast. A man concludes that even with treasure piled high, their options are constrained. They recount that the golden coffin lies deep in a demon-infested, polluted mine where many outsider ability users have already died. The room pleads for more time, begging the ancestors to wait. The patriarch rejects delay and declares they will appease the ancestors by sacrificing a Tier 4. The elders protest that sacrificing one of their own Tier 4s would cripple their survival prospects. A woman named Yuanyan steps forward, offering to solve the problem in exchange for merit. The patriarch is surprised and asks if Yuanyan truly has a solution. Yuanyan reveals she recently captured a Tier 4 fire-type ability user and will hand him over as the offering. The patriarch approves but worries a Tier 4 might go berserk near the mine altar. Yuanyan assures him the prisoner is poisoned and controllable. Delighted, the patriarch promises Yuanyan the highest merit if the sacrifice succeeds. He orders Yuanxing to accompany Yuanyan and deliver the offering, confident 2 mid-Tier 4s can suppress a poisoned captive. Yuanyan and Yuanxing accept the mission in unison. Other leaders celebrate that the ancestors' anger should finally be calmed, already planning to keep recruiting ability users as expendable labor. The family exults that with ancestral protection, the Yuan clan will rise above all others. Inside a chamber, the captive warden senses a staggering power source beneath the Yuan fortress, recognizing an ability or deposit. He also notices a strange blue flame and deduces it must be the so-called ancestor they worship. A hulking bear spirit warns the warden that the Yuan family plans to sacrifice him and offers to eat them, but the warden stays focused. Daoji tells the bear his wind shaping is useful for spying, yet their priority is uncovering the Yuan family's backing and the golden coffin. Daoji suggests they pretend weakness, play along, and strike later when the moment is right. The warden agrees, sharing her plan to feign compliance. Daoji vanishes in a shimmer, leaving the warden to await the next move. Yuanyan arrives with Yuanxing and presses the warden for his decision. The warden agrees to join but demands proof and leverage first, threatening to self-destruct and take half the fortress if betrayed. Yuanyan calms him and offers a gift to demonstrate goodwill. She presents a glowing blue crystal, and the warden identifies it as ability ore. Yuanyan claims the ore's purity matches Tier 3 zombie cores and offers 3 pieces as proof of sincerity. The warden accepts the ore, acknowledging the offer is decent. Privately, Yuanyan smirks that the ore is tainted and hopes pollution will spread through him, making the sacrifice easier. The warden privately counters that he has a beast-grade purifier and isn't worried about minor pollution. Energy crackles as he grips the ore and begins drawing its power out. Dark contamination swirls within the crystal as it fractures under absorption. The warden immediately absorbs the ore, his fire aura flaring as power floods in. He senses his ability power rising sharply and realizes the mind's scale could make him overflow with energy. Yuanyan mocks outsiders as easy to buy, convinced a few stones secured his loyalty. She tells him to come to the ancestral hall to pay respects, promising to release her control and give him the antidote afterward. The warden warns her not to try any tricks, smiling as if compliant. They set off together, while Yuanxing coldly dismisses the warden as already dead. Yuanyan leads him onward with a sweet, guiding demeanor that masks her intent. The trio enters a dark tunnel toward the underground shrine. The sacred ground trembles violently as bats scatter and guards urge them to hurry with the offering. 2 guards panic about the ancestors' growing anger and the danger of being dragged off as sacrifices. A guard spots Yuanyan and Yuanxing approaching with the captive and calls out to them. The warden complains about the cave's instability, suspecting it's more like a mine shaft than a shrine. Yuanyan assures him this is the Yuan family's sacred ground and therefore anything but ordinary. She points out something ahead to impress him further. The warden notices a low-purity ability or stone underfoot, confirming the cavern's resources. He realizes the entire cavern is filled with ability ore and is stunned by the scale. Yuanyan boasts that this is the depth of the Yuan family's heritage, and the warden plays along with admiration. The warden needles her by asking why she'd bring him somewhere so valuable if she feared he might take it all. Yuanxing laughs off the idea that the warden could ever steal from the Yuan family. Yuanyan coos that once he pays respects to the ancestors, he'll be one of them with a bright future. The warden fixes on the target, saying he looks forward to meeting the Yuan family's old ancestor. As they proceed, Yuanyan privately derides him as clueless, unaware death is near. The warden steps forward steadily, unshaken as they near the altar. He arrives at a cavern shrine with a statue and ritual table, recognizing it as the Yuan ancestral altar. Close by, inscriptions and blue-flamed candles reinforce the shrine's ominous sanctity. Yuanyan announces to the presents that they have brought the offering to pay respects to the old ancestor. A voice responds approvingly, pleased with what it sees. Yuanyan demands the warden kneel, and he repeats the order with feigned curiosity. The warden doubts this so-called immortal official is worthy of his respect as he approaches the altar. Yuanxing erupts in anger at the perceived disrespect and attacks to force submission. He commands the warden to kneel, striking with wind-like force. Yuanxing is baffled as his coercion fails to bend the warden. Yuanyan urges ruthless action, telling Yuanxing they can tear the warden apart once he's at the altar. Yuanyan lashes out with a glowing whip-like strike, but the warden remains calm and unmoved. Both attackers converge, yet the warden stands centered, resisting their combined suppression. Yuanyan panics that he was poisoned, so he shouldn't still be able to resist. Yuanxing is equally shocked, insisting a mere 4th rank shouldn't withstand 2 mid-tier 4s even unpoisoned. Surrounded by flames, the warden coolly asks whoever said he was only 4th rank. A sudden fiery blast hurls Yuanxing away, breaking their momentum. The shockwave throws both Yuanyan and Yuanxing back amid flying debris. Yuanxing realizes in horror the warden isn't 4th rank at all. Yuanyan blurts out the truth in disbelief, he's 5th rank. The warden stands in roaring fire as they reel at the existence of a 5th-tier user. Yuanxing rants that reaching tier 5 is impossible even for the entire Yuan family, demanding to know who the warden really is. The warden refuses to answer, saying they aren't worthy of knowing his identity. Yuanxing, bleeding, tries to invoke the ancestor by claiming the warden's power is a gift meant for the Yuan family. Yuanyan also bleeds as she commits to the ritual, preparing a blood sacrifice to summon the ancestor. She activates a red formation with her blood, calling for the ancestor to reveal himself. Yuanxing joins the ritual, asserting that the stronger the user, the better the offering. The formation expands, and they proclaim the ancestors will be most satisfied by such a powerful sacrifice. Yuanyan formally presents the offering, begging the ancestor to accept it. A spectral figure manifests and praises the fine sacrifice, clearly pleased. The ancestor identifies himself as the submersion star lord of the 7 water lodestars and promises fortune for their devotion. He demands immediate bowing, expecting unquestioning submission. Yuanxing mocks the ancestors' true form as unimpressive, still assuming the warden is the real prize. Yuanyan senses something off as the ancestor's attention shifts unexpectedly. She wonders why the warden looks so calm despite the summoned immortal. The warden questions the title Mudwater Star Lord, implying the ancestor is a fraud. Daji and the bear reveal the true hierarchy of the 7 water lodestars and named the real water lord as Lu Xiong, whom they knew. Daji teases that Lu Xiong once had many little Erjiang boys running around, hinting at the imposter's low status. The summoned ancestor is rattled as the bear openly calls him a minor water lackey abusing Upper Purity's name, declaring it impossible. The imposter recognizes the bird-headed, wind and thunder commander presence and describes the terrifying form he sees. He identifies the figure as Lei Jinzi, the Marshal of Thunder, confirming the intruders are ancient gods. Shaken, the imposter demands why they are here if the ancient gods were supposed to be dead. The bear complains the imposter recognizes Lei Jinzi but not him, declaring himself the great king of Black Wind. The imposter admits he has never heard of the bear, humiliating him. Enraged, the imposter attacks and orders the bear to kneel, striking him down with force. He sneers at the filthy beast, daring to run wild in his domain, and prepares to punish it. The imposter claims Waterlord's Merit Jade now belongs to him as the new ruler of the Water Court, justifying his authority. He unleashes a god-locking formation, chaining Lei Jinzi and the bear as nourishment to refine for himself. Daji warns the warden that the god-locking formation can trap even a soul, signaling real danger. Yuanxing celebrates, believing the ancestor instantly subdued the thief and crushed the intruder's scheme. Yuanyan congratulates the ancestor and praises the captured wild gods and beast spirits as nourishment, convinced his power will advance from consuming them. A bear-like general smashes through the god-locking restraint, sending the blue-glowing elder reeling amid erupting flames. The shockwave blasts the 2 bystanders back as the formation collapses in a violent explosion. The elder realizes the god-locking formation has failed and is left exposed. The bear general mocks the elder's stolen status and declares the weak formation cannot hold him. A winged red-haired general descends with crushing force, his arrival detonating the ground in a red burst. The long-haired man lunges forward in disbelief at the sudden escalation. The woman in red is caught in the spreading inferno and panics as burning chains whip around her. The long-haired man coolly judges the enemy's bindings as fragile and easily broken. The winged general and bear general loom over the pair, demanding to know who dared act so arrogantly. The elder hastily tries to placate them, admitting he was rude and begging to negotiate. The bear general ignores the plea and commits to a brutal finishing slam. He crashes down on the elder, crushing him into the ground as the elder groans in agony. Poisonous green miasma spreads as the elder is battered further, worsening the situation. The woman and the long-haired man freeze in alarm, realizing the elder is being overwhelmed. The winged general suddenly retches, and the two nearby also vomit, as if struck by a nauseating force. Voices beg for mercy as the atmosphere turns ominous, like a calamity closing in. The elder begs a great immortal to stop while the bear general taunts him with another slam. The elder abandons pride and screams for everyone to run for their lives as he flees. The winged general charges power in his hand, vowing the fleeing elder will not escape. A vast electric blue field spreads across the sky, trapping the elder within a crackling net of power. The elder is seized by the lightning-like force and screams as it tears through him. The woman and long-haired man are stunned that the supposedly almighty ancestor is actually running away. The long-haired man studies the winged general's terrifying power, unsettled by the threat. The woman decides she must warn her patriarch that a powerful outsider has forced open the Yuan family's core veins. The elder is violently struck again, and the woman cries out to him in shock. Close to death, the elder's eyes widen in fear as he realizes he has lost control. A colossal water spirit manifests like a devouring face, blaming the woman's side for inviting a wolf into the house. The two are swept up by surging water and fear the ancestor intends to consume them. The water spirit silences their protests and demands repayment for nurturing their bloodline. It exults that sacrificing 2 Tier 4 users will help it shatter its shackles and rise further. The being reveals itself as a newly advanced general rank entity, the Submersion Star-Lord. The fox-haired woman and bear general realize it devoured countless people and absorbed 2 Tier 4 offerings, and they propose teaming up to crush it. The winged general tries to stop them from rushing in recklessly. The long-haired man reveals he just broke into Tier 5 and absorbed Yenxia's inherited memories and techniques, eager to use the enemy as a sparring dummy. He sizes up the general rank fiend head-on, wondering what chance he has in a direct clash. The Submersion Star-Lord lunges to kill him first, boasting that once it breaks through again none will match it. The long-haired man answers with calm confidence as flames gather around him. He detonates a fiery strike into the water fiend, blasting it with a cross-shaped burst of flame. The scene cuts to India, where catastrophe spreads and bodies lie amid burning destruction. At the Taj Mahal, panicked crowds flee through fire and chaos as bloody victims fall. Inside a shattered hall, worshippers pray desperately for salvation as the roof burns open to the sky. One devotee insists the divine will never abandon them, rallying others to keep faith. A horde of roaring zombies surges into the building, turning prayer into immediate terror. People are grabbed and trampled as the undead break through, screams filling the burning corridor. A kneeling worshipper keeps chanting praise even as a zombie reaches for him from behind. A fighter kicks a zombie's head apart, buying space as survivors scramble to escape. Multiple combatants clash with high-tier zombies amid flames, trading blows and energy attacks to hold the line. A woman urges civilians to run while fighters slash at attackers, but one worshipper still prays instead of fleeing. The woman glances back at the mass of kneeling devotees, realizing many are choosing faith over survival. She condemns the situation as insanity, shaken by their refusal to act. A high-tier zombie charges, and a swordsman warns her to be careful as the threat closes in. The fighters coordinate strikes, hammering the hulking zombies with fire, lightning, and kicks while a crowd presses in behind. Even as the battle rages, worshippers proclaim the gods will save them, mistaking the chaos for divine intervention. 3 radiant divine silhouettes appear above the Taj Mahal, drawing awe from below. The figures resolve into Shiva, Indra, and goddess Kali, descending like saviors in the smoke-filled sky. The devotees rejoice, convinced their worshipped gods have arrived. People shout that the gods have come to save them as the divine trio hovers over the ruined hall. Shiva extends a hand with cold authority, surveying the mortals beneath him. The zombies and fighters falter as a strange pressure spreads, as if the god's presence is suppressing everything. Shiva's aura envelopes the battlefield, and the combatants appear tiny and helpless before him. Blood suddenly splashes across Shiva's chest, and the crowd misreads it as the gods striking down their enemy. The worshippers cheer and thank the gods, believing they have been saved. A hand calmly gathers floating red crystal shards, revealing the true target of the gods' action. Shiva, Indra, and Kali stand together as Kali's power coils like chains, their focus shifting from zombies to human essence. Kali giggles behind her hand, amused by the mortal's devotion. She savors the rich taste of tens of thousands of souls' essence, revealing the gods are feeding. Indra admits the flavor is acceptable but says he prefers a different taste. The devotees stare up in confusion and fear, asking what their gods are doing. Shiva answers that they are simply taking what belongs to them. The fighters and civilians begin to float helplessly upward, realizing too late they are being harvested. People plead that they are faithful believers and beg the gods not to do this. Shiva is peppered by dark impacts but remains unfazed, as if the resistance is meaningless. The devotees below look up in shock as black droplets fall, sensing something horribly wrong. Red crystal fragments drift in the air like spoils, confirming lives are being converted into essence. Kali links the trio with a red conduit, and remarks that essence from living humans tastes far better than the dead. They discuss controlling ghouls and feeding on ordinary humans endlessly, mocking Yanxia's protective cultivation as foolish. Kali recalls the ancient war where the gods barely managed to seal Yanxia away for 3,000 years, and warns his divine power is still troublesome. Indra asks Kali if she has a plan, while she smiles with confident malice. Kali reveals she planted something in Yanxia's land during the war 3,000 years ago, setting up a delayed scheme. The gods depart to the next hunting ground, leaving the burning Taj Mahal behind. The remaining devotees stare upward, stunned as their supposed saviors vanish. Inside the hall, survivors begin to move again, but dread lingers as the threat of the undead remains. The zombies snarl with glowing red eyes, surging anew as the false hope collapses. The story shifts to the Yuan family fortress, foreshadowing trouble spreading elsewhere. Deep in the mines, armed guards oversee forced laborers extracting glowing crystals. A guard barks orders to hurry as exhausted miners keep digging under threat. The miners complain they were promised good treatment, but the tainted ores are driving people insane and monsters lurk below. A Yuan enforcer arrives and sneers that outsiders cannot come and go from Yuan territory as they please. He introduces himself as Yuan Rui, a 4th-tier user, and mocks them for consuming Yuan supplies before wanting to quit. The miners panic at his rank as he threatens they either keep digging or be cut open to return the food they ate. Yuan Rui offers a cruel bargain: dig up what he needs and he will give upper purity pills to cleanse their bodies. The miners realize in horror that the mine's contamination is poisoning them already. Yuan Rui coldly states they will die either way unless they obey, making the pill a leash rather than mercy. Called ruthless, Yuan Rui reassures them the pill will remove the taint and even advance their cultivation, pretending it is a favor. A guard praises Yuan Rui for controlling the workers with a few words. Yuan Rui reveals the true objective: they are searching for the ancestors' golden coffin. A sudden tremor hits the cavern, startling Yuan Rui and his guard as crystals shake loose. An explosion rocks Yuan Shui cavern, blasting rock apart and signaling something has been uncovered. Elsewhere, the submersion Star-Lord revels and regains strength, laughing as it recovers from earlier damage. The water-armored general lies battered, showing the earlier clash has left him injured and vulnerable. The long-haired man strides through flames, pressing the attack and refusing to let the enemy regroup. He launches a blazing punch, daring the foe to take it head-on. The fire strike detonates against the water general, blasting him backward through an inferno. The water general curses the attacker as a maniac, while the fiery impact continues to chew through his defenses. The long-haired man keeps his momentum, shaping the flames into a tighter, more controlled assault. A spiraling fire vortex slams the water general down, scattering debris as the attack overwhelms him. The water general tries to order the pursuit stopped, but the relentless pressure forces him to retreat. The long-haired man threatens that being caught will be worse, tightening the chase with predatory confidence. Another fiery blast erupts, shaking the battlefield and driving the enemy further into desperation. Back in the mine, Yuan Rui and the guards wonder what could cause such massive underground chaos. A guard reports rumors that Yuan Ning captured a 4th-tier user to sacrifice to the ancestor, and assumes the ancestor is absorbing power right now. Yuan Rui exults that their ancestor, an ancient water god, will let the Yuan family rule the next age, and his men swear loyalty to his future reign. Yuan Rui laughs it off with smug confidence, basking in the promised glory. Someone spots a new structure revealed by the quake and calls attention to it. A massive bronze gate emerges from the rubble, and they realize the quake saved them years of digging. Yuan Rui is certain the golden coffin lies beyond the gate. The workers strain together to force the bronze doors open, inching them apart with a grinding roar. A blinding light spills through the widening gap, hinting at a sealed chamber within. The gate opens enough to reveal a vast inner space, and the onlookers are stunned by what they see. Yuan Rui shields his eyes, bracing himself as the chamber's radiance floods out. Inside, a golden coffin sits beyond the threshold, confirming their ancestors' treasure is real. They identify it with awe as the golden coffin at last. Two miners realize the surrounding water is pure spirit source energy water with no corruption no matter how much is absorbed. They marvel at the sheer quantity of this energy water filling the chamber. Yuan Rui calculates that this vein was formed by the flooding spirit water and fantasizes about nurturing Tier 5 or Tier 6 power for the Yuan family. A sudden shove sends someone stumbling, signaling an intruder has entered the chamber unnoticed. Yuan Rui turns, confused and alarmed, as he senses something is off behind him. The submersion Star-Lord appears above the spirit water near the golden coffin, and the Yuan men shout that the ancestor has arrived. The water god fixates on the legendary coffin and the abundant spirit source water, convinced no brat can stop him once he absorbs it. The Yuan followers celebrate the god's descent as proof of their family's foundation, praising him as peerless. A flaming figure rockets in and kicks through the air toward the water god, interrupting the worshippers' triumph. The long-haired man lands a Foshan shadowless kick squarely on the water god, striking him hard. The Yuan men gape, unable to process someone daring to attack their ancestor. The water god is blasted backward into the cavern wall, debris exploding outward from the impact. He tumbles down, battered and disoriented, as the force of the kick breaks his composure. Yuan Rui screams in disbelief, horrified that their ancestor is being beaten. The followers insist it must be a hallucination, unable to accept the ancestor can be struck at all. The miners and guards stare, shocked that the intruder is even hitting a god. The long-haired man stands amid fire and water, and everyone wonders who he truly is. He notes the chase battle helped him comprehend another memory shard, implying his growth accelerates through combat. He manifests a blazing phoenix-like fire form called Fire Stride, elevating his presence to something mythic. He recalls that dispersing the Yanxia soul body left him many memory shards, and he must keep fighting and leveling to unlock them. The water god, furious and injured, accuses the intruder of being a thief acting wildly under his command of water. He calls on water to obey, planning to absorb the spirit source water to fully heal his injuries. A massive surge of water rises as he claims it all for himself, trying to seize the chamber's power. The long-haired man calmly reacts, a small flame flickering at his fingertip as he prepares a counter. He rides the fiery phoenix aura into position within the cavern, taking control of the battlefield's rhythm. With a single command to gather, he draws the surrounding water streams toward himself, shocking the water god. The water whips coil around the long-haired man as if answering him instead, undermining the god's authority. The entire pool churns into a controlled vortex, showing the intruder has seized dominance over the spirit source water itself. An armored elder rages as his water power is being stolen, screaming for it to stop and claiming all the water as his. The cavern erupts into a clash of surging water and blazing phoenix fire as the young intruder confronts the elder and others shout for their ancestor. Yuan family men accuse the intruder of theft and warn each other not to approach because he is too dangerous and armed with treasures. A soldier activates a shining artifact with murderous intent, trying to finish the intruder. A beam from a soul light mirror blasts down toward the intruder standing amid flames. The soldier is struck back hard enough to draw blood, realizing the attack failed. Bleeding but determined, the soldier uses his blood to summon a jade spirit weapon called Jade Beauty. Jade Beauty dives in under orders to kill the intruder and rescue the ancestor. The jade spirit rockets forward in a green streak to strike. The intruder calmly dismisses the summoned spirit as a mere trinket, while phoenix flames swirl around him. His phoenix fire collides with the incoming jade attack in a violent impact. The jade spirit is overwhelmed and drenched, its assault collapsing under the intruder's counterforce. Onlookers stare at the flooded platform where multiple golden, seed-like treasures surround a sealed golden coffin. A yuan cultivator forms a hand seal and unleashes a technique called swastika lotus platform. Golden lotus seeds launch toward the intruder as he faces the incoming barrage. The intruder smirks, impressed that the yuan family truly hoards many treasures. The golden seeds spiral through the air in a coordinated attack pattern around the phoenix fire. Water and fire energies crash together around the intruder as the battlefield destabilizes. From atop the phoenix, the intruder taunts that he will drain every last drop of water unless they try harder to stop him. The yuan cultivator orders all lotus seeds to strike at once, escalating to a full volley. A lotus seed slams into the golden coffin's lid, jolting it with a heavy impact. The armored elder panics and begs them not to damage the golden coffin. The coffin begins to glow and react, as if the strike has triggered something inside. The intruder's expression tightens as he senses the change. Columns of golden light rise near the intruder and the seeds, signaling the coffin's activation. The intruder turns toward the yuan group, preparing to retaliate for what they have set in motion. He blasts the yuan cultivator with a burst of flame, making the man scream in agony. The intruder lowers his hand, a small flame still burning as he stays in control. He walks forward through whipping water streams as if they cannot touch him, unfazed by the pressure. Hovering on phoenix wings, he identifies the golden coffin as the source tied to his soul power. The golden coffin trembles violently, as though something is forcing it open. The yuan men recoil in confusion, sensing something terrifying happening. The intruder notices the temperature drop and wonders why the air has suddenly turned cold. The armored elder explains the golden coffin legend. It holds celestial bones granting entry to heaven and golden immortality, and he has searched for it for years. Cracks split across the coffin as the lid begins to break apart. From above, the coffin's shattering intensifies while the gathered group watches in dread. The intruder presses the elder for where he learned this legend, suspecting manipulation. The elder falters, realizing he cannot even remember who first told him about the coffin. A torrent of purple, insect-like entities pours out of the broken coffin, spilling into the cavern like a living flood. A man caught in the swarm starts to collapse as the insects engulf him. He screams as the swarm rapidly consumes him, his body visibly deteriorating. In moments, he is reduced to a blood-smeared skeleton amid the buzzing mass. Panic spreads as survivors flee, shouting for everyone to run before the swarm reaches them. More victims are stripped down as the swarm advances, leaving skeletal remains and terror behind. The yuan cultivator erects a protective barrier and warns the insects not to come closer. Relieved, he notes the barrier works and the swarm cannot enter it. The insects mass outside the barrier in a dense, ominous formation, probing for weakness. The cultivator's relief turns to horror as insects slip through or latch onto him, and he realizes the defense is failing. The intruder watches the chaos and condemns the insects as vile and poisonous. He stands within roaring flames, gauging the swarm's behavior as it spreads. He tests them with fire and realizes they resist his flames, forcing him to rethink his approach. The swarm surges down corridors, craving blood, flesh, and spiritual energy as it multiplies. The intruder calls his subordinates, warning that if the insects spread, the consequences will be disastrous, and they must stop them. A winged, red-haired warden launches into the air, gathering lightning to counter the swarm. He dives toward the purple mass, swinging a crescent of electrified power into it. He unleashes a named strike, heaven's soul-slaying lightning, blasting the swarm with overwhelming electricity. The insects are struck and scattered, but many remain active despite the lightning. The winged warden pauses, sensing something wrong as the swarm's core persists. He narrows his eyes, realizing the enemy is adapting to his lightning. Close in, the insects absorb and crawl through the electrical field, feeding on the energy instead of dying. The bear-like subordinate reports that even heaven's lightning has no effect and the insects' resistance is increasing, so they must surround them first. The winged warden forms a new technique, Thousand Thunder Cage, to trap the swarm. Lightning converges into a concentrated node, beginning to shape a containment field. The energy condenses into a bright core as the cage expands outward. A massive lightning surge erupts, sealing the area with blinding force. Multiple lightning orbs branch and connect, forming a lattice meant to imprison the swarm. Watching from a tunnel, bystanders recognize the phenomenon as lightning and realize the situation is beyond them. The lightning backlash shocks nearby people, throwing them into screams and panic. The cavern corridor fills with crackling electricity as the group staggers back from the blast. Two soldiers exchange grim looks, sensing the disaster escalating beyond control. A violent lightning explosion hurls bodies through the air, scattering the group. A soldier shields himself and shouts for others to look, trying to understand what is happening. The mine entrance becomes sealed by a wall of lightning, cutting off escape and access. A soldier orders an urgent report to the clan master, warning that massive lightning burst from the entrance. The swarm presses toward the lightning-sealed passages as observers realize something strange is happening deep inside the mine. Some insects are immobilized and whitened by the lightning field, momentarily restrained. Others keep flying, showing the cage is not fully stopping them. The insects gather beneath multiple lightning seals, searching for openings to break through. A dominant insect presence speaks through the swarm, furious that anyone dares stop it. The swarm's leader declares it will devour everyone, escalating from threat to intent. The swarm churns and multiplies, buzzing louder as it prepares to overwhelm the containment. Insects gnaw at the lightning barrier, visibly consuming the electrical energy. The winged warden realizes the bugs can consume his lightning and admits he cannot hold the cage much longer, demanding help. The bear-like subordinate steps forward offering assistance while the armored elder laughs maniacally nearby. The armored elder throws his head back in triumphant laughter, reveling in the chaos. The swarm surges toward the elder as he continues laughing, drawing the insects to himself. The intruder is warned of an attack from behind and narrowly dodges as giant insects crash through his flames. The bear-like subordinate realizes the elder's body has become a breeding ground for insect nests and decides the elder must be killed first. The bear's strike collides with the elder's armored defense, starting a brutal close-quarters clash. The elder catches and blocks the bear's assault, refusing to be crushed. The bear roars and fires red energy from its eyes, trying to overpower the elder. The elder is blasted back, forced to retreat under the bear's pressure. As the bear attacks, the elder's mind flashes with doubt about how he ever learned the golden coffin legend. The elder suddenly realizes the truth. A woman has been behind it all. A title card frames the looming myth as the story shifts to the legend of the golden coffin. A blue-flamed figure appears as the elder's recollection sharpens, hinting at hidden control. A many-armed woman manifests amid the swarm's purple aura, revealing herself as the true power behind the insects. The elder reels helplessly, as if his body and will are no longer his own. Explosions and smoke erupt around the woman's presence as the battle's scale widens. The woman calmly listens and smiles, utterly unbothered by the destruction. She is identified as Goddess Kali, mother of the insect swarm, and her grin confirms she orchestrated the outbreak. Kali's finger points to the elder's forehead, revealing a hidden mark of control. The elder recalls that she implanted an insect egg into his body, controlled his will, and used him to search for the golden coffin she left behind. He clutches his head in agony as the implanted control asserts itself, and his eyes bleed. The elder cackles that the day he awaited has arrived, celebrating the coffin's shattering as his long scheme completes. The bear charges again, trying to crush the elder before the infestation spreads further. The swarm condenses into a dense, weaponized mass, gathering into a lethal core. The elder rises empowered by purple energy, now wielding the swarm as twin crushing spheres. His face hardens into cold resolve as he embraces this corrupted power. He judges the intruder's strength as insufficient compared to the original body's power, yet claims it is still enough to kill him. Facing the intruder and the foxwoman ally, the elder declares that this much power will suffice to end them. The intruder deduces Kali has been hiding here for 1,000 years using a clone, and that stumbling upon her prevented catastrophe for Yenxia. The bear bristles at the insult to its prison master and threatens to tear the intruder apart. The bear lunges toward the elder again, intent on stopping the source of the nests. The elder snarls back, challenging them and insisting they cannot stop him. The bear rages and vows to beat the elder to death, fully committed to the kill. The foxwoman explains the swarm's insects fear neither water, fire, nor lightning and can devour energy, but they are not invincible, prompting the intruder to ask for the real solution. She answers that the key is Samadhi true fire. She reveals Tai Shang's furnace of true fire can melt even stars, and suggests releasing the Great Holy Child, the natural nemesis of the swarm's mother. She warns the Great Holy Child is commander rank and a great demon, so he may not be easy to command, but the intruder is unconcerned. The intruder says his soul lamp lets him observe the prison anytime, and he has already figured out how to make the Great Holy Child bow and submit. Lightning and chains crackle around the towering prison structure as they move to the sealed cells. Inside the second-floor cell area, the foxwoman worries the Great Holy Child's infamous madness makes him uncontrollable even under threat. She senses the Great Holy Child is starting up again and fears he goes berserk on a schedule. She steels herself, anxious as they approach the locked cell. A sinister purple haze hangs around the barred cell, hinting at dangerous heat within. Inside, a small horned child barks that it is someone's turn and demands action, threatening death if they hesitate. 3 horned demon youths look exhausted and irritated, as if forced into a repetitive game. They gulp nervously, sensing a new presence and possible trouble. A large red hand reaches down toward the Great Holy Child, asserting dominance over the game. The foxwoman watches with growing worry, unsure what the intruder is attempting. The Great Holy Child slams down a joker card, dramatically declaring a decisive play. The foxwoman freezes in surprise at the absurdity of what she is seeing. The demon youths howl that he drew a ghost card and realized the terrifying truth that the Great Holy Child was just playing cards. The foxwoman doubts card games alone can make the Great Holy Child obey the prison master. The Great Holy Child smugly announces it is his turn to draw, flaunting a strong hand. Purple flames flare around the demon youths as the Great Holy Child senses something and looks up. The Great Holy Child notices someone standing outside the bars and glares in challenge. The intruder mocks that the mighty Great Holy Child has been reduced to playing old maid with grunts, calling it boring. Smiling provocatively, the intruder offers to play with the Great Holy Child himself. The Great Holy Child snaps that spying is unforgivable, while the intruder needles him by asking if he is afraid of being watched. The intruder steps into the cell through a dark aura, and the Great Holy Child threatens to burn him to death for daring to enter. The intruder stays relaxed, claiming they are alike because both play with fire, and asks what the little king wants. Furious, the Great Holy Child orders the intruder to get out, rejecting the idea of playing together. The Great Holy Child erupts in raging purple fire, swearing he will never submit like lesser demons. Outside the bars, the foxwoman panics as the Great Holy Child's anger spikes dangerously. The demon youths brace and warn that if the intruder does not leave now, the Great Holy Child will unleash violence. The Great Holy Child charges while shouting game-like kill streaks, as the intruder casually taps on his phone mid-attack. The foxwoman is left speechless, stunned by the intruder's bizarre calm and strategy. The intruder explains it is a mobile game and asks if the Great Holy Child has never played before, while the child's curiosity breaks through his rage. Xia Yan casually offers to teach the captured little demon girl, dangling modern treats as bait. Deep inside the cave, a violent surge of power tears through the darkness as something awakens. A winged yiksha struggles to hold back the chaos while the bear spirit nears collapse under the strain. The bear spirit begs for the monkey master's help, but the armored foe mocks the idea of being saved by a human. The armored man fumes that his spiritual energy is drained after leaving the coffin and he cannot find any more to replenish it. He decides to rely on 2 general-rank great demons to restore him, planning to devour every living thing afterward. Amidst swarming soul insects, he laughs that he wants to see how Yanxia will handle this predicament. A massive burst of purple demonic energy erupts, signaling a new force entering the fight. The armored man is stunned as a child appears protected within a purple aura, flanked by horned demon soldiers. The demon soldiers dive like blades, launching a coordinated strike to break the enemy's advantage. The soul insects are caught in the purple blaze and begin to burn and scatter in panic. The horned soldiers carve through the insect swarm, clearing the air around the battlefield. The winged yiksha realizes the insects are being completely wiped out and his plan is collapsing. Outside the cave, onlookers see lightning and fire bursting out and panic at the battle raging within. Inside, the armored man cannot believe yiksha soldiers made of samadhi true fire are being overwhelmed. The horned soldiers rush him head-on, forcing him into a desperate defense. He is smashed backward, losing control of the situation as the assault lands cleanly. A storm of red slashes tears into him, drawing blood and shredding his composure. Bleeding and shocked, he can only mutter that what he is seeing should be impossible. As his vision blurs, he starts to recognize the true source behind the attack. The horned soldiers gloat that anyone trying to steal the child's crystal will be hacked to death, while the child grins and keeps playing. Unbothered by the carnage, the child happily enjoys a lollipop as if it is the only thing that matters. Xia Yan keeps her cooperative by promising even better snacks once they leave and the outside world is safe. The child excitedly lists games and junk food she wants, and Xia Yan ties her wishes to defeating the foreign gods and restoring order. She squeals with delight, fully sold on Xia Yan's promise of endless fun and treats. Elsewhere, a furious horned demon lord decides it is time to make an example of the intruders. He orders his minions to attack the insect egg inside the enemy's body by following its soul imprint to the controller. The demon lord and Xia Yan appear together with a host of horned soldiers, confronting the armored man and demanding payment for trespassing. Far away in India, a grand palace stands under ominous skies as another plotline unfolds. A dark-haired goddess lounges in a bath, savoring rare relaxation while attendants serve her. She is offered wine with reverence, indulging in luxury as if the world's suffering is irrelevant. The calm shatters as the palace grounds are revealed littered with corpses, hinting at ruthless rule. The goddess smugly notes India is under her control and that several promising pawns have emerged among the survivors. A sudden disturbance catches her attention, her expression tightening as she senses something off. She realizes the soul insects have hatched from their eggs, confirming her scheme is progressing. Delighted, she unleashes them to devour all life and spiritual energy in Yanxia, daring anyone to stop her. She wonders how much strength Yanxia has left and decides to investigate personally. She reaches out with her power to take a closer look at the source of the strange fluctuations. Her eyes widen as she recognizes the signature of an unexpected power. Back in the cave, the bear spirit slams down on the armored man, startling him with brute force. Pinned beneath the bear, he notices the winged yiksha above and realizes multiple threats are converging. He focuses his senses further, trying to identify the true mastermind behind the new demonic pressure. A wave of horned soldiers surges toward him again, and he panics at the overwhelming numbers. Terror spikes as he feels a foreign, scorching presence closing in. In India, the goddess senses the same fluctuation and recognizes it as samadhi, true fire. She admits she narrowly cut off the connection in time, or she would have been burned through the link. The lingering heat still scorches her mind, leaving cracks of fear beneath her arrogance. The backlash hits hard and she screams as the severed connection still burns her essence. Her horned soldiers materialize in her palace and immediately begin slaughtering her attendants. The demons rampage through the halls, cutting down servants in a sudden massacre. A man is impaled and killed as the invasion turns the palace into a killing ground. Explosions and destruction rip across the palace complex, spreading chaos through India's stronghold. The goddess, wounded and furious, realizes Xia Yan traced her through the soul imprint all the way here. A gigantic flaming demon visage forms to deliver a message, insulting her and announcing her exposure. The fiery presence warns her not to overreach, making clear she is outmatched if she pushes further. Xia Yan appears within the flames and coolly warns her she might get burned if she keeps playing with fire. The flaming demon face laughs as it disperses, leaving the goddess humiliated and rattled. The goddess staggers in the water, clutching her injured face and seething at Xia Yan's interference. Two other gods arrive, sensing the disturbance and recognizing the dangerous fluctuation. The goddess confirms it must be Xia Yan, the only one who could command the long-lost samadhi, true fire. A blue-skinned god remarks that Xia Yan has seen through her tricks, while she vows revenge for her ruined face. They decide not to clash head-on yet, choosing instead to watch how the other gods respond to Xia Yan's rising power. Back inside the cave, the demon child declares her message delivered and tries to return to her game. Xia Yan stops her, and she snaps that his patience is limited, demanding he hurry. He offers her a bottled drink, surprising her into pausing and paying attention. He tempts her with another fun game outside, and she reluctantly agrees to stay, while Daji complains the bottle is too big for her. Outside the cave, the Yuan family and their allies stare at the aftermath, confused by what just happened. They speculate the ancestor either became immortal from offerings or emerged due to the golden coffin, unable to imagine another outcome. As the tremors stop, they celebrate, convinced the ancestor is about to come out. The family head orders a grand welcoming ceremony to honor the ancestor's descent into the mortal realm. A lavish red carpet and ceremonial platform are prepared in the canyon for the supposed return. The family head stands proudly at the cave mouth, savoring the moment as if history is about to crown him. The long carpet stretches from the cave to the stage, lined with attendants awaiting the grand entrance. Golden lotus lights appear along the carpet, convincing everyone the immortal's arrival is real. The family head beams, citing legends that immortals walk on golden lotuses and declaring the ancestor is truly coming. The crowd bows and formally welcomes the ancestor out of seclusion. As footsteps approach, disciples swear absolute obedience to the ancestor's every command. They pledge to serve the terrestrial divine emperor and help the Yuan family achieve supremacy. Hearing the title terrestrial divine emperor, Xia Yan smirks at how easily they are being manipulated. The family head suddenly realizes the voice is wrong and that this is not the ancestor speaking. Xia Yan sits on the ornate throne and accepts the role of terrestrial divine emperor, pretending to reward their devotion. His declaration stuns the gathering, the audacity breaking their certainty. Some disciples waver, marveling at his presence even as doubt spreads through the ranks. The family head points accusingly and demands to know who this impostor really is. Xia Yan taunts him, calling him grandson and mocking him for not recognizing his own ancestor. A fighter recognizes Xia Yan as the fourth-tier user Miss Yanyan brought back before, exposing the lie. Enraged, The Yuan family orders Xia Yan killed for insulting their ancestor and using cheap tricks. Someone tries to stop the rash attack, but the mob's momentum is already rolling forward. The family head threatens Xia Yan to explain what happened in the cave if he wants to live. Xia Yan reframes the accusation, calling the family head a thief from Yuan Shui who nearly destroyed Yanxia while possessed by a foreign god. He reveals proof that the thief's divine seat was removed and the man was completely annihilated. The crowd reels at the claim, shocked that their entire faith might be built on a corpse. Arguments erupt as some insist it is impossible while others fear the evidence means the ancestor truly died. The family head rages that Xia Yan is spreading rumors and orders everyone to kill him immediately. The Yuan family's experts rush in from all sides, launching a coordinated assault on the throne. Xia Yan dismisses them as impulsive, unimpressed by their numbers. A sweeping wave of Samadhi true fire blasts outward, flinging attackers away like debris. Even as they admit he may be 4th or 5th tier, they gamble on overwhelming him by attacking together. The family head insists sheer numbers will win in this apocalypse and doubles down on the mass attack. The Yuan family charges again, and Xia Yan's flames surge to meet them. Xia Yan concedes that numbers can matter, then prepares to prove he can still outnumber them. Horned demon soldiers appear around him, and he challenges them to see who truly has more people. The demons tear into the Yuan fighters, turning the charge into a slaughter. A terrified disciple burns and begs to surrender, realizing too late what they provoked. Witnesses stare in disbelief, wondering if Xia Yan really killed the ancestor and now stands above them all. From afar, the battlefield becomes a sea of fire as the Yuan family's forces collapse in panic. Xia Yan sits steady amid drifting embers, calm as the world around him breaks. The family head spirals, screaming that generations of planning cannot be destroyed in his hands. Desperate, he orders Yuan Rui to kill Xia Yan and promises him the position of family head as reward. Yuan Rui, cornered by loyalty and fear, agrees to obey the order despite his doubts. A towering stone giant manifests beside the family head, revealing his hidden trump card. Boasting that a true man fears no death, the stone giant launches a crushing attack at Xia Yan. Xia Yan meets the impact head-on, his flames and force stopping the mountain-like blow. He acknowledges the attacker's guts, then coldly signals that courage will not save him. Xia Yan drives a devastating strike into the stone giant, cracking its body with explosive force. He condemns the man as an accomplice to evil and slams him down, shattering the giant's stance. Yuan Rui is blasted off his feet and crashes hard, left sprawled among broken stone. The white-haired woman screams for Yuan Rui to get up, refusing to accept defeat. The family head shouts that the Yuan family cannot fall, clinging to pride as everything collapses. A sudden strike pierces the family head's chest, killing him instantly and cutting off his last command. The survivors freeze in horror as the family head lies dead, and a sinister blade looms behind them. The Horned Demon Lord urges Xia Yan to stop wasting time, and Xia Yan agrees without emotion. Xia Yan floats above the battlefield and orders everyone to kneel and surrender or die. Broken by the deaths of their leaders, the remaining disciples decide surrender is the only way to live. They kneel en masse and formally surrender as Xia Yan approaches in a haze of fire. Xia Yan praises Daji for adapting, and she offers to handle the prisoners for him. Daji activates her dreamscape power, ordering the kneeling survivors to follow her into it. Those caught in her purple gaze are dragged into hallucinations as she judges whether they deserve to live. In the dreamscape, their hidden crimes and grievances surface, exposing murder, abuse, and betrayal among the Yuan ranks. Yuan Rui panics as the dreamscape overwhelms him, his mind unraveling under the revelations. Outside, survivors lie scattered and dazed, struggling to understand how so many died so quickly. Daoji reports that the truly evil have already taken their own lives inside the dreamscape, and Xia Yan approves. The remaining fighters, terrified and weakened, demand to know who Xia Yan really is. Xia Yan introduces himself and reminds them they now belong to him, demanding proper respect. The kneeling crowd finally greets their new master as Xia Yan and Daji hover above them. Xia Yan appoints Yuan Rui to manage the people and orders him to summon nearby ability user leaders for a meeting under the Yuan family name. In Shitai City, rumors spread that the Yuan family head is dead and Xia Yan now controls the faction. Local leaders discuss the shocking shift and confirm invitations have been sent to major groups in surrounding cities. A tough-looking group reads the invitation to meet at the Yuan family residence and prepares to respond with force. A bearded boss decides to attend, wanting to test what Xia Yan is capable of. His men warn it could be a trap, but he insists Xia Yan cannot trap someone with his abilities. A poised woman with an umbrella appears and suggests they go together, inserting herself into the decision. The men tense and raise weapons, unsettled by how she appeared without warning. From above, the boss questions her identity, as she calmly introduces herself as Zhang Yu, leader of Amber City. Zhang Yu explains the regional stakes, arguing the Yuan family's resources could have swallowed the South State without Xia Yan's intervention. She floats up to the building, leaving the armed men below stunned by her effortless power. Meeting the bearded boss, Zhang Yu notes the Yuan family's turmoil is a rare opportunity worth exploiting. With a confident smile, she challenges him not to give up such a valuable prize. The bearded boss finds her proposal intriguing and begins to consider an alliance. In Black Obsidian City, A swarm of purple-clad figures converges on a lone target, hinting at another looming conflict. A tattooed blonde fighter joyfully slaughters zombies, boasting he is close to his daily goal of killing 100. His aide reports the Yuan family has invited him to a meeting, but he dismisses them as trash and keeps fighting. The aide nervously adds that the Yuan family's current head is a newcomer named Xia Yan, which seems suspicious. Hearing the name Xia Yan, the blonde man freezes in shock. He vents his emotion by smashing another zombie with a brutal punch. He launches himself down the building in a series of huge leaps, leaving the corpse-strewn street behind. Landing by the window, he snatches the invitation from his startled aide and demands it immediately. Reading it, he breaks into a grin, convinced the Xia Yan mentioned is the one he knows. He orders a car prepared at once because he is going to meet Xia Yan right now. Laughing, he tells his aide not to call him boss anymore because he is going to find his real boss. The scene shifts to Maple Creek Port, a battered coastal city under a bright sky. A hand slaps down a document, signaling the start of a formal discussion elsewhere. In an ornate room, a woman in red asks if the Xia Yan being discussed is the same one they mean. She praises a proposed port follow-up plan but insists she must personally judge whether Xia Yan is a worthy partner. The story cuts away under open sky, transitioning to another location. A remote mountain range appears, hinting at a hidden cultivation site. Atop a crystal-studded peak, someone meditates alone at the summit. Xia Yan sits cross-legged in calm focus, gathering power in silence. He notes the ore vein stretches for miles and, though contaminated, his demon suppression tower can purify it. He unleashes a lotus-like technique to absorb and refine the crystal energy in a single sweep. A towering spectral pagoda manifests behind him as the purification power surges. Blue currents swirl around Xia Yan as he steadily draws the energy into himself. The gathered power erupts into a massive vortex over the mountain, signaling a breakthrough. A fiery aura blooms around him as the absorbed energy condenses into a new level of strength. His eyes sharpen with renewed clarity as the transformation completes. He revels in how freely he can absorb energy and realizes he has advanced to the peak of the 6th tier. Xia Yan declares himself immune to magic and blades, claiming a demigod-like body after the upgrade. Despite the gain, he senses more latent power remains and that advancing from 6th to 7th tier is a major hurdle. He resolves to seek a life-or-death opportunity that can force the next breakthrough. A sudden spark of insight hits him as if something inside has awakened. He realizes a memory fragment from Yanxia has activated, revealing a method to break through. He understands the path requires a desperate battle where flesh and soul connect under mortal pressure to reach the 7th tier. He reflects that 6th tier already rivals an immortal commander, making the next step even more daunting. A new soul lamp ignites in the tower, confirming he has absorbed more essence and expanded his internal prison. Satisfied, Xia Yan decides to check who is imprisoned in the next cell. In the tower's corridor, the narration reiterates that another soul lamp has been lit after his recent absorptions. He repeats his plan to inspect the next cell, moving deeper into the tower. Entering the first-floor cell area, he hears someone inside angrily ranting like a gamer blaming teammates. He finds a childlike captive furiously complaining about roles and feeding while clutching a device. The rant is visualized as a chaotic game battle, revealing the prisoner's obsession and absurdity. Xia Yan realizes this is Red Sun exploiting the Bull Demon King's power to climb ranks, which explains a lot. He concludes the second cell's prisoner must be far more terrifying than Red Sun. Recalling past ambushes in the tower, Xia Yan notes the enemies he faces keep getting stronger, and he must be cautious. He forms a fire shield around himself, trusting it to withstand whatever the next cell holds. With the flaming barrier surrounding him, he walks toward the next cell door. Something unexpected catches his attention, making him tense. Inside, a refined scholar calmly writes about the path of a gentleman, utterly unlike a monster. The scholar lectures that tranquility, frugality, and serenity are essential to cultivate virtue and achieve great goals. He laments that if he had understood true serenity during the imperial examinations, his life might have been different. Seeing Xia Yan approach, the scholar startles and reacts with nervous surprise. The scholar politely greets Xia Yan as the prison master and apologizes for not welcoming him sooner. Xia Yan, expecting a fierce fight, awkwardly asks if the scholar is alright. The scholar insists he is frail and useless, which makes Xia Yan doubt the claim given the prisoner's rank. When Xia Yan asks his name, the scholar breaks into coughing before he can answer. Still coughing, the scholar says the past cannot be revisited and begs permission to rest briefly. He abruptly collapses and floats limply, leaving Xia Yan staring up in confusion. Xia Yan is left speechless, unsure what to make of the bizarre encounter. A fox-like spirit companion reports the scholar has no obvious magical fluctuations, making his identity hard to determine. Xia Yan decides to drop it for now, confident he will uncover the truth eventually. A subordinate arrives to report that leaders of nearby cities' ability users have gathered and are waiting in the council hall. Xia Yan agrees they came quickly and heads off to meet them. The council hall is shown as a formal chamber where regional leaders sit facing each other across a long aisle. Two attendees are introduced, Huyan Qiang of Chijia City and Zhang Yu of Amber City. Two more are identified, Jiang Ruofing of Maple Creek Port and Wan Hao of Black Obsidian City. Green fairy-like scouts appear, implying someone is secretly monitoring the meeting. Zhang Yu releases her little spirits to spread out and observe, treating them as her eyes and ears. One spirit flutters into the center of the hall, drawing attention as it reports back. Wan Hao notices the strange barrier forming and asks what it is for. Zhang Yu explains they are on Yuan territory and the soundproof barrier blocks eavesdroppers so they can speak freely, then asks what Jiang Ruofeng wants to discuss. Zhang Yu answers herself that the topic is benefits, making her intentions clear. She reveals her scouts found the Yuan family weak overall and discovered their heavily guarded warehouse holds huge stores of artifacts, pills, and supplies worth dividing. Zhang Yu says she has already allied with Huyen Qiyang to carve up the Yuan family, and asks the others to join. Jiang Ruofeng warns that moving against the Yuan family means challenging Xia Yan, who controls them despite not being a Yuan by blood. Huyen Qiyang argues Xia Yan is only 4th tier and could be overwhelmed by a coordinated attack, insisting supplies should go to the strong. He mocks the Yuan leader as weak and claims the choice to seize their resources is obvious. Wan Hao suddenly curses them both, furious at their reckless plan. Zhang Yu demands Wan Hao explain why he is opposing them. Wan Hao urgently tells them to shut up and get as far away as possible, sensing danger. Huyen Qiyang notes Wan Hao refuses to act and turns to Jiang Ruofeng for a decision, while Jiang says he will not interfere either way. Jiang Ruofeng reiterates he wants no part in their business, and tells them to do as they wish. Zhang Yu is stunned that both men refuse, realizing her expected coalition is collapsing. An announcement rings out that the family head has arrived, shifting the room's focus. A blue-haired enforcer enters with a squad, clearing the way with intimidating discipline. Zhang Yu identifies the newcomer as the Yuan family head at 4th tier and calculates that teaming up might still bring him down at a cost. The assembled groups bow in unison to welcome the family head, feigning respect. Xia Yan steps through the bright doorway, his calm presence instantly dominating the hall. He wears a faint, confident smile that suggests he already knows what is happening. Huyen Qiyang and Zhang Yu stare in confusion, thrown off by Xia Yan's unexpected aura. Jiang Ruofeng watches quietly while Wan Hao lounges, both seeming less surprised than the plotters. Xia Yan notices the soundproof barrier and recognizes it as a defensive measure against spying. His power flares like a storm of fire, pressing against the barrier without him even raising his voice. One of Zhang Yu's scouting spirits is incinerated by the heat, exposing her surveillance. Xia Yan calmly asks if they can finally have a proper talk now that the spying is dealt with. Zhang Yu panics because she cannot gauge his true tier at all, making him feel unfathomable. She steps forward to greet Xia Yan politely as Amber City's leader, trying to regain control of the situation. She reaches out, intending to probe his strength through physical contact. Before she can touch him, Wan Hao suddenly intercepts her with an overdramatic flourish, knocking her aside. Wan Hao rushes towards Xia Yan with arms wide, loudly declaring how much he missed his boss. Xia Yan reflexively kicks him away, and Wan Hao ends up grappling the blue-haired enforcer while babbling that Xia Yan saved him at an auction. Wan Hao keeps talking about wanting Xia Yan's name tattooed but being interrupted by a zombie outbreak, leaving Xia Yan bewildered. He boasts he rushed over ready to fight for Xia Yan, while the others realize Wan Hao already knows him and reassess the power dynamics. Wan Hao openly exposes that Zhang Yu and Huyen Qiyang were plotting to covet Xia Yan's supplies, putting them on the spot. Enraged, Huyen Qiyang powers up and declares he will teach them a lesson first. Zhang Yu hastily throws up a green barrier with her spirits, trying to block the incoming attack. Huyen Qiyang smashes through the barrier with brute force, scattering the green constructs. He charges forward aggressively, but Xia Yan watches with amused calm as the clash escalates. Huyen Qiyang transforms into a feral beastman and lunges, praising Xia Yan's nerve for standing firm. The beastman's attack whips the air into a violent spiral as he commits to a killing blow. Wan Hao counters with overwhelming strength, striking upward and stopping the beastman cold. The shockwave blasts through the hall, forcing everyone to shield themselves as weapons and debris fly. Realizing they are outmatched, Zhang Yu orders an immediate retreat. She darts away at high speed with her spirits, trying to escape the consequences. Green energy crackles through the room as her escape technique triggers. Vines and thorny tendrils erupt everywhere, creating a chaotic screen to cover her withdrawal. The vine web expands upward, turning the hall into a tangled trap zone. Jiang Ruofeng steps forward and coolly asks Zhang Yu why she is in such a hurry to leave. Zhang Yu whirls back in anger, recognizing Jiang's interference. Her spirits gather around a giant leaf construct, preparing a final getaway. She declares no one can stop her if she wants to leave and rides the leaf upward like a platform. From above, she celebrates that she has escaped, believing the distance makes her safe. Below, the Beastman and Wan Hao continue trading lethal blows, threatening to destroy the entire hall if it continues. Xia Yan rises into the air and addresses all of them at once, signaling he is ending the chaos. He stomps down with crushing force, releasing a single, decisive shockwave. The shockwave stops the fighters midair and slams everyone down, including Zhang Yu, as she cries out to stop. All sides lie stunned on the carpet, realizing Xia Yan subdued them effortlessly. Standing over them, Xia Yan asks if they have had enough fun, his patience clearly exhausted. Huyen Qiyang, shaken, wonders if that overwhelming force was truly Xia Yan's. Jiang Ruofeng is equally stunned, noting Xia Yan incapacitated all 4 leaders with a single blow. Jiang Yu trembles, unable to comprehend just how strong Xia Yan really is. Wan Hao quickly switches to obedience, asking Xia Yan what orders he called them here to receive. Xia Yan declares that all their territories and leaders now fall under the South State and that he will set the rules from this moment on. Wan Hao eagerly asks what those rules are while the other leaders and their guards watch warily. Xia Yan explains that with zombies rampant and ability users emerging, they must unify and establish clear regulations. He announces the first rule: all ability users must be registered, their abilities recorded, and they must obey orders when needed. He lays out the second rule: organize manpower to search supplies systematically, settle ordinary humans, establish bases, and clear zombies in assigned areas. He adds the third rule: form a special squad of ability users to investigate strange incidents and unusually powerful beings appearing across the region. Vehicles and teams mobilize, showing the new order taking effect as forces begin coordinated operations. The former plotters look rattled and tense, realizing the balance of power has decisively shifted. They protest that Xia Yan aims to control not just the South State but all Huaxia, and demand what he will offer in return for their allegiance. Wan Hao answers for Xia Yan with fierce confidence, insisting the offer is obvious and backing his boss completely. Xia Yan reveals a massive cache of Shangqing pills and supplies, dwarfing what the Yuan warehouse held and stunning everyone. Jiang Ruofeng realizes Xia Yan was the one who once bought huge quantities of Shangqing pills at the port, confirming his vast resources. Xia Yan gestures and activates a technique, preparing to demonstrate something even more unbelievable. A lush, peaceful farm landscape appears as if conjured, leaving the assembled leaders speechless at the impossible abundance. Jiang Yu touches an apple tree and insists it must be fake, unable to accept it. She plucks a shining apple, startled by its weight and texture. Biting it, she realizes it is real food and her disbelief collapses into desperate hunger and awe. She crawls to Xia Yan with the apple still in her mouth, begging forgiveness and offering herself as a servant if he lets her follow him. In a chibi-like aftermath, the humbled leaders wail about only wanting fruits and vegetables now while Jiang Yu clings to Xia Yan's leg in submission. Huyen Qiang, humiliated, can only mutter that it is shameful for a dignified fourth-tier leader to kneel so easily. A leader raises his hand, sensing a surge of power about to be used. The group discovers a pristine spiritual spring and realizes its pure energy could boost their abilities without backlash. The blonde fighter stiffens as something unexpected interrupts their moment of hope. Desperate survivors beg Boss Xia Yan for even a single drop of the spring, offering loyalty in exchange for a breakthrough. The blonde man and a dark-haired woman are stunned by the audacity and confusion of the plea. In a flashback-like shift, 2 subordinates refuse to stand until Boss Xia acknowledges them, challenging the hierarchy. A confident disciple declares the family head terrifying yet inspiring, urging everyone to follow him into battle to revive Huaxia. In a private hall, a poised woman tests Xia Yan's resolve, asking whether the weight of responsibility is enough for him. She steels herself, preparing to commit to his cause despite the stakes. 2 young girls watch tensely from behind as the woman's decision hangs in the air. The woman asks if the Xia Yan they speak of can truly save the world. The girls answer yes, while a narrator admits humanity is near collapse but clings to a sliver of survival. Seeing Xia Yan in person, the narrator confesses that he represents hope they thought was gone. The woman falls silent, accepting the gravity of what she is about to pledge. She formally swears that Jiang Ruofeng of Maple Creek Port will complete her mission for Xia Yan. Huyen Chang and Jiang Yu likewise pledge themselves to serve Xia Yan. Wan Hao of Black Obsidian City steps forward and vows loyalty to King Xia. The Yuan family disciples bow as one, promising unwavering obedience through any hardship. Xia Yan approves their pledges, signaling that their oaths are accepted. Heavy chests of supplies are brought in, drawing everyone's attention to the resources now at Xia Yan's disposal. More crates arrive as the room fills with the tangible proof of a growing coalition. Xia Yan orders the supplies distributed properly, delegating logistics with calm authority. His followers eagerly volunteer to contact other states and rally ability users, even as one grumbles at being outshone by their enthusiasm. Jiang Ruofeng proposes drafting detailed regulations for Xia Yan to review, and he praises her competence. A Yuan family member reports their search for magical artifacts tied to strange incidents and powerful beings, bringing a key lead to Xia Yan. Xia Yan's interest sharpens as he realizes the report may point to something significant. Outside, ominous smoke and distant ruin hint at the world's worsening chaos. A purple miasma blankets a mountainside as a horde of corrupted figures staggers toward a cursed destination. The place is identified as Hutu Shrine, marking the source of the disturbance. The shrine looms under a violent purple sky as the infected crowd converges on it. The afflicted scream in unison, driven by the aura's pull rather than their own will. Their eyes glow purple as mutations spread, turning them into more dangerous monsters. Stronger, blood-soaked mutants rampage among the crowd, escalating the threat around the shrine. From the trees, Xia Yan's team scouts and notes the area is packed with peak 4th-tier zombies, making direct entry suicidal. Xia Yan asks what this place is, and he's told it was once a temple to Empress Hutu that mutated after the apocalypse into a source of evil aura. They explain the aura accelerates zombie evolution and has drawn every zombie within 10 kilometers, implying something unknown is happening inside. Xia Yan focuses, his power flaring as he studies the shrine from above. A vast purple field radiates outward from the temple like a spreading contamination. Xia Yan warns something incredible is inside, while the blonde fighter begs for the chance to fight alongside him and take point. The blonde man launches into action, committing himself to prove his worth. He smashes a charging mutant with a brutal strike, carving a path through the evolved zombies. He continues tearing through multiple monsters at once, showing he can handle the front line. Surrounded, he fights back-to-back against elites as a massive horde bears down behind him. Watching, Xia Yan acknowledges the blonde fighter's performance as acceptable. A Yuan family leader insists there are too many zombies and requests permission to join the fight, claiming he has selected 30 promising disciples to temper in battle. Xia Yan gives the order, and the Yuan leader accepts it immediately. The Yuan disciples rally, their resolve hardening as they prepare to charge. Their leader commands them to follow and kill, turning fear into coordinated aggression. The disciples leap down together, crashing into the zombie mass with a unified battle cry. Amid the melee, Xia Yan's attention shifts as a stone-like guardian and strange energy hint the true source lies deeper within. Xia Yan breaks away and runs straight toward the shrine, choosing to confront the origin rather than the symptoms. A swirling purple vortex intensifies at the shrine entrance, as if the temple is actively exhaling corruption. Xia Yan notes the evil aura is being released faster and wonders what could be inside driving the acceleration. He decides to enter and investigate personally, accepting the risk. Crossing the threshold, he steps into the thickened miasma that clings to the ground. The aura slams into him like pressure, forcing him to brace as the environment turns hostile. He steadies himself, surprised by the intensity but refusing to retreat. A realization dawns as he senses a specific presence within the shrine. He identifies the centerpiece as the statue of Hutu, suspecting it is the focal point. The statue's surface begins to fracture under the strain of the energy within. Cracks spread across the statue's body, confirming something is breaking out from inside it. Xia Yan concludes the sinister wind originates from within the stone statue and demands to know what it is. A fox-haired spirit companion appears and warns the prison master to be careful as danger manifests. The statue's eyes glow red and it reacts like a living predator, drawn by a tempting scent. A stone hand twitches and reaches, repeating that the smell is irresistible as hunger takes control. The statue lunges at Xia Yan, no longer an object but an attacker animated by the evil aura. Xia Yan counters with a blazing golden arc, striking the statue back with overwhelming force. The statue's torso shatters under the blow, stone fragments exploding outward. From the darkness, multiple hungry voices laugh and whisper, revealing more entities are present than the statue alone. Several demonic stone figures emerge, each radiating the same red-eyed hunger and surrounding Xia Yan. They close in with predatory grins, confident their numbers will overwhelm him. Even a monstrous hound appears among them, all repeating the same ravenous craving. Xia Yan unleashes a golden shockwave that blasts the swarm back, but the shrine fills with hostile bodies. He condemns them as demons and monsters and swings again with lethal intent. The golden slash cleaves through attackers, scattering stone and purple energy as they recoil. One demon is cut apart mid-lunge, its red eyes flaring as it breaks. Another is struck and staggers, the attack proving Xia Yan can harm them despite their unnatural form. Xia Yan stands in a ring of swirling golden flame, holding the space and preventing a dog pile. His fox-eared companion points out a new threat as purple sludge gathers and writhes nearby. Shadowy underworld spirits with glowing faces rise from the miasma, mocking him as they take shape. The companion recognizes the nature of the presence, realizing this is something far worse than ordinary monsters. The spirits scream for Xia Yan to be eaten, whipping the aura into a frenzy around him. Xia Yan expands his golden flames into a protective, purifying field that burns away the encroaching darkness. A spirit taunts that resistance is futile in the underworld, and Xia Yan pauses, sensing the implication. The companion confirms these are evil souls from the underworld and urges Xia Yan to use the red lotus fire seed to harm them and stabilize the space. Xia Yan repeats the revelation, then summons a blazing red lotus in his hand with grim confidence. He vows to send the evil souls back where they came from and detonates the lotus's purifying fire over them. The spirits panic, unable to believe they can be burned so completely, and their screams turn desperate. The lotus fire consumes the evil souls, erasing their forms in a storm of red-gold flame. Xia Yan stands atop the blooming lotus, victorious, as the shrine's immediate swarm is purged. He realizes the evil souls were created by the aura gushing from the statue, meaning the true source is still active. The statue's red eyes flare again, signaling it is not finished and may be awakening further. A voice from within the statue declares it has finally found Xia Yan, turning the encounter personal. Xia Yan whirls in shock as a red force lashes out, catching him off guard. His spirit form is yanked free in purple light, and he groans as his soul is forcibly separated. The statue rages in disbelief at how his soul could leave his body, revealing it intended to seize him completely. Purple energy coils around the statue's core, as if it is drawing souls and powering a gateway. Xia Yan's body collapses amid falling debris, left behind as his consciousness is pulled away. Two summoned guardians, a winged blue warrior and a massive bear, appear beside the fox spirit to protect Xia Yan's abandoned body. The bear anxiously asks what happened as Xia Yan stands motionless, his soul gone. The fox spirit identifies the destination as the underworld, confirming the worst-case scenario. The winged warrior reasons that since Empress Hutu rules the underworld, she may have summoned the prison master there. The bear panics that the underworld is for the dead, but the fox spirit calms him, explaining Xia Yan's body is unharmed and his soul can retreat through the great vicious prison if needed. The winged warrior narrows his eyes, accepting the duty to hold the line until Xia Yan returns. Outside, the battle continues as allies clash with mutated zombies, buying time through sheer force. The winged warrior orders that Xia Yan's body must be guarded and prepares to strengthen their defenses. The fox spirit asks the Marshal of Thunder to help train and steady Xia Yan's troops while they wait. The winged warrior powers up with crackling lightning, eager to test whether the troops can endure the coming pressure. In the underworld, Xia Yan's soul tumbles through a red vortex, struggling against the pull. He is dragged deeper toward a swirling core, the passageway tightening like a funnel. He forces himself upright mid-flight, fighting the current with raw will. The pull suddenly stops, and Xia Yan hovers, realizing he has arrived somewhere alien. He looks out over a vast underworld city beneath a blood-red sky and confirms he is truly in the underworld. A crimson river churns below, spiraling into a massive whirlpool like a drain for souls. Bones and skulls spin in the vortex, making the underworld's brutality unmistakable. Explosions and clashing energies erupt nearby, showing a war is raging even in this realm of the dead. An armored skeletal commander leads an assault, screaming for his troops to kill. Underworld soldiers brace against an oncoming tide of undead invaders, the battlefield packed with skeletal ranks. Xia Yan is stunned to see underworld soldiers fighting an army of the undead, a conflict he never imagined. Black-robed specters float in formation, gathering power as they approach the battlefield. A hooded lich-like figure calls for sacrifices to become citizens of the king of the underworld, launching glowing purple projectiles. The undead army surges forward under purple flames, emboldened by the cult's magic. Two tall-hatted underworld officials descend from a portal, arriving as unexpected reinforcements. They mock the black-robed specters as thugs and fling copper coins, claiming Xia Yan's kindness obligates him to fight for them. The coin's power ripples through the skeletal ranks, stirring the underworld soldiers into renewed momentum. A golden-eyed skeletal elite forms up, the army reorganizing as if empowered by the officials' intervention. A bright arc of force slices through the melee, signaling the battle is turning under new leadership. One official, grinning with a long tongue, insists that since Xia Yan took their life-buying money, he must fight on their behalf. The black-robed specters order their ghosts to tear the officials apart, escalating into a direct clash. The officials welcome the challenge, boasting they have already killed ghosts and will punish anyone imitating their black robes. The sky fills with dueling energies as specters and officials collide above the battlefield, while armies grind below. From a vantage point, Xia Yan recognizes the invaders as Western undead who somehow breached Fengdu's underworld. Surveying the devastation, he concludes the two sides have been fighting for a long time and the conflict is entrenched. Xia Yan moves along the underworld structures, trying to reposition and understand where he fits in this war. He hears a sharp command to retreat, warning him he is stepping into a lethal zone. A sudden shockwave blasts him off balance, throwing him violently across the red landscape. He slams into a stone marker, the impact proving the underworld's dangers are immediate and physical. As he recovers, he sees another version of himself or a similarly dressed figure, and realizes something is off about his situation. Ahead at Naiha Bridge, a colossal three-headed hellhound materializes, blocking the path with blue-lit eyes. The beast's claws and jaws flex as it prepares to strike, drool and energy dripping with menace. The three-headed hellhound roars, towering over a small girl who stands her ground with a wooden ladle like a weapon. Xia Yan blurts out the obvious in disbelief, recognizing it as a three-headed hellhound. The girl scolds Xia Yan as a wandering soul and orders him to retreat into Fengdu's inner city so he does not interfere. A massive paw slams down nearby, signaling the hellhound's attack is imminent. The hellhound lunges at the girl, all three heads snapping as it tries to crush her. The girl smirks and claims that as long as she is here, no one crosses the bridge into the city. She leaps up and smacks the hellhound with her ladle, forcing it to recoil and retract its claws. Xia Yan watches in astonishment, realizing the seemingly ordinary girl is terrifyingly strong. She continues pummeling the three heads in rapid succession, green arcs of force whipping around the beast as it staggers. With Xia Yan staring from behind, the girl charges again, ladle raised, ready to finish driving the hellhound back from Naiha Bridge. On the Nai Bridge in the underworld, a young man arrives amid ominous smoke and drifting embers as danger closes in. A small shrine girl named Mengpa charges forward with her ladle, and the man is stunned that someone so young is here. A three-headed hellhound manifests, its blue-eyed head snarling as it prepares to attack. The hellhound unleashes a massive soul energy blast toward Mengpa, threatening to overwhelm her. Mengpa braces and counters with a swirling shield of power, refusing to back down. The clash throws her back and she curses the beast's cruelty as it presses the assault. She skids across the bridge, struggling to regain control after the impact. Wounded but upright, Mengpa steadies herself and clutches her injured arm. The man asks if she is alright, but she panics at his presence and orders him to flee before the monster can shatter his soul. The hellhound looms over them, and both realize they are about to be swallowed by it. A sudden surge of fire erupts near Mengpa, startling her as the situation flips. The man launches a blazing strike that slams into the hellhound's open maw, driving flames deep inside. The beast reels as fire pours through its throats, the attack burning from within. Mengpa screams in disbelief, thinking the man has been eaten by the monster. An explosion bursts from one head, and the hellhound howls as a head is blown apart. The man steps out wreathed in flames, revealing he is unharmed and in control of the fire. Walking straight toward the beast's jaws, he taunts it by promising to fill its belly with fire. His flaming steps crackle on the stone as he advances without hesitation. He remarks that the hellhound is surprisingly cooperative, implying it is conveniently feeding his attack. All three heads ignite and howl in agony, their confidence replaced by panic. The hellhound collapses, its remaining heads slumping as its strength drains. The creature writhes on the ground while flames continue to consume it, leaving it helpless. The man dashes in with focused intent, preparing a finishing blow. He arcs a flaming blade-like strike across the hellhound, aiming to sever more heads. The blow sends the monster flying, confirming the man's overwhelming power. Mengpa realizes this human soul is terrifyingly strong, having already cut off one of the three heads. She urgently tells him the only way to kill it for good is to cut off the remaining heads. A blue soul orb rises from the hellhound, and the man calmly reaches for it as if claiming a prize. He recognizes the orb as pure soul power, valuable and potent. Holding the orb in one hand and a glowing weapon in the other, he assesses his advantage. The surviving heads face him again, and he stands between them and Mengpa, ready for round 2. Smiling, he addresses the wounded beast with casual contempt, signaling he is not finished. The two remaining heads huddle together in fear as he insists they continue. He leaps and swings a fiery arc downward, forcing the hellhound to retreat. The two-headed remnant tries to flee down the bridge, leaving scorched tracks behind. The man pursues relentlessly, mocking their attempt to run and cutting off escape. Mengpa warns him not to cross the bridge, but he only pauses in confusion at her sudden restriction. She explains the far side is under joint control of Hades and Hellas armies and orders retreat to Fingdu, shocked the underworld has fallen so far. Mengpa berates him for being clueless despite his strength and demands to know who he is, while he struggles to answer. A violent purple vortex forms in the sky, and the man senses a far greater threat arriving. Mengpa recognizes the newcomers and stiffens, confirming their worst fears. She grabs the man and commands him to follow her into the city as the storm intensifies overhead. The view shifts to Fingdu below, where the vortex and lightning signal an imminent invasion. Undead steeds and ominous riders emerge from the purple haze, heralding the enemy's arrival. A skeletal cavalry formation sweeps over Fingdu, the invasion force descending from the vortex. Hades and Hela appear enthroned on a massive underworld war platform, surveying the city like conquerors. Hades is identified as the king of the underworld, a king-level threat with a predatory smile. Hela is introduced as the daughter of the underworld, a martial-level commander who relishes the coming slaughter. As they run through Fingdu's gate, Mengpa identifies Hades and Hela, and the man questions why she is not fleeing faster. Mengpa shouts warnings to the shadow folk to hide indoors or risk their souls being shattered beyond recovery. Civilians scramble into buildings as Mengpa and the man force their way inside to avoid detection. Inside, frightened shadow folk families huddle together, and the man wonders if they normally live within Fingdu. Mengpa urges everyone to move quickly and secure the doors as the threat draws near. The man and Mengpa peer through a crack, tense and alert as the city trembles. From within the city, they see the vortex and realize Hades has personally come this time, raising the stakes. Mengpa explains Hades commands 100,000 undead and has allied with Hela to attack Fingdu with a combined army of 200,000. She adds the enemy plotted for 1,000 years and struck during the mortal apocalypse, leaving Fingdu barely holding on after devastating losses. Over Fingdu's central tower, the defenders admit the battle looks unwinnable and the city may be doomed. The man grasps the consequences and is told that if Fingdu falls, the dead in Yanxia will stop reincarnating and no new life will be born. He realizes the invaders aim to sever Yanxia's bloodline entirely by breaking the cycle of life and death. Mengpa recounts Hela's prior assaults and fears that with Hades present they are about to launch an all-out attack. Hades and Hela stand poised before their war platform, radiating confidence as the assault begins. Hades raises a cup of blood-red liquid, preparing a ritualistic opening move. He pours the contents toward Fingdu and toasts to a future with no Fingdu and no underworld order. Hela points down with gleeful malice, eager to watch the city suffer. The undead army surges forward under the swirling purple sky, charging to overwhelm Fingdu. A green protective barrier blooms over the city's core, forming a dome that shields the central tower. Undead soldiers mass at the edge of the defense, ready to test the barrier with sheer numbers. Hidden civilians tremble as the siege begins, listening to the approaching army outside. The man and Mengpa watch from cover, both realizing the barrier is the city's last line of survival. A defender in ceremonial attire panics at the scale of the incoming corruption cloud over Fingdu. The green dome fully envelopes the city, pushing back the purple miasma for the moment. The enemy's purple strikes slam into the barrier repeatedly, testing it with heavy impacts. Undead troops are blasted back by the barrier's force, their assault momentarily repelled. A towering green pillar of energy rises from Fengdu's center, reinforcing the defense with divine power. A golden aura flares as a powerful figure ascends to sustain the barrier against the siege. The great emperor of Fengdu, Lord Emperor Xiantian, is revealed as a king-level defender holding the line. Beside him stands Empress Hutu, a martial-level ally, both visibly strained yet resolute. Their combined golden power stabilizes the barrier, forcing the enemy to reassess. Xiantian declares that any heretical god who crosses this sacred line will be annihilated. Hutu calmly affirms obedience to Xuantian's decree, reinforcing their united front. From hiding, the man and Mengpa marvel at the overwhelming aura of Xiantian and Hutu. The man recalls entering the underworld through a crack in Hutu's statue and suspects she may have pulled him in deliberately. Hutu's gaze sharpens with knowing intent, as if confirming she has noticed the man's presence. The man realizes she is looking directly at him and that his identity may already be exposed. Mengpa, starstruck, waves excitedly at Hutu while the man is left speechless by her reaction. Hades mocks the injured Xiantian and boasts that Yanxia's gods have been slaughtered because they insisted on defending the dead. Hutu coolly rebukes Hela's pettiness, refusing to be provoked by her taunts. Hela grins and declares she also wants to devour divine souls, escalating the threat beyond conquest. Hutu remains serene, questioning Hela's certainty and implying the battle is not decided. Hades probes Hutu for hidden trump cards, demanding to see what she is relying on. He lists Fengdu's remaining forces and claims he cannot imagine losing against 100,000 undead at full strength. Xiantian prepares to respond, his posture signaling he has not surrendered despite the odds. Hades sneers that Xiantian and Hutu are heavily injured and can only muster about 70% of their power. Hades and Hela laugh, asserting victory is assured unless Yanxia is resurrected and crosses into the underworld. Xuantian's eyes harden, his silence suggesting he is calculating a counterstroke. Hades is rattled, asking how Xiantian could know that Yanxia is not in the underworld. Hades turns grim as the implication lands that Fengdu has a plan that does not rely on Yanxia's return. The battlefield churns as the defenders' green power and the invaders' purple miasma collide in a widening storm. Hades scoffs at the so-called empty fort strategy and claims he attacked anyway because he does not believe Xuantian's bluff. Xiantian answers with cold confidence, inviting Hades to try crossing the line. Hades pauses, momentarily unsettled by Xuantian's composure. Hela dismisses the idea of Yanxia returning from death and urges Hades not to be fooled. Hutu challenges Hela to come over herself as she is so certain, baiting her into direct confrontation. Hela hesitates, doubting for a moment whether Xuantian's calm could mean the threat is real. Hades regains arrogance, orders the assault to continue, and vows to personally annihilate Yanxia if he appears. Hela points out the defense formation depends on the already injured Xiantian and claims he cannot hold much longer. Hela dives forward to break the barrier's support, leading the charge with murderous intent. Hutu suddenly blocks her path and commands her to halt, intercepting the breakthrough attempt. Hela smirks that Hutu alone cannot stop her, confident in her superiority. Hutu orders her to stand down, her authority backed by surging green divine power. A spiraling clash of green and purple energy erupts as Hutu counters Hela's advance. The green barrier holds while the purple miasma churns above it, the defenders buying precious time. The collision intensifies into a blinding exchange, shaking the dome and scattering the enemy's corruption. Undead soldiers are swept away again by the defensive surge, their formation disrupted. Hades ridicules the idea of sacrificing oneself to protect a city of shadow folk and prepares to strike decisively. He unleashes a massive purple beam downward, aiming to shatter the defense and end the siege in one blow. Laughing, Hades taunts Xiantian, demanding to know how much longer he can endure. Xiantian strains to reinforce the barrier, pouring more power into the failing defense. The purple beam collides with the green shield in a violent explosion of opposing energies. Cracks spread through the green barrier like shattering glass, signaling the defense is breaking. Xiantian coughs blood under the backlash, showing the barrier's damage is injuring him directly. The dome fractures further over the city, pieces of the defense splintering as Fengdu's protection falters. Hades gloats that Xuantian's bluff is empty and that he has long been unable to hold on. Power surging around him, Hades declares that once he takes Xuantian's head, Fengdu's defenses will collapse on their own. Hades launches himself toward the weakened barrier, closing in for the killing blow. As he charges, a sudden cry of victory rings out, hinting at an unexpected intervention. Hades raises his weapon to finish Xiantian, while Xiantian murmurs that the awaited moment has finally arrived. Xiantian declares he has been waiting for Hades, revealing the defense's collapse was meant to lure him in. Hades' expression snaps from triumph to shock as he senses the trap springing at the last second. The great emperor of Fengdu urgently orders his forces to form a sealing array to suppress the invading underworld king. A vast red formation spreads over the battlefield, its power pressing down as the emperor anchors it from within. The city and palaces below shudder as the array locks into place, and the air turns heavy with suppression. Multiple heavenly palaces contribute their techniques, layering different seals to strengthen the trap around the target. More palace arts join in, the combined ritual escalating into a coordinated, city-wide suppression. The final component, an ancestral spirit-based palace art, completes the multi-palace formation. The completed daring charge continuous winding heaven palace seal stabilizes, enclosing the area in red and green light. From afar the enormous sigil hangs over Findu like a lid, with pillars of force pinning the ground. Hades, king of the underworld, strains under the crushing pressure as the seal bears down on him. The great emperor reinforces the formation with a command to suppress harder, refusing to let Hades break free. The array intensifies, lightning and red currents circling the city as the suppression becomes absolute. Hades realizes with alarm that the formation can genuinely restrain him and disrupt his power. The great emperor explains the seal slows time's flow inside and forces Hades to face the sinful karma of 7 lifetimes. Hades' rage erupts into a vision of deathly underworld horrors as he fights the karmic backlash. Hades accuses them of treachery, and the great emperor admits they feigned weakness to lure and capture him. Hades clutches his head, furious and cornered, as the seal gnaws at his mind and strength. He forces open a violent purple void, trying to tear an exit through the suppression. The purple rupture collides with the red array, the two powers grinding against each other in midair. The shockwave rips through nearby structures, showing Hades' breakout attempt is devastating even while restrained. The great emperor coughs blood, injured by the strain of holding the seal against Hades' resistance. Hades taunts that the emperor cannot maintain the formation long enough to kill him. The great emperor coolly replies he never intended to kill Hades, hinting someone else will resolve the crisis. He clarifies that the true solution does not lie with him personally, despite his role in trapping Hades. A horned, purple-eyed woman appears above the city under the array, drawn into the conflict's center. She calls out to Hades, recognizing the underworld king's presence and the danger unfolding. She darts forward at high speed, rushing to intervene in the sealed battlefield. The great emperor faces her calmly as she hovers amid the crackling red pillars over Fingdu. The woman seethes and curses, her anger rising as she realizes she is being obstructed. The great emperor produces a mystical mirror and warns he will be more careful after accidentally injuring her face. He unleashes the mirror's power, sending a torrent of pale, watery light down upon her from above. The mirror's barrage strikes repeatedly, forcing her back with painful impacts as she screams in frustration. Unmoved, the great emperor watches with composed focus, confident his technique is buying time. He steadies his breathing and posture, maintaining control despite earlier injury and the ongoing strain. With eyes closed in concentration, he commits fully to sustaining the mirror's suppression. He raises the mirror higher, amplifying its radiance as green divine energy swells around him. A bright green flare streaks across the rooftops, signaling the technique's reach spreading through the area. Inside a building, mortals look up in shock as the supernatural light and the array's presence press close. A young man notes that the great emperor has Hades under control, but suspects this is only temporary relief and that another plan is underway. A brilliant light descends toward the room, drawing the mortals' attention and silencing them. Others gather, staring as the strange glow approaches and the atmosphere turns solemn. A green-robed figure materializes before them in a burst of divine energy, arriving in person. The young man recognizes the newcomer as Empress Hutu and wonders why she has come personally instead of fighting in the heavens. Those present immediately kneel and offer formal greetings to Empress Hutu. The room falls into reverent chaos as even more people bow, startled by her sudden appearance. The girl urges the young man to greet properly, while he remains guarded and uncertain. She physically forces him into showing respect, scolding him for hesitating before a great deity. Empress Hutu gently rebukes the girl for rudeness, asserting calm authority over the room. The young man and the girl freeze mid-scuffle, confused by Hutu's unexpected restraint and tone. From the doorway, more onlookers watch tensely as the divine visitor takes control of the situation. Empress Hutu introduces herself humbly, signaling she seeks cooperation rather than intimidation. She formally pays respects to the great Emperor Yenxia, stunning the room with the implication of higher stakes. The crowd erupts into disbelief, unable to process what her words suggest about the young man. The girl blurts out the suspicion that he might be Yenxia himself, while he stays silent and unreadable. The young man denies being Yenxia, claiming only to have inherited Yenxia's will, and tells Hutu she need not bow to him. Hutu explains she was wounded by Hela and allowed her golden statue in the mortal world to crack, letting yin energy leak out. She admits the spreading yin attracted zombies and mutations, and she waited deliberately for the mortal world's gods to notice and for him to arrive. Hutu identifies the red lotus fire seed aura on him, concluding he has a deep connection to Yenxia even if he is not Yenxia himself. Her gaze sharpens as she prepares to test what he truly knows and what role he can play. She challenges him by asking how he can perceive the demon-suppressing tower, a secret structure bound in chains and ominous power. He confirms he can see it, surprising her and proving his connection is more than rumor. Hutu reveals Fingdu helped build the tower and asks him, as prison master, to lend Fingdu a hand and end the crisis. He reflects that if Fingdu participated, then other great powers and the gods of Yenxia must have hidden deeper secrets behind the tower. He agrees to help and asks for details, promising to do everything he can. Hutu thanks him formally as the girl watches, realizing the young man's status is far beyond ordinary. Hutu states that someone inside the demon-suppressing tower can resolve the crisis, pointing them toward the true key. The young man starts to ask who it is, bracing for an unexpected answer. The scene shifts to the tower's interior as violent purple lightning and red chains crackle around the prison structure. The young man enters the tower's corridors with 2 companions, moving with urgency through the underworld prison. A bear-like guardian and a fox-tailed woman greet the returning prison master and warn that Hela is still causing trouble outside. The prison master stays quiet, absorbing the warning as his companions chatter anxiously behind him. Walking together, the bear urges him not to let Hela off easily, emphasizing the danger to Fingdu and the underworld. The fox-tailed woman asks what happened, demanding clarity about the crisis and their next move. He explains Fingdu is under a joint surprise attack by Hades and Hela and is on the verge of destruction. His companions recoil in shock at the scale of the threat and the impossibility of crossing over freely. They worry they cannot cross realms to help and fear what happens to reincarnation if the underworld collapses. The prison master says Hutu brought him here to find a person and an item within the tower that can resolve the crisis. The bear presses him to reveal who that person is, sensing the answer will be decisive. They approach a calm scholar imprisoned within, who recites philosophy about steadiness and reflection. The scholar continues, warning that fate is predetermined and defying heaven is unwise, advocating resignation. He addresses the prison master directly, probing whether the prison master believes the sage's teachings are correct. The prison master challenges him, asking if he truly stands by the book's fatalism. The prison master counters that he sees a hidden dragon within the scholar, implying suppressed power and ambition. The scholar feigns helplessness, but the prison master reveals Hutu already told him the scholar's past sacrifices for the tower's secret construction. The prison master declares he has come to return everything the scholar gave up, restoring what was taken. Golden divine fire surges through the prison as the prison master's authority ignites, shaking the tower. The bear senses the overwhelming divine energy and panics at how powerful the release has become. The fox-tailed woman shields herself, wary of the transformation unfolding before her. The prison master steps forward through the flames, committing to the decree he is about to enact. He rises into the air wreathed in golden light, asserting sovereign authority over the tower and its bindings. His eyes blaze with fire as he focuses the decree, signaling a formal restoration rather than a mere rescue. The imprisoned scholar looks up with a faint smile, as if he has been waiting for this moment. The prison master proclaims a decree in the name of the tower's master and Yanxia's human sovereignty, initiating a binding command. The decree restores Ghost General Zhong Kui as the true lord of demon smiting and grants him temporary command of the underworld's military forces. The fox-tailed woman realizes in disbelief that the prisoner is the legendary Zhong Kui. Red wind erupts as Zhong Kui's sealed power awakens, his presence filling the prison with violent authority. The prison master seals the decree with a hand sign, completing the restoration and stabilizing Zhong Kui's return. Outside, the chained demon-suppressing tower trembles as the decree's power resonates through its structure. The prison master stands beneath the looming tower, eyes glowing, as the chains and lightning react to the shift in command. A golden miniature tower manifests, descending as a tangible instrument of authority and control. The prison master catches and steadies the golden tower, claiming it as the item needed to resolve the crisis. He studies the glowing decree scroll, confirming the command's legitimacy and its intended target. The scroll flies toward Zhong Kui's cell, unlocking the final restraints as the decree takes effect. Zhong Kui grips the scroll as red power bursts outward, accepting the restored mandate. A fierce demon mask and crimson aura manifest around him, signaling his return to a warlike divine station. The fox-tailed woman whispers Zhong Kui's name in awe as his awakened presence dominates the room. Zhong Kui formally accepts the decree, now revealed as a quasi-master level true lord of demon smiting. The bear and fox-tailed woman marvel at the terrifying yin wind and the grandeur of Zhong Kui's title. The fox-tailed woman recalls the legend. Zhong Kui was righteous in life, cherished by Fingdu's emperor, and appointed to hunt ghosts in the mortal world. She admits she never expected such a figure to be hidden inside the demon-suppressing tower. The prison master explains Zhong Kui's imprisonment was a cover for a long-term plan with Hutu and Fingdu's emperor, waiting inside the tower for revenge. The fox-tailed woman realizes Zhong Kui is only one piece of a far larger scheme by the gods of Yanxia. Zhong Kui laughs and declares he is going to slaughter ghosts and gods alike, eager to unleash his restored might. The prison master lightly mocks the scholar's earlier fatalism, implying action and defiance are the true path. Zhong Kui gathers his red power and decides that against beasts and enemies, a blade is the better answer. He draws a blazing sword, committing to direct battle rather than passive endurance. Zhong Kui approves of the coming fight, his expression turning ferocious as war becomes inevitable. A new edict frees Zhong Kui from prison to sweep the underworld and slay the evil gods threatening Fingdu. The tower's exterior flares with golden light, broadcasting the edict's activation across the chain structure. A prison gate opens under the golden seal, creating a path for Zhong Kui to depart and mobilize forces. Someone calls Zhong Kui's name as he steps forward, the moment of release becoming real. Zhong Kui faces the prison master and confirms he accepts the edict, pledging to act under the restored command. The prison master asks for a counter-strategy against Hades' massive army of 100,000. Zhong Kui answers confidently that he has a plan, already prepared for such numbers. He launches outward in a surge of red power, leaving the prison behind to rally the underworld. Ghostly officials and patrol spirits appear around him, responding to his authority as commander. Zhongkui orders the 100,000 night patrol gods to follow him and kill, and they acknowledge in unison. The tower's upper space tears open into a portal-like breach, revealing a route toward the mortal realm and Fengdu's crisis. Zhongkui leads a streaming host of masked patrol gods through the breach, marching to war under crimson banners of power. Back outside, the Great Emperor continues channeling the mirror's watery light, sustaining pressure on the enemy side. The mirror's torrents sweep across the sky as Huta's green power holds the line against the purple threat. Huta calculates that as long as she can tie down Hela, she can buy the time needed for reinforcements to arrive. Hela, enraged by being stalled, screams that she has been provoked and surges forward in purple fury. She unleashes Netherbone Ice Thorns, hurling jagged purple spikes toward Hutu and the mirror's light. Hutu takes the hit and grimaces as the thorns pierce through her defenses, showing the cost of delaying tactics. Hades' patience snaps, and he decides to stop being restrained and end the stalemate by force. He clenches his fist, gathering overwhelming power to break the suppression and assert dominance. Hades roars as his energy explodes outward, his pressure surging beyond what the seal was meant to contain. He declares himself Hades, king of the underworld and master of death, boasting that his true form brings decay to all things as he strikes at Hutu. The Great Emperor is battered and coughs blood again, struggling to maintain the array under Hades' escalating assault. Hades laughs that preparation and help are useless, insisting raw strength is everything and no one can stop him. He dives toward the city like a purple comet, demanding to know who could possibly restrain him now. Hutu is knocked downward through the air, falling toward Fengdu as the battle's balance tilts dangerously. The demon-suppressing tower looms amid chains and stormlight, trembling as outside forces converge on the conflict. Hela closes in on the tower, her purple power flaring as she targets the structure and the defenders around it. Hades and Hela both react in surprise as an unexpected presence or force approaches, interrupting their momentum. Hutu senses the arrival and announces they are here, while the Great Emperor steels himself, recognizing the turning point. A squad of armored, purple-eyed undead soldiers appears, signaling the enemy's execution force entering the field. Mortals inside the city recoil in fear, realizing the supernatural war is spilling directly into their lives. A vast undead host assembles, identified with Hades and his daughter Hela, bringing organized deathly troops to Fengdu. A harsh proclamation declares that for trespassing in the Huaxia underworld and destroying Fengdu, the spirits of Yin will all be executed, raising the stakes to total annihilation. A taunting voice demands that the king of the underworld and his daughter finally admit guilt, pressing them to submit. A horned, ominous underworld figure stands in charged silence as the threat hangs over the battlefield. Hela rejects the demand to plead, insisting their overwhelming undead army proves the trial is a sham and ordering a slaughter. The underworld skeletal legions surge forward in a massive charge, turning the confrontation into open war. Spectral commanders descend over the horde as the undead crash into armored foes, bodies thrown aside in the first brutal impact. The defenders realize Hela is manipulating fear itself to make her troops fearless, and they panic that they cannot hold the line. A booming laugh echoes from the chain tower as someone mocks He Bai Wuchang for being useless even after 1,000 years. The two wardens recognize the familiar voice and whirl in alarm, suspecting an impossible return. From afar, the tower radiates violent red energy over the city as the wardens brace for what is emerging. A fiery blast erupts from within the tower, signaling a breakout that shakes the structure. Zhongkui bursts out in a storm of red power, shocking everyone who believed him gone. Zhongkui greets his old enemies with casual confidence, as if his absence was merely a pause. He scorns the intruders defiling the underworld and calls forth a vast host of spirits to punish them. With a sweeping strike, Zhongkui's red aura cleaves through enemies, scattering bodies and breaking their formation. He revels in the carnage, laughing at how satisfying it feels to purge them. Zhongkui launches upward, his spinning red force flinging opponents away like debris in a vortex. Declaring the bandits' corruption must be purged tonight, he dives back into the fray with murderous resolve. The undead army roars in response, rallying behind Zhongkui's call to defend against invaders and kill without mercy. Zhongkui's grin hardens into grim purpose as he commits fully to the purge. A red streak of power tears through the sky, sending enemies tumbling as his assault expands across the battlefield. His vow to sweep away the barbarian threat is underscored by blood on his blade, framing the fight as righteous extermination. Zhongkui stands at the center of a red inferno as foes are hurled upward and outward, overwhelmed by his pressure. Close and focused, Zhongkui's eyes burn with intent as he prepares another decisive move. The wardens counter by raising glowing talismans and lantern power, summoning a cold blue barrier technique. A coordinated wave of blue energy surges from the wardens' ranks, pushing back the undead and stabilizing their line. The undead recoil under the blue suppression, their advance slowed as the warden's spell bites into them. Watching the clash, one warden cannot believe Zhongkui is present after losing divinity and supposedly dying, while the other exults that they are saved. Hela, furious, dismisses the wardens as insects and raises her weapon to crush them herself. She unleashes a massive purple slash that arcs toward the battlefield, aiming to erase the resistance in one blow. The purple strike detonates on impact, blasting the ground apart in a violent eruption. Zhong Kui emerges unshaken beside the devastation, showing he endured the attack. He plants himself and draws his sword with ritual gravity, his red aura tightening into disciplined power. As his legend is invoked, Zhong Kui is framed as a righteous patrol of the realms whose blade cleanses demons to protect the living world. He names his technique Clear Wind, Bright Moon, signaling a refined counterattack rather than brute force. A spiraling explosion blooms where his power meets hers, the collision of red and purple shaking the battlefield. The wardens stare, stunned by the scale of the exchange and Zhong Kui's steadiness. Hella's expression tightens as she realizes Zhong Kui's return changes the balance, even with allies nearby. The horned underworld king watches coldly, measuring the new threat with controlled intensity. A green-crowned ruler gathers energy in prayer-like focus, preparing to intervene with a higher authority. A hand drops with deliberate calm, signaling the start of a new technique entering the battle. A foot lands and power settles into the ground, anchoring the incoming spell. Zhong Kui faces an older, red-eyed figure aligned with him, the atmosphere thick with shared bloodlust and purpose. The older figure laughs under his breath, savoring the chaos as if it is long awaited. The wardens tense, realizing the situation is escalating beyond their control. The green-crowned woman steadies herself, her glowing eyes showing she is about to act decisively. From above, the older red-eyed presence laughs again, calling the moment refreshing as violence spreads. He throws his head back in manic laughter, intoxicated by the slaughter around him. The wardens are shaken that someone could withstand a blow from the king of the underworld's avatar, which should have been fatal. Hella is rattled, struggling to understand how her overwhelming strike failed to finish Zhong Kui. The green-crowned woman explains that Zhong Kui's strength comes from conviction rather than rank alone. She asserts that as long as Zhong Kui's conviction holds, he cannot be defeated by intimidation or force. The Horned King's aura flares, his patience thinning as he prepares to crush the upstarts personally. He scoffs, amused that the others think they have trapped him, and welcomes the chance to mobilize fully. The green-crowned ruler acknowledges Zhong Kui's return, confirming the old guardian is back in play. Zhong Kui rallies his followers to slaughter the underworld soldiers and then strikes straight into the underworld itself in retaliation. Masked enforcers gather, vowing to make the enemy feel the destruction of their lineage as they ready a coordinated assault. They answer with unified resolve and surge forward, committing to the plan without hesitation. Hella mocks the wardens, claiming they only live because the underworld king's avatar is restricted, and she swears to kill them for their audacity. Sudden white projectiles rain in, forcing Hella to flinch as an unexpected counterattack interrupts her dominance. From a distance, the green-crowned ruler's power lashes out in sweeping arcs, pushing Hella back and disrupting her momentum. She warns Hella not to rush, declaring this is only the beginning and that she has waited 1,000 years for this moment. Her calm face hardens as she names her true motive, revenge. Hella recoils and demands clarification, alarmed that the conflict is driven by a deeper vendetta. The Horned King laughs from near the tower, enjoying the unraveling of plans and the rising stakes. He realizes the enemy spent 1,000 years preserving strength and praises the trap, confident he can still walk through it. A tense pause hangs as someone begins to object, hinting the king's confidence may be misplaced. The Horned King erupts with power and declares the others still think too highly of themselves, escalating to full intimidation. The green-crowned ruler is struck and coughs blood, showing the king's pressure can wound even high authorities. The sky fractures with red cracks over the city, as if reality itself is being stressed by the unleashed power. The like rupture spreads, lightning-like fissures widening as the environment destabilizes. The Horned King stands towering and empowered, his presence now openly catastrophic to the surrounding realm. He recounts how 1,000 years ago celestial gods sacrificed themselves to seal the 6 paths outer gods in the underworld. The aftermath is laid bare, the gods within Yanxia's borders weakened, and now the sealed outer gods have returned. He declares Yanxia's gods are dead or destroyed and insists no one can change today's outcome as he targets Fengdu's fall. He clenches his fist and proclaims Fengdu will fall, dismissing all resistance as futile. A young man appears atop a blazing phoenix of fire and calmly challenges the claim, asking if that is so. All major players react in shock, thrown off by the sudden arrival of a human amid god-level conflict. Hella demands to know who this newcomer is, angered by the interruption. He introduces himself as Xia Yan, a mere human who hates empty boasting, and promises to answer Fengdu's doom with action. Xia Yan declares the king of the underworld and Fengdu are eternal, refusing to accept their defeat as destiny. The Horned King turns his threat on Xia Yan, announcing the human's doom has arrived. Xia Yan mirrors the words back with a smirk, claiming instead that the king's doom has arrived. A violent clash begins as Xia Yan is struck, the impact exploding around him. The Horned King staggers in disbelief, blurting Yanxia as if recognizing a deeper identity in the human. The green-crowned ruler watches silently, weighing the implication of that name and the human's survival. The Horned King corrects himself, insisting Xia Yan is not Yanxia, yet his certainty is shaken. A close focus on his eye shows fear and suspicion igniting as he senses something hidden. Observers note Xia Yan is only a 6th-tier human, yet he stands before the tower with unnatural confidence and strange blue markings. The Horned King's fist tightens as doubt creeps in despite his overwhelming rank. Sweating, he admits Xia Yan gives him an uneasy feeling that should not exist against a mere human. He realizes the tower itself is comparable to a divine artifact, and that this weak human is somehow controlling it. A shadowy, godlike silhouette looms behind Xia Yan, prompting the Horned King to wonder if the human is something far more dangerous. Deciding Xia Yan is a formidable enemy regardless of identity, the Horned King resolves to use full power to annihilate his spirit. A colossal red wave surges outward from the tower's direction, the battlefield swallowed by the king's killing intent. Civilians inside a building scream warnings, terrified as the god-level attack threatens to engulf everything. Hela tries to steady herself by calling Xia Yan an insect and claiming Hades is overreacting, but her confidence wavers. From the ridge, the wardens watch the red devastation and assume the underworld king's full power means Xia Yan is doomed. Zhong Kui mocks the king's arrogance, comparing Xia Yan to a mantis stopping a chariot while still pressing the fight. Even the wardens concede Xia Yan is only human, unable to reconcile that fact with what they are witnessing. Confusion spreads as someone suggests Hades might be the mantis in this scenario, flipping the expected roles. Xia Yan stands beneath a rain of red death, bracing himself as the attack descends like a storm of execution. A blazing phoenix aura flares around him, forming a protective inferno that meets the incoming force head-on. Grinning fiercely, Xia Yan invites the attack, eager to test himself against death itself. He rises within a spiraling ring of fire as the phoenix spreads its wings, turning defense into a radiant counterpresence. The phoenix fully manifests around Xia Yan, cradling him in incandescent power, as if crowning him with rebirth. Xia Yan shouts with focused intent, channeling the flames through a precise hand seal. He challenges Hades directly, declaring he has sought a true life and death battle and will see if the King of Death can decide his fate. A massive red shock ring expands across the city around the tower, marking the collision of powers at a catastrophic scale. Explosions ripple outward, the landscape scarred as the king's assault continues to grind against Xia Yan's resistance. A young girl grimaces in pain and fear, feeling the shock of the battle even from shelter. She screams Xia Yan's name, terrified he will be killed by the overwhelming forces outside. The green-crowned rulers exchange tense looks, realizing the human's survival could upend everything. Hela watches with a hard stare, forced to reassess the human's threat level. The Horned King's face tightens into grim concentration, refusing to accept uncertainty. Smoke and energy swirl as a lone figure remains standing near the tower, implying Xia Yan endured the onslaught. The Horned King declares Xia Yan should be dead, but his forced smile betrays growing alarm. Cracked fragments fall away from Xia Yan's face, revealing he is intact beneath the debris. The last pieces crumble and drift down, confirming the king's killing blow failed completely. Xia Yan smiles and admits he won the gamble, having bet his life on surviving the strike. Standing amid flames, he tells the king bluntly that he cannot be killed so easily. The Horned King stares wide-eyed, unable to comprehend how a human survived his full-force attack. Hela realizes not only did Xia Yan live, he actually leveled up from the ordeal. Xia Yan thanks Hades for the assist, explaining that surviving a life-and-death battle unlocked his potential and broke his sixth-tier shackles. He begins absorbing the surrounding spiritual sources, drawing power into himself like a vortex of golden flame. Xia Yan's breakthrough is confirmed as he reaches the 7th tier and awakens a new special ability and soul power. The wardens are stunned that he has already reached the 7th tier, now comparable to a commander-level force. Holding a condensed golden sphere, Xia Yan notes that advancing lets him access more of Yanxia's memories within him. He senses something new inside the gathered power, puzzled by what the orb is revealing. Hades spirals into disbelief, questioning what right a mere human has to defy death and surpass him through his own strike. He confronts the green-crowned ruler, suspecting Xia Yan is the variable she mentioned and possibly the reincarnation of the human emperor. The green-crowned ruler refuses to confirm, insisting the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. Hades falls silent, his expression darkening as he accepts the implication without proof. Concluding the child cannot be left alive because Yanxia's fate is tied to him, Hades moves to kill Xia Yan directly. He looks up at the tower's glowing core, recognizing it hides terrifying secrets and trump cards of Yanxia's gods. In desperation, Hades demands Hela's power and declares he will initiate the end, choosing annihilation over uncertainty. Hela protests that if they fail, underworld citizens will lose half their life force, shocked by the cost of his plan. Hades roars that the underworld's fate rests on this single move and that they must kill Xia Yan and destroy Finger now or face total annihilation later. Hela agrees, her hesitation replaced by grim resolve to commit to the final strike. Hades steadies his voice and signals the next step, committing fully to the joint finishing move. They unleash a towering pillar of purple lightning and energy, declaring together that they will do it. Hades screams as the power surges through him, pushing his body and will to the limit. Even the skeletal soldiers tremble, sensing the apocalyptic force gathering overhead. Undead warriors moan in dread, realizing the coming blast may erase friend and foe alike. The purple pillar intensifies over the city, its destructive radius expanding as the endgame begins. Hades grips his weapon as violet energy coils around him, focusing the catastrophe into a directed execution. From below, the green-crowned ruler watches the beam descend, understanding the city is about to be consumed. A blinding purple wash floods the rooftops, swallowing streets and courtyards in the attack's glow. The light spreads deeper across the city, erasing detail as the strike nears completion. A vast purple dome forms over the area, named as the Four Tolls of the End, sealing the battlefield like a final judgment. Xia Yan rises calmly above the surging purple energy before the tower, poised to confront the sealed apocalypse head-on. A furious, purple-eyed attacker unleashes overwhelming pressure, demanding their foe cower and tremble. That threat becomes a crushing purple force meant to pulverize everything into dust as it engulfs the target. In the underworld's response, spectral officials and guards assemble amid deathly signs, signaling that higher powers are mobilizing. Hades and other underworld figures recognize the key name Xia Yan, realizing he is the one at the center of this upheaval. Xia Yan strides through the burning chaos and lightning, calmly acknowledging Hades' sharp judgment as if the danger has already passed. With golden power flaring in his eye, Xia Yan vows that as long as he lives he will see the destruction of the so-called Six Paths Outer Gods. He coldly warns that any attempt to kill him is already too late, implying his plan is already in motion. A blazing golden talisman and swirling flames rise around him like a seal being activated, asserting control over the battlefield. The talisman fully manifests, radiating imperial authority as it locks into place, confirming a decisive suppression has been set.